Good morning. Welcome back to TopstepTV. Today, November 5th, 2025. Today is a Wednesday, and we got a great show lined up ahead for you today. Starting with the opening call, I'm Jay. To my left, your right, we got John the Goat Hoagland. Right below me here, we'll do our little Brady Bunch again. Right below me, we got Amanda is back for the opening call. And to her right, John Doherty. Hoag, Amanda, JD. We'll start with you, Hoag. How are we doing this morning?
Good morning. Happy Wednesday, everyone. Looking forward to an interesting and challenging trading day, as if they all are. Great to see everybody this morning. Amanda, great to have you back with us.
Good
Jay,
morning.
John Torty. Amanda, how you feeling this morning? You ready?
Oh, I'm feeling great. We've had some pretty good volatility overnight, and we have some data that we can look forward to for US composites. So I'm looking forward to some volatility today.
Some stuff. JD, what's going on, man? We're getting ready.
What's up,
Opening range
guys?
trade. What's going on, JD? How we feeling?
Feeling great. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Hoag. Good morning, Amanda. Good morning to all my friends and traders, all of our friends and traders in the chat. Happy Wednesday. Let's get it going. We're going to put a poll up in the chat in just a second. We're going to take either a 1 minute or a 5 minute opening range breakout trade in gold. And we'll be looking at it. How do you guys feel about gold overnight? Anything special?
Let's take a look. Hoag, what are you seeing over there in gold?
Oh, it's right in the middle of the range from yesterday. It's inside range, inside value. No real change in the perception of value from yesterday. Still very, very much kind of range bound, getting near the lower end of the range. We've got weekly kickoff low 39.09. No look at that here just yet. I don't really have an opinion either way on this opening range trade, just because it's where it's opening. We will see, though. Been wrong before.
Been wrong before. We had a pretty nice opening range trade yesterday in gold. Chat, let us know which one are we taking here. Are we taking a 1 or a 5? What I'm looking at, Hoag, is in the overnight session last night, really, we tagged the prior day low, which is down at 39.37. So my question is now, do we take out the yesterday's high? Right. So I'd be leaning a little bit to the long side. We got overnight inventory a little bit long, but we will see where the market triggers us into this trade. Maybe a trade up towards 4,000s. Make sure you get your votes in there. Poll is in the chat. 35 votes right now, 61%, 55% going to the 5 minute. We are going to wait for a candle close outside of that range. Gold does open up at 8:20 a.m. Eastern time, 7:20 Central. And it looks like, give it another 30 seconds or so.
Yep. We are entering our 8th day of consolidation in gold right now.
Yes, we are.
Still not the time to fall in love with any type of direction. You keep playing the range until it's time to not play the range. Once we get confirmation of a breakout, then we'll stop playing the range. But for now, I think there's opportunity on both sides of this market today.
Absolutely. 1 minute broke to the upside, but we are taking a 5 minute opening range here in gold. It looks like 65% of the vote going to the 5 minute. So we're going to wait for that 5 minute candle to close, and then a 5 minute candle close outside of that range for confirmation. Worked out pretty well yesterday, and we actually could have got back into that trade with the sell-off that we saw in gold, but we'll see how we manage this one today.
We talked about getting back into that trade. Didn't do it. We only traded a single micro too, because the opening range plus the confirmation bar was so wide. We were taking like $175 worth of risk on a single micro contract.
Wow.
So we were peeling off our risk. We made 150 ticks on it. We'll go with ticks instead of dollar amounts. It was a good trade. We made 150 ticks on the trade. Wasn't quite the banger we were looking for, though, just because of the size. No, but that's all right.
No, it was not. So JD, Amanda said we do have some data coming out that we could look forward to. Let's take a look at that economic calendar. What should we be looking out for today?
Yes, there's a couple of items on the eco calendar today. We got the ADP employment report, came out at 7:15 a.m. Central Time. Let me see if I can get the results of that. I should have looked that up already. Here we go.
Higher than expected.
Yes. Came in actual 42,000, prior revised minus 29,000, prior minus 32. Prior minus 32, prior revised minus 29. So a little worse on the revision. Consensus was for 25,000 new private corporate jobs, and actual came out 42. So a nice boost in ADP numbers. Those are private payrolls. What else is going on this morning? We've got the PMI composite final at 8:45 Central Time, ISM Manufacturing Index at 9 o'clock Central Time, EI crude oil inventories at 9:30. Always be on the lookout for some talking Feds. We've had them popping in and out all week long. We'll keep one eye in the ditch for you also. Just popped up on my calendar. President Trump is speaking at the U.S. Business Forum at 12 o'clock Central Time. Maybe we'll be able to get that piped in for you. That wasn't on this calendar when I made it an hour ago. We've also got some earnings, Qualcomm coming out right around the close today. So that is your eco calendar for today. A couple of moving parts. We'll see what happens. Expect a little bit of volatility. And like I said, always be on the lookout for a talking Fed, a Fed governor.
Never know.
Running into a camera and a microphone. You never know. They come out of nowhere these days. What happened to the days where they would announce ahead of time that they were speaking? They would schedule it and everybody would know about it. They don't do that so much anymore, do they?
The age of social media, JD. You find a camera,
Right.
You find a microphone, you turn it on, and you go. We got 30 seconds before this 5-minute opening range closes here in gold. Again, we're going to wait for a 5-minute candle confirmation outside of that range. So we got at least another 6 minutes before we're getting into this trade. Right now, I'm seeing a high
83 ticks. Why are these opening ranges in gold so big these days? 94 ticks now.
It just goes to show institutional traders still respect these old pit trading hours. 7:20 a.m. Central Time was when the gold futures pit opened at the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. And that's when a lot of business was done, institutional-wise, and they still respect those hours.
Yes, they do.
See a high of that range at 86.30, low of the range 76.50. Again, we're going to wait for a 5-minute candle close outside of that range. Amanda, I want to ask you, you brought up some of the data that we have coming out. When we talk about charts, you can talk about this a little bit more as well, but are you doing fundamental analysis for how you expect the markets to respond to these numbers, or are you just welcoming the volatility that they bring to the market?
I think the short answer is no, right? I'm not going to be doing fundamental analysis, especially I'm not going to be guessing what's going to be happening.
Right.
But I do think it's important to kind of understand what goes on behind the data and why the data is being presented and what it means to help you potentially, build a little bit of a bias for the day if a number comes back really, really off. And, you maybe it comes back bad and you had a bullish bias, that could potentially change. So I think understanding what the numbers mean is important, but I'm not going to be sitting here guessing or wasting my day waiting for the data.
Good point. Trade what the charts tell us, and the data can help dictate that maybe, but like you said, we're not going to guess because the market has done things that we do not expect.
Sometimes it doesn't make sense.
Sometimes it's not going to. Sometimes it is not going to. Hogue, before we get into this gold trade, let's make sure we go through that checklist, do our homework, make sure we're ready for the trading day.
Absolutely, yes. You have to do your homework. Get up a little bit early. Do your pre-market research. That's what we're doing here. We're going to check these 4 markets for context, see if we can put some reliable context into these markets. We're going to put the check mark on that one. Then you do your morning checklist. Have you taken your walk outside? Did you walk the dog? Do you have your coffee? Do you have your water? Check that one once you've done your morning checklist. Then you do your mindset check. How are you feeling this morning? You ready? You're feeling well. You're not sick. You're not hungover. Check once you get your mindset in order. Then, of course, your day, your trade checklist. Get your paper. Get your pencil. Write down those trades so you can review them at the end of the day for your post-market checklist. As always, you want to review those trades. You want to think about what was going on with those trades inside of you, outside of you. Do your journaling and be ready for the next trading session, whether it's trading overnight, trading during the day, whatever your chosen time frame is. Make sure you are prepared and always do your checklist. If you don't do your checklist, you don't get to go to recess. You don't get to play.
Thank you for that, Hogue. We got another 2 minutes, 10 seconds here before we have a potential confirmation candle in gold. Again, we're looking for a close outside of the range. If it closes above the high, we're long. If it closes below the low, we are short. Last trade here in gold, 39.86 evens. JD, before we get into these gold charts, a little bit more analysis. I know we got some news. We just got a number out. jobs numbers. Some people might be thinking, hey, how'd you get a jobs number? Isn't the government shutdown? But ADP is a private number. But we got some news on that shutdown, JD.
We sure do. Today is the 36th day of the federal government shutdown, making it the longest such closure in U.S. history. Now, some senators on both parties appear to be working together on a possible plan to reopen the government. Amy Kiley has more for us.
Fortunately, this nightmare is going to end for our federal employees and those that depend on SNAP.
As of today, the government shutdown is now the longest in U.S. history. Several senators are tentatively predicting it could end soon.
I'm optimistic that we should be able to get something done this week.
Multiple sources say a possible deal between senators is being negotiated. It involves some kind of stopgap funding bill and a promise to vote later on rising Obamacare subsidies. Some Democrats say that's not good enough for people facing skyrocketing health care costs.
We need to stand firm for the real interests of the American people.
But two sources say about a dozen Democratic senators have privately signaled an openness to such a plan. If Republicans agree, that would be enough votes for the chamber to pass the bill.
As the days roll by, the consequences and pain of the shutdown grow more severe for the American people.
I'm Amy Kiley reporting.
Shifting gears a little bit there. I'm still not too confident in what they were talking about, but I guess we'll see.
Let's get her done.
We may be having a candle close outside this 5-minute range. It's
going to be real
trading
close.
right at the high. Yeah, it is. No close.
Wow.
Close
No
right
trade?
below that high.
No trade. Yep.
No trade.
No trade
JD,
in gold.
So we had CJ on yesterday who uses candle closes as confirmation for his strategy as well. He was looking for a short in the Nasdaq. It traded below 646. We got no 5-minute candle close. The market shot up 100 points.
Wow.
And I asked him right as he was getting off air, I'm like, hey CJ, do you hold on to this trade idea? We come back down maybe a half an hour later, we get a candle close, 100 points to the downside, and confirms the short that he was looking for. So
Really?
you know, I think there's something to it. Maybe it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, but I think there's something there for sure.
Something to look into.
There is
Definitely.
something to look into. But let's look into these gold charts. Hogue and I are going to dive into the gold charts. Make sure you stick around. Amanda is going to be coming back. If you didn't see Amanda's analysis of the equity markets on Monday, make sure you stick around. Amanda's going to come back for the equity markets. But Hogue and I are going to dive into these gold charts real quick. What are we saying, Hogue?
All right. Well, of course, on the daily chart, as JD was we were kind of commenting and we were agreeing, we're really in a kind of an area of balance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days inside this area of balance. And the open interest has really been waffling throughout this entire time. So it's not like there's an accumulation or an expectation of a big move away from this, at least not yet. Now, yesterday we did. It says that we added 13,000 new contracts in open interest to the downside yesterday. It may indicate some new shorts coming in, but when the new shorts get in near the low of an area of balance, quite often they end up getting stuck short and they have to unravel and they move price a little bit higher, which seems to be happening as we speak. We saw off these highs, we saw open interest start to kind of fall off and waffle a little bit, putting in this top here where everybody has been saying this market needs a pullback. We are in that pullback. We are now consolidating, doing a pretty good job of evening out inventory just by watching that open interest kind of going up one day, down the next, up one day, down the next. To me, this market is seeking some new sort of information, which all of these markets have been starving for since the beginning of the government shutdown. We've got Jay's September 2nd anchored VWAP on the breakout of that long time frame balance, the last longer time frame balance. This is like the longest time frame balance we've been in since we had that 3 or 4 month long area of balance. And we do seem to be holding that anchored VWAP from that September 2nd breakout day. Jay, what are your thoughts on the daily chart here?
like you said, Hogue, we're in balance. The price action that we saw 2 weeks ago with that blow off top kind of volume, I would not be surprised if we're talking about these prices in gold a month from now, maybe 2 months from now. This $4,000 level, this market is very comfortable trading these prices for now, and until it shows us something else, we have to trade this range. And the great thing about gold uh, is it's a big enough range to trade. Right, we still
Yes.
have a daily ATR that's over $100. Yesterday's range was $85. So far this morning, we have a, what is this? Why can't I measure it? 97's down. It's about a 50 point range right now, $50 range right now. There's more than enough opportunity in this market, but if you're looking for a directional move on a higher time frame, we're just not getting that right now. I know most of our traders were day traders, so there's opportunity here, but that anchored VWAP from the second, that's been a decent spot to assume some risk to the upside, right? Great spot for buyers. But then when we get up to these 4,000s, 4020s, that's probably where you need to either start thinking about position management if you're long, or thinking about taking a short because that's the upper extreme of the range. Maybe a little bit extended up to 4020s. But balance range for now, Hogue. Great opportunities, but kind of a see profit, take profit trade, especially if you're looking for a trending market.
And that's what we saw in it yesterday off that opening range trade. We were kind of agreeing prior to the open and prior to taking that trade, where we're kind of in a see money, take money kind of a area here in gold. Although the opportunities are bigger than I think we've really been kind of expecting. Now, yesterday the opening range was the dead high, had a nice 150 tick winner on that, and we were talking about, you know what, we said see money, take money, let's take it. We took it. It was worth more, but it was still a very, very good trade, good opening range trade. What are we looking at this morning? We have overnight inventory, maybe a little bit to the long side. Here's the open last night. We're trading a slightly higher than that now, but with no gap outside of yesterday's range. Right at the high of value. I'm thinking I want to try and stay a little bit patient today. Watch for opportunities in and around those initial balance levels, right? An initial balance high, initial balance low. Have been providing some pretty decent opportunities right here at the high of value. There is maybe some opportunity here. If we do like unravel some of this open interest, that could take us back to value low, which we're looking at around 39.50 approximately. Settlement is right here, 39.60 half. I'm trying to stay patient with this, probably looking for opportunities around the initial balance high and low. And that's just me. Range bound coming off this low. I could see, Jay, you were mentioning you think maybe we swept the last night's or yesterday's low in the overnight. Do we sweep the high from yesterday's session? That would be the initial balance high, $4,350, $4,003.50. We'll have to see how this plays out. Still no entry into the opening range trade. Jay, what are your thoughts on the 30-minute chart here, my friend?
Looking at the 30, we do have that long overnight inventory, Hogue, but we are coming up to, and I'm looking at yesterday's full session high, which is right around, what price is that? 40.18, right, somewhere around there. We do have that 200 moving average that's on the, including the overnight, right? We do have that 200 moving average on the 30-minute that's at 4,150. So if I do get into a long here in gold, I'm thinking position management, in that zone, right? The overnight high didn't test that 200 moving average. It's right around that 4,000 level as well. I like the long into that level, but if we don't see any volume continuation above it, then we could just fall right back into this range, and that 200 moving average has the potential to set the high of the range. So there's enough runway, I think, now for a trade, right? If we were to get into that opening range long, we're still talking about a $12 trade before a level of contention. But when we get there, I think it's important to think position management because the market could reject there, and that might be a good spot to look for shorts. So decent spot out there. But I do, yeah, go ahead, Hook.
Go ahead, Jay.
I do think we got the pullback, like testing that overnight low, testing yesterday's low in the overnight session. I'm looking bullish in gold here.
Okay. Yeah, Kind of a tough trade, maybe start to the day today. We will see how this, of course, plays out. The profile yesterday was a normal variation. And the opening range was the dead high of the session. We did extend below the initial balance by about twice. And here we are. Well, we did add a whole bunch of shorts yesterday, and that is indicated by that increase in open interest. We probably have a few trapped shorts down here. That could be part of the overnight inventory. If they're still trapped short and they start to continue to get nervous, I could see us certainly getting to that 200 session moving average, $4,001.50, or even points higher than that. We do have a naked point of control from last Friday, from Monday up at 4,017.70. Could be a nice little visual target for an upside move there, but we will see. What we're looking at here is so far as what we've got going on here in gold. Been a little bit different market for the last 3 weeks. I think a lot of traders that were enjoying that very steady rally to the upside have been struggling with this little bit of new market state change in gold. So stay patient, folks.
Patient for sure. Stay patient for sure. We're gonna get into crude oil. Still no trigger on this gold trade. We did get that candle to trade outside of the 5-minute opening range, but no candle close. So no confirmation on that trade just yet. Let's dive into crude, Hogue, because we do want to bring Amanda in for the equities. We know we got some news, and this crude chart should be pretty quick.
Yeah.
Let's see, Hogue. What do you got here on crude?
Okay, there's crude. All right, we're done.
All right, next. All right, what do you got, Hogue? What are we saying?
Just kidding. I had a conversation with Crude last night, and we've decided we're still going to stay together. We are going to go to some counseling because I still believe in crude oil as a good market, and it will be again. These things are a little bit cyclical, but yes, it's been so range bound in the longer time frame, medium time frame, short time frame, cyclical. We've got the anchored VWAP off the recent low here, which is lending some support, but we've got last week's low also lending support. Last week's high probably lending some resistance. We've seen a little bit of resistance at the 50 session moving average. There is opportunity in this market, but you really need to get good trade location so you can manage your risk, because the ranges have been relatively small. The opportunities have been small. That kind of creates that necessity to be very stingy, if you will, as far as your trade location is concerned. Jay, what are your thoughts on this daily chart?
On the daily, Hogue, I agree with you 100% that there is opportunity in this still. Crude is still, a dollar range here to there. And a lot of, if you can get the extreme of the range, there's a dollar trade. There's a dollar move available in crude oil. Now, do you capture the entire move? You got to be pretty good with that, because the range for the session yesterday was about $1.18. So, can you take 90% out of the move? But there's something there, right? There's something available for traders.
Yes.
I'm looking at this chart, and it's almost like better to set limit orders. This is not financial advice. Set a limit order at the high or low of a prior day. We can see it on today's daily candle. We swept yesterday's high, and we're down $1 from there, right? So that seems like the trade in crude for now. By the time we get to trading for the New York session, more often than not, we're not getting that great trade location. We did get it a couple days ago where we had a nice opening range trade. It was actually yesterday. Yesterday would have been a pretty good opening range trade. We talked about setting reasonable expectations for that trade, but if I'm looking for a major breakout move, that's the wrong idea, I think, in crude right now. But if I'm willing to take 50 ticks out of a trade, there's more than enough opportunity here.
Sure. And we have to be trading balance to breakout rules. Balance to breakout rules. You fade the extremes of balance until you see some sort of substantial breakout outside of it, then you go with it. And you could say, by looking at this daily bar, that the 6,800 additional open interest that came in yesterday would be to the short side. But when we look at what happened on the 30-minute chart, on the daily, on the 30-minute chart, this was all overnight inventory to the short side. This is low volume. To me, the increase in open interest yesterday was off the longs. Finally, we found some traders looking to buy against the low of the area of balance, which they did right off the open, leaving the opening range right at the low of the session. Again, a relatively large opening range on a 91 tick regular trading hour range, day, whatever you want to call it. So if you even if you bought the opening range, the 5-minute opening range, and you got out at the top, you still barely got to a 2-to-1 reward over risk. So you really want to find good trade location to limit risk and expand potential profit targets when the range is this, is relatively tight, which it has been. Doesn't mean there's not opportunity. Be stingy with your trade locations. Overall, over the past 4 sessions, however, you might find this interesting. We've added 37,000 contracts in open interest over the past 4 sessions. All 4 of the past sessions, including yesterday, added open interest. Okay, well, that's not really helping us directional, but what it is saying is there is, and if you'll pardon the pun, everybody, energy coming into the crude oil markets. the more people that come in, the more likely we're going to see some sort of a substantial move. Doesn't mean that you can preempt it. Just be careful around the extremes. Make sure you're demanding good trade location. 30-minute chart here. Do we have any overnight inventory? There's our open. Got too short, got too long. Back to about break even. Kind of, below value, but still right in the range from yesterday. We'll see if we get that opening range trade again today. We've seen it a couple of times recently back here on the 29th and the 30th. Good opening range trades. Yesterday, good opening range trade. Is there a possibility, or an increased probability on it because it was so scarce for so long? I'm going with yes. Don't know if it's going to happen today. But Jay, what are your thoughts on the 30-minute chart?
We're near the lower extreme of this range. I would want to see maybe a test of yesterday's low, which is down near 59.94. But if we're going with the idea that this is a range-bound market, I don't hate taking the opening range trade if it triggers along here. Ideally, what I want to see is in the next 15 minutes, we sweep yesterday's low. That might be asking for a lot in crude oil, but we sweep yesterday's low, and then if that opening range trade triggers along, then we take that trade. We'll put the poll up in the chat. Crude doesn't open for another 15 minutes or so, but we wanted to make sure we get that analysis out there. Yesterday turned out to be a pretty good opening range trade, right? The long would have been from 60.28, and the high of the move there was 60 ticks from that entry signal. So again, 30 tick trade with a mini in crude oil or trading the big contract, it's $300. So there is opportunity there, but you got to be patient and wait for opportunities. And crude is showing us exactly that. But I think that's what we got, Hogue.
I like that, Jay. I mean, we're putting in a little bit higher highs on every little pullback. They seem to be getting bought up pretty well. We'll see about this one, and we'll work that opening range trade. Thank you, Jay, for your thoughts on crude oil this morning, and hopefully we've helped put these markets in a little bit of dependable context. Of course, none of this is financial advice, just taking a look at what we're seeing here, but that's our look for crude oil this morning.
Some stuff. Thank you for that, Hogue. And I think we do have crude oil inventories out today as well, so that could bring us some volatility. But I see the people in the chat, they're talking. The S&P, the Nasdaq, they're rallying. What's going on? Trade those things, guys. So why don't we bring Amanda and JD back for a little bit of news, and then we'll talk equity charts. JD, what do we got on the news?
What's up, guys? President Trump just finished remarks at a breakfast with Republican senators. He didn't say anything too market moving. I was kind of listening to it in the background there. But let's take a look at what happened overnight. Stocks in Asia closed a little bit lower. The Hang Seng Index closed down 0.07%. The Nikkei closed down 2.5%. And the Shanghai Composite closed up 0.23%. Stocks in Europe currently trading a little mixed this morning. We've got the DAX down 0.25%, the FTSE up 0.19%, and the French CAC down 0.09%. The US dollar index up marginally, 100.26, last print on the dollar. The VIX down a little bit, 18.99 on the VIX this morning. and the yield on the 10-year U.S. Treasury note, 4.112%, still hovering just above 4% for the 10-year. On the news front, President Trump has said that the tariff SCOTUS arguments are life or death. What does he mean by that? So on social media, President Trump called the upcoming Supreme Court case on his sweeping emergency tariffs a, quote, life or death moment for the country. In the Tuesday Post, President Trump lauded his administration's trade policies, crediting tariffs and new trade deals for what he described as historic economic success. The Supreme Court is set to meet Wednesday, today, to hear oral arguments over the president's global emergency tariffs. The court will also decide the limits of the president's power, an area in which the court's 6-3 conservative majority has repeatedly sided with President Trump since he began his second term in January. So we'll see what the verdict is on these tariffs. Are they legal? Are they illegal? Will they stand? Will they not stand? It'd be a heavy refund check, right? They recall all these.
Life or death sounds
either way.
sounds
It's going to move market.
Yeah, that is drama for so early. Goodness.
Super drama. I love it. I love drama when I'm not a part of it.
That is probably the whole basis of reality TV. I agree.
Let's get into these equity charts. We're going to start with the S&P. Hogue, Amanda, take it away. What do we got?
All right. Well, Amanda, I've got the daily up here, and we're all well aware we've come off recent highs from last week. We have seen some pretty decent moves to the downside with some decent volume. However, open interest has not been particularly gratifying in that regards. We've jumped open interest for the last couple of days. That is Monday and Tuesday. We added an additional possible estimated 17,000 new shorts to the downside yesterday. We've closed the weekend gap. We are now back in that bar from the 10th of October, which was the last tariff scare. We've tested now to the weekly kickoff low, which is 67.60. We're still continuing to see this market. I don't think that it's in a major market state change here just yet. But Amanda, I'm very interested in hearing your thoughts on the daily chart here.
Yeah, I would agree with you, right? We're correcting down a little bit off of our highs. We did close that gap that we were eyeing on Monday, which was good to see. And honestly, one of my assessments too on even how price action was yesterday, the tape was pretty thin on that big move down. And so there was a lot of good volatility through that as we were filling the gap. That seemed like a pretty big dump yesterday, but I do still think we have a little bit more room to the downside for a correction. When you do look at things from a macro volatility perspective, especially on something like the daily, we could have potential down to 6,600, 6,500 if we kind of keep seeing this momentum. But unless you're doing, put swings or put leaps or something like that, I think our focus is going to be from a day trading perspective and where our opportunity actually can be during New York session. And so while I think we do have some more room to the downside, and people love to say, the market's dumping, day over day, we're not actually losing that much value. And there is quite a bit of room to the downside without probably too much negative impact. And to JD's point, right, we do have some data today. We have our ISM services PMI. We had our ADP unemployment number this morning that actually ended up beating. The services PMI is interesting, though, because on Monday, I believe it was, we had manufacturing PMI. And that number came back in a contraction. So it was below 50, and it was actually below our estimates. So that number came back technically bad. Could we assume that services will be bad? Who knows, right? We're not going to predict. We'll react to those types of things. But interesting to potentially see conflicting data today with ADP employment numbers being a little bit stronger, potentially service being a little bit weaker if we do match what our manufacturing numbers showed on Monday. Now, I would say from a little bit more of a micro perspective and actionable opportunities for what we can look at with a daily range for actual day trading, I do see a little bit more potential to the downside. And I was looking at chat, right? And everyone's saying, NQ is pumping, ES is pumping. Correct, right? But we're technically up 0.05% on the day. I think we just overtook our closing level from last night, and so we're pretty net neutral. I think our depth of market is trading relatively neutral as well. We might have a little bit of more strength on the bid side as opposed to the ask. So I'm being a little bit patient with looking for any sort of rejections today. But one of the things I actually was noticing pre-market is if you do look at like trading delta, this 808 to 810 area actually has a pretty decent amount of selling activity from what we did see later in the day yesterday. So I was potentially looking at that to see if we wanted to do a little bit of a scalp to the downside. But an area that I do have that I really like for today for a potential rejection is somewhere up at like 68.18 and a half to 68.24 to 68.24 and a half. Based on the volatility that we've seen during ETH and looking at some of our like shorter time frame, just general range metrics we've had day over day, 68.20-ish would be a little bit of an overextension to the upside on the daily. I think we have a little bit more potential to the downside. So I'll probably be trying some sort of rejections at 68.20. I don't know what you guys think about that level.
Okay. I'm onto the 30-minute chart here, and this
30-minute.
This 30-minute. Yeah. What did I say?
Yeah. No, that looks good.
Okay. So this little afternoon pullback low here, it seems like a kind of obscure little number there, but it goes very nicely with your 68.24-25 level. We've also got the 200 session moving average in the 30-minute up at 68.29 and a half. Yes, we haven't even really moved. I mean, settlement was 68.0175. We're trading 68.06, so very little, major change in the overnight session. We did get a little bit too short in the overnight inventory. That's now been kind of resolved, and we're back in range, back in value in the S&Ps. See how this plays out. Is there anything, Mandy, that you want to kind of talk about on this 30-minute chart? Anything that you're seeing that kind of lines up with some of the things that you were just talking about?
Yeah, I think if I didn't sleep, I would have definitely taken a long at around that 67.60 area that you have marked on your chart. That is an area I also had marked overnight where our SPYs like option hedging was. So where our market makers wanted to keep us within a range before any sort of market makers started losing money. And so while I do expect that range to expand as we get into New York session, our floor for like where our options data was played very, very well last night. And so I would ideally anticipate not to have any sort of outliers in terms of like options hedging. So if we could get ourselves back down to whatever that revised floor is when New York session opens and we see fresh options data, I would probably play any sort of floor bounces to the downside as well, just because in extended trading hours, that marked floor played so well.
Okay. That's the weekly kickoff low, 67.60. And we had another one of those little obscure levels, afternoon pullback low, 67.71 half, which was nice little support level as it returned back to it. That afternoon pullback low goes back to the 23rd of October. Jay, what are you seeing here on this 30-minute chart, my friend?
So looking at the 30, and Hogue, you mentioned it on the daily as well, that 68.06 level that we're trading at right now, that's the high of that October 10th tariff candle.
Yes.
So I do, we're trading here, which is great price-wise, but I would want to see volume trade above that level, and then I like 68.25 to the upside. The 200 moving average on the 30-minute, I'm seeing it up at 68.62, so the market has a little bit of work to do to get up there. But that 68.27 half, that value area high, I think we're all kind of looking in that same zone, right? Where we don't know exactly, we can't say for sure what the market's reaction is going to be up there. But if we get up there and there's no volume up there, I think it's a great opportunity to look for a short. If we get there and there's volume trading there, then I'm looking at the 200 moving average, 68.62. But I do like this 68.20 level, for at least for a test, right? I don't doubt that the market will get there. I think that's the high of the gap that everyone was talking about, right? So I wouldn't be surprised to see the market trade up there. but or sorry, the low of the gap that we needed to fill, right around 68.25. I don't have a definitive trade here yet, Hogue. I want to see how the market responds at this 68.06 level.
Okay.
Awesome. I agree with you, Jay. I agree with you absolutely on this 68.06, probably all the way up to 68.12. We had a lot of good selling activity there in the past several hours, especially towards the latter half of the day yesterday. If we can break through some of that active selling with conviction, there's a little bit of concern, right, of like a strong breakout to kind of get up to those 20 to 25 levels. And so while I'm probably not going to be placing a trade at this first line of defense, like this inflection point at 06 to 012, if we can break above that, I think it's just important, as always, right, to watch your price action, watch your depth of market and the strength of it to make sure that you're not just jumping in front of a moving train.
For sure. Good stuff there. Hogue, anything else you got on the S&P?
Just marking all this confluence between these levels that you guys are talking about, 86.08 to 86.12, a very important level here, folks. Keep an eye on that.
Absolutely. Jay, do you have anything down at around 67.44 to 67.38? It's a little bit further down, just slightly below low a day. Anything down there, guys?
The only thing I'm looking at down there, I have a level 67.27.
27. Okay.
Yeah, 67.27, but nothing before that.
Okay, I'm looking at a few of my like more midterm timeframes, like midterm history timeframes, to kind of see what our volatility metrics look like. And like I'm seeing more or less like a 10% and 5% odds of continuation down below 38. So like I would say 44 to 38 is like a little bit of a high probability bounce area for me. But again, I want to see where that updated options data comes to play to see if we have expansion in general on our range, to see where market makers are kind of positioning themselves. So.
All right. Well, if you're looking at profile, the only thing I see down below that weekly kickoff low for any kind of visual target is all the way down at 66.76. Naked POC from the 17th of October. A lot of space down there.
Will we get there today?
I love that
Anything's
level.
Possible.
I love that level, Hogue. I love that level. And I'll tell you why. That is 50% of that October 10th candle to the tick.
There it is.
66.76.
Yep.
So keep an eye.
I love when a plan comes together. Let's see what happens.
I do too, Hogue. We got a poll up in the chat. Here. Let's make sure we get to this one because crude oil is officially open. We did our crude analysis a little while ago, but it looks like we are taking a 5-minute opening range trade in crude, 51%. Actually, it's not a foregone conclusion. Actually, I guess it is. We already a minute into the crude open. 51% going to the 5-minute. So we are taking that 5-minute opening range trade in crude. But before we get into the Nasdaq charts, let's bring JD back in here. We got some more news. JD, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys? Quick update on gold. We did trigger along in gold. I did not get in the market. I'm working a bid down below 39.8380. It's right on top of a 9-period EMA on this 5-minute chart. So we did see some selling come in after the long signal was triggered. So if we can get in on a dip, that's fine. If we miss this trade, I'm not going to cry about it. All right, let's take a look at I've got a public service announcement for all you Jeep owners out there. Take a look at this. Tens of thousands of Jeep plug-in hybrid SUVs are being recalled due to potential fire risk. Stellantis, the parent company of Jeep, says the issue has to do with potential battery failure in the vehicles. The company's review of customer data and a following investigation found 19 reports of fires with 1 injury. The recall covers certain model years, year 2020 to 2025 Jeep Wrangler 4XEs, as well as 2022 and 2026 Jeep Grand Cherokee 4XEs. In total, more than 375,000 of the SUVs are under recall, with the bulk of those in the United States. Stellantis cautions vehicle owners to not recharge their batteries. Also, their SUVs should be parked away from structures and other vehicles until a fix is made. Owners with recalled vehicles will be contacted for when they can schedule service appointments. Jeeps are blowing up.
Scary.
Be careful out there.
That's scary.
So if I don't charge the battery on my electric car, is it just a model car at that point? It's just a toy?
Yeah.
I like,
How am I
I like
supposed
how
to
they're
tell?
like, don't park it near structures or other cars. So it's like, all right, I can't put it in a parking lot. I can't put it near
There
my
you go.
That's
home.
scary.
Where do I put the Jeep?
I know, right? Hey, mind if I put my Jeep in your garage?
Yeah, exactly. Hey man, you want to borrow it?
Oh,
Wow.
goodness. Don't put it near any
Yeah.
structures. That's just scary right there.
Yeah, sounds scary, but hopefully, if anyone in the chat own a Jeep electric vehicle, let us know. Let us know. But let's get into these Nasdaq charts, Amanda. What are we seeing?
Yeah, let's of course hope nobody gets hurt with those. Get those fixed real quick, folks.
Yeah.
Right.
All right.
Oh, hey guys, real quick. We just
Yes,
got
sir.
into a gold trade. We're long a couple micro,
Okay.
house count long a couple micro gold from 39.8380.
Nice.
All right. Thank you, JD.
You got it.
Okay. NASDAQ daily. Well, we've of course filled that weekend gap finally, as everybody was anticipating, and usually does happen when we leave those gaps. Volume was pretty good yesterday on this down move.
Mhm.
However, open interest inert. It's estimated we lost 400 in open interest. That's not necessarily healthy for a downside auction. The Nasdaq has been holding up better than the S&P, as we have not seen any play so far with the weekly kickoff low 25,143 here just yet. So this 20 session moving average is in play today. Jay, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, that is the first line of defense for buyers. That 20 moving average, 25,405. We talked about it yesterday. As well as that October 10th candle, Hogue. Were we going to test it? And the Nasdaq was the last of our 4 equity markets to do it. We finally did it in the overnight session today, and clearly found some buyers there because we're up about 100 points from there. The equity markets, and there's a couple other markets. Coach Paul and I reviewed yesterday. A couple other markets recently that closed under a 20-day moving average, and it almost seems inevitable that the next trade is testing the 50-day moving average. So if the Nasdaq and S&P don't hold this 20 moving average, then yeah, I think there's a lot more room to the downside. Today was that first test in the Nasdaq. We got it yesterday in the S&P, and it held pretty well as well. But buyers, now's your time. Right now is your time. If we're gonna go make all-time highs, we're gonna hold these markets up. You got to hold above that 200 moving average, that 20 moving average, which again in the Nasdaq is at 25,405.
Thanks, Jay. Amanda, anything you're noticing in a longer time frame on this daily chart that you want to point out?
Longer time frame, not too much different from what you guys are seeing. It's what I am seeing though is a little bit of a point of neutrality on the NQ in general, of like we could kind of go either way right now. I think Hogue, your take on open interest is pretty interesting, and it makes me a little bit ambivalent for like, saying, oh, we should go do like put leaps or call leaps or something. Like I think right now we're at a little bit of a decision point to kind of take a breather and just see where this actually does want to go, because we had that gap fill and a pretty strong move off that moving average. And in my opinion, we're a little bit of a neutral zone waiting for some type of decision to the upside or downside. So I don't really like the NASDAQ on the daily right now. It's not telling me too much.
How about anything you like on the 30-minute chart, or a shorter time frame, or a different time frame chart?
On the 30-minute chart, again, I think we respected our options hedge levels pretty well, really similar to the ES, which is a good sign in general for how I want to be trading during actual New York session. Like if there's any significant divergence between the NQ and ES, that's like a pretty big checkbox for me to say, let's stay hands off until we can see some type of reconciliation of price action. Like obviously there's different single equities that make up these two composites, but if they're trading drastically differently, I don't love kind of trading one, especially if it's like totally opposite of what the other one is doing. So we're seeing good confluence between both of those. But to be totally honest, the only thing that I like today for any sort of actionable play is all the way up at like 25,737 to like 760. There's a little bit of zone of resistance up there. And that's really what I'm seeing for like just a low percentage probability of continuation to the upside based on the range that we've made the past several days.
Okay.
on the NQ in general. So I would look for a rejection up there. We also had some pretty good selling activity from 42, basically all the way up to 790. So 742 to 790, it's a pretty big zone, but we saw really good selling activity there during yesterday's trading session. So to have that selling activity in confluence with that 736 to 760-ish area that I'm looking at, I'll probably look to short up there. Otherwise, I feel like because we're pretty close to where we closed yesterday and we had a lot of room to the downside, like I don't see a lot of valuable areas to enter long or short right now. And that's not necessarily because of my profit potential. It's more because of my loss potential. If I can't have a measured stop loss, I'm not going to be entering a trade because I don't want to lose my pants on, a 30-point scalp. So up at
No.
750, I have a measured stop. So I would try rejections up there.
Okay, awesome. One of the things that we've been kind of noticing and talking about a little bit is the fact that on this pullback, it's largely been probably short time frame controlled. I don't think we're seeing any major adjustments in longer time frame inventories because the market is targeting and respecting short time frame levels. The longer time frame, they don't care about points of control. They don't care about little day session gaps. And the market has been basically trading right to like this is the weekend gap low here. So, yesterday it traded and closed that gap. Okay, great. Where did it trade to next? It traded to the next session gap, which was the day before, and closed it in the overnight session to the tick. So again, this kind of says this pullback isn't longer time frame adjustment. It's shorter time frame traders. The question then becomes, at what level does the short time become too short? If there's no real adjustment in the longer time frame, and we've got a lot of short-term selling coming off those highs, at some point we're going to see them capitulate, and the last of the laggard sellers is going to be in this market, and that is when we're going to see possibly a relatively decent pullback back to the upside. Maybe not change the current area of balance that we're in, but be aware of that. Amanda, I love the idea that you're looking at this kind of the upper area. You were mentioning like 740s as one area, and then 780s to 790s, 25 800 is an area, and that takes us back to value area high from yesterday. And it also kind of is about an equal range from what we had largely in the regular trading hour session yesterday. So, if we don't really have much of an overnight inventory, which we don't, we're opening in range. We're opening maybe the low of value. Settlement is right here, 25,575 and a quarter. We have to see what this market looks like. If we reject value right away, then I could see, going back down and rechecking this session gap that we went through in the overnight in the regular trading hours. I much prefer them to be kind of filled in regular trading hours, and then possibly a look down to weekly kickoff low, 25,143. But if re-acceptance inside value from yesterday, I do like the idea of maybe seeing opportunities to take shorts up around that value area high is 77, 770, 780, 790 in that area that you were talking about, Amanda. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I do. I like it. And I think what you're saying is a good point about how respected a lot of these gaps and these levels are on the short time frames, right? A lot of the levels that I had on both NQ and ES were respected during ETH. And so that gives me confidence going into New York session to say, all right, price action was playing in my favor with what my analysis was anticipating. So it's giving me a little bit of more confidence to want to, attempt those shorts up at 750, attempt those shorts on that ES level as well, just because price action's been really good on the small time frames lately. So I'm going to keep on riding that wave until it tells me otherwise.
Keep on keeping on. Jay, what do you think?
I love that 750 area. I have a price 734 that I'm looking at
A little
here.
lower.
There was, in that zone though. I mean, it's the Nasdaq, right? So 734 to 760. It's all the zone there. But I do like that general area for potential rejection. If we get up there during the New York session, and we don't see volume trade up there, then I think higher probability that we just fall right back into this range. 11 a.m. Central Time yesterday, we had some pretty decent selling that came in there. That range is the range of that candle 25,640 up to those 760s in that zone. So right around 50% of that range, 734 in that area. Yeah, I'm looking for a rejection up there as well. That might mean that there's a 100-point long into it. So I do want to watch how this opening range.
It's true.
For the New York session starts. We do have pretty flat overnight inventory here, but if we see some urgency, Hogue, to the upside on the New York session open, where we see volume come in, VWAP leaves that opening range pretty early. I think they're just going to run it to the 750s, and then we'll assess from there. But I do like the idea of looking for some rejection up there, whether you're long and taking profits or flat and looking to take a short up there. I think that's a spot that the market is definitely going to react to. So we will see from there.
All right. Jay, I was just putting a box around that bar. What was the 11 o'clock bar yesterday? And you're halfway through that is exactly at last week's low.
Interesting.
Little
We
confidence.
shall see what happens, Hogue. We will see what happens, Hogue.
Little confidence. We will see.
Yes, there is.
All right. Anything else anybody wants to mention on the 30-minute here in the Nasdaq?
No, I think it looks good.
I'm good to go.
Good. All right. Awesome. Great stuff. Thank you very much for all of your analysis, everybody. And that's what we've got. Hopefully, we've been able to put these markets in some sort of accurate context. Everybody has been mentioning, I can only take the trade if I can manage risk. That's just huge. Everything is about risk management. And remain patient, folks. Remain patient in your trading. Great stuff, guys.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We got a couple trades on here in the house account. We're long gold and we're actually short crude oil. Crude did trigger a short here. JD, you want to update us on those trades real quick?
For sure. Crude oil short a couple of micros from 60.10. It's only a couple ticks against us right now. We're not taking a whole lot of risk on this trade, less than $100. Our gold long's looking pretty good at the moment. I'm working to cover one of our gold contracts at 39.92.30. That'll be at 1 hour and give us a free trade in gold if that first profit target hits. So not looking too bad on these opening range breakout trades.
Trading it up this morning.
Long gold, short crude. My friend P2K in the chat says these people do a whole lot of talking and no trading. Well, here you go. You got 2 trades already, and there's still a lot more trading to do for the trading day. So JD, why don't we go through it? Who is on the schedule for TopstepTV today? Who's trading with us?
Welcome to the show, P2K. Don't forget to hit like and subscribe on your way out. Who's on the show today? It is Wednesday, November 5th. Coming up after this, Fast Markets, Andre, Jack, Hogue, Braden C, and Dakota will be here. 11 o'clock, Hogue's coming back for the morning recap. He's going to take a look at the trades we took here in the opening call and any trades we may potentially take in Fast Markets coming up next. Rising Star, Creed C is back. Coach Jay and I will be here to talk to Creed at 11:15 Central Time. Jack and Ben will be here for the shoulder tap at 12 o'clock, noon Central Time. They're going to roast and toast a couple traders. We'll look at some live leaders, see what's going on in the live markets for our live traders at that hour. Group coaching, 12:15 Central Time. Me, Hogan, Hoop. We're going to put a form up in the chat in just a little while. If you have a question for one of the three of us, grab that link, ask the question, and we will answer it live here on TopstepTV. 1 o'clock, we've got Trade with Topstep. Jack, Paul, H, and Dolby Time will be here. And we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Mandy, and Dolby Time. Plenty of tradertainment coming your way today, right here on TopstepTV. Don't go anywhere.
Not go anywhere. While you're here, do us a favor, like JD said, hit that thumbs up button. Quote some prices really quick here. We got the Nasdaq trading 25,558. The S&P is trading 68.01 quarter. We have gold trading 39.89.50. House count is long from 39.83.80. So nice trade we got going on there. Looking to maybe take one of these contracts off at the 92.30, I believe JD said. And crude oil, correct. Last trade 60.17. 60.17. House count is short 2 micros from 60.10 in crude oil. Crude is a tough one. Let's see if we get some extension. Again, we do have inventories coming out later, so that could bring us some volatility. But gonna need some energy, Hogue. Gonna need some energy to trade below $60 here in crude oil.
There's a pretty decent bid on.
We need energy.
There's a 180 bid on the 60 bid right now in the micros, Hogue. You seen anything in the minis?
Yeah.
160, 180 on the micro bid. Yeah. Someone wants to get in the micros. Big fat round number in crude oil. Someone's looking to get in there.
We need energy.
What do they know that we don't?
That we do.
Why,
It could be quite a lot.
Why are we bidding 100 contracts in crude oil? Let's see if we fill it. That could be 10 ticks in the profit. Might look like what we saw in our gold trade yesterday, right, where we sweep that low, because that is, would that be the overnight low? Yeah, that would be the overnight low, or the session low, and maybe bounce from there. Again, 117 contracts in the big contract in crude oil, right at that major level, $60. Crude oil pushing here. Amanda, we're going to wrap fast markets in just a little bit. But again, for anyone who maybe missed you on Monday or haven't seen you on the show before, talk to us a little bit about Ascend Trading. Someone in the chat says, where have you guys been hiding this secret weapon? Amanda, talk to us a little bit about Ascend Trading.
Yeah. So Ascend Trading is a group that me and some of my colleagues have started to, ideally develop the next generation of professional traders. Our goal is really to provide a bunch of education, like through our YouTube channel, through a lot of the free lessons that we do have also like on Discord, to really get people just start to dip their toes a little bit more into like the quant trading space and looking at that back end data of how markets are actually moving from more of a market maker perspective. But really the goal here is like, even though we are retail traders and we're trading in our living rooms or in our offices, we can have a level of professionalism and risk management and analysis that can come from any sort of professional institution. So the goal for us is to educate, to make sure that our next generation of retail traders can just be good risk managers and actually make this a career if that's something that they really want.
Awesome stuff.
We're not here to gamble. We're here to make money and preserve profits.
Absolutely.
Nice.
Absolutely. So make sure you check out Amanda at Ascend Trading. JD, did we get out in one of those crude contracts? Did it get to no, 91.4 was that high?
In gold? No.
In gold,
We're
yeah,
still
gold.
in. Yeah, working 92.30. 92.30. Working somewhere.
Got you.
So, not quite yet.
See
just
Coach
swerved
Dakota
it.
in the green room. Yeah, right. It's like, oh, they want 92.30s. We'll make the show interesting. Make the
Maybe
show
later.
interesting.
Maybe
Got
later.
Coach Dakota in the chat. Says he's looking for 4,000s in gold this morning. See him in the green room. Maybe we have Dakota trading gold or fast markets. The team is almost ready, but still filing in here.
I want a donut.
Oh boy.
I want a donut too.
Funny that you guys say that. JD, we got one more piece of news.
Yeah, let me sweeten this pot up for you guys real quick. Guess what? Someone jumped the gun. This is a day most of us can eagerly get behind. Wednesday, November 5th. It is National Donut Day, everybody. The popular pastry comes in all kinds of forms, whether frosted or filled, or with sprinkles on top. And it's a likely sure bet your neighborhood has a donut shop that people gravitate to. The history of the term donut may date back to 1808. That's the earliest recorded use of the word in a short story Boston Times article. A year later, noted short story writer Washington Irving referenced donuts in his book, History of New York. His description was of sweetened dough fried in hog's fat. You can celebrate Donut Day by stopping by your local store. Maybe bring a box of donuts to work. I'm sure if you scoured the internet hard enough, you might even be able to find a free donut somewhere in your neighborhood.
Get your donuts. It is time
Get your
to
donuts.
make the donuts. Time to make the donuts. What's your favorite donut? Put your favorite donut in the chat.
If you don't say Boston cream, I don't want to know you.
Apple
Also,
fritter.
if someone says a cake, donut, get out of here. You have to have like
Too
the
dense.
traditional. Yeah,
Too
no.
dense. Yeah. I say
Is an
that
apple
too dense,
fritter
but my
technically a donut?
I don't know.
What, Hogue?
An apple fritter's an apple fritter, right?
Apple fritter. Is it technically a donut? That's what I. That's
You know
what?
what? On National
I don't
Donut
eat it.
Day,
No.
we can call it a donut. We can call
Ah,
it a donut.
good.
Oh, hey
That's
guys. Oh,
Just
don't
got
forget,
on
Hogue.
one.
A donut with no hole is a Danish, right? That's
Yes.
according to Chevy Chase.
So what about a donut
we just-
hole? Is a donut hole a Danish?
The Sun philosopher
It would be
Basho once said, "A donut without a hole is a Danish."
Is a hot dog a sandwich? Oh dear.
We've had this debate
yeah.
on air before. Is a hot dog
know.
a sandwich?
If we want to spiral
know.
right before New York session, here we go.
Let's fire the people up. Sound off in the chat. Guys, we did cover one of those gold trades. We got out of one at 39.92.30. We got a free trade on in gold right now. Locked in a little bit of profit, and we'll hold the runner for the auto liquidator possibly. No, we'll let market generated information tell us when to get out of this trade for sure. And we're still short crude. I hate crude.
Dakota has set the price. It's going up to 4,000.
Let's get 4,000s here. And every time we do one of these food segments, there's someone in the chat, and we appreciate it, right? Wall Soccer says, "Don't eat bad food. Take care of your body. No sugar." I don't consider donuts food. I consider them a treat, right? If I'm eating donuts every meal, then yeah, there's probably a problem there. But my favorite donut, apple crumble from Dunkin' Donuts. I was telling these guys in the green room that my first job ever was at Dunkin' Donuts, and I think they probably got rid of me because I ate all of the apple crumble donuts. But they were too damn good. Too good. I didn't really
Also,
sell many of those.
treats are good for your
they was eating
soul.
them all.
Treats are good for your soul. Might be bad for your teeth and your
Absolutely.
stomach, but good for your soul. Yeah.
Right. Absolutely. But I think the team is ready here. I see Andre in the background. We got Dakota and Braden as well. Ready to go? Ready to do it? Not yet. Not just yet. Let's keep talking about donuts.
Almost.
Almost. A donut without a hole is a trade without a stop loss.
Yeah.
Interesting
Ooh.
take. Interesting take.
Interesting.
I'll put that in my trading journal today. I'll really reflect on that one.
Put that in the book.
Absolutely. All right. I think we're good to go. Amanda, JD, great stuff as always. Amanda, we're going to be seeing you back sometime. Is it this week? Next week? Remind
I'll
the
be
chat
here
when you're coming back.
Friday, I think, with Coach Dakota for Fast Markets.
Awesome. So Amanda
Yes.
trading on fast markets, not just getting the analysis, but getting to see some of these trades play out as well.
Awesome.
So I look forward to that. Hogue, I think we are officially ready now. Let's do the thing. Take us into fast markets.
Let's do the thing. JD, always a pleasure. Amanda, a pleasure to be with you. Looking forward to seeing you on Fast Markets on Friday. That is going to be awesome. And yes, folks, you don't win a prize, but I always like to call out the early birds in the chat. Dan Trader first in the chat today. Again, you win the prize, which is nothing. But Tommy, we've got Rockin' with Kevin, who got a payout. Rockin' with Kevin, congratulations. I saw that first thing this morning. Very excited about that. So again, congratulations rolling with Kevin. We got Shubin, we got Man Caves, we got Anastasios, we got Socrates or Socrates, whichever one you prefer. We got Cool Bash, we got Gorillionaire, we got Alexandre. I like to call him Alexandre. We got John Jones, and once again, a great name, Chillin' once again. All of you, the early birds in the chat this morning, great to have all of you, of course, here with us today. As always, I remind you, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Pray for peace every day. And here we go, man. It is time for Fast Markets in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Oh, huge day. Wednesday. Who we got in the house? Braden in the middle. Dakota on the right. There's the horses. Let's get into this. Man in the middle. Braden, what's happening? Happy Wednesday. How's it going today? Thoughts coming into this trade?
Yeah, crazy sell-off yesterday during the New York session. A little bit of follow-through in the overnight. We bounced, recovered. We're about 300 points off the overnight low. Man, after really heavy selling days like that, I really like to follow the momentum and not fight it. So I'll look for shorts kind of as we're off of overnight lows.
Locked in, Braden. I like it. Dakota, thoughts coming into this trade? Huge sell-off overnight. Saw during slow markets as well yesterday. Where do we go from here? Are the lows in for now?
BTFD, man. Last night we seen a huge bounce off the lows. We were down like over 1%, recovered. We're in the green. Same with gold. Gold, we were down to like these 340s, 330s. We're bounced. We're bumping up against 4,000. I'm watching gold right here, looking to see if we could go touch 4,000. I asked on the social media, where's Michael Burr's stop loss? We're gonna go look for that. Look for that today. And yes,
like
yeah. I don't know if Hug's listening. I was calling the user Socrates or Socrates. It's Socrates. Socrates.
Is that what it is? I thought it was Socrates as well. I wasn't totally sure. I've seen the name in the chat. Very active. Absolutely love it. All right, we got about 90 seconds till the opening bell. Let's take a look at some of these prices. MQ trading 25,543. Overnight lows of 25,282 or so. Gap filled there. Gap filled in the ES. Last trade, I call it 6,800. Gold closing in on 4,000, trading at 39.95. We got crude trading $60.19. House account is in a short in crude from $60.10. Also along a one lot in micro gold from $39.83. Man, let's get into this. Any prices of interest here, Braden, when we look at the Nasdaq? Are you going to be trading anything else today? Last time you're on, you're trading some crude. A couple times before that, you're trading micro Bitcoin. What are we locked in on today?
Yeah, mainly looking at NQ. Maybe if we see something set up intraday on gold, I might take a small position, just like a side position on crude. I know the house account's short crude, so I like that idea, but mainly NQ.
The NQ sounds good. Jack will be joining us here shortly. Again, we had ADP before the bell. Came out better than expected. Actual 42,000 private jobs added with a forecast of 30,000. Good news there. We did see interest rates continue to go higher now, well above 4.11%. Speaking of interest rates, we got Jack Bond 007 joining us. There he is. We are now open. Jack, how's it going? Thoughts coming into this trade?
Yeah, that was kind of a hysterical dip last night. Great buy. If we remember that 67.50 level, kind of where it bottomed out. If you got in too early, you got smoked. But that was some knee-jerk reaction to polling results and stuff like that. And those things usually reverse. Hogue has a great story about that in the 2016 election. But for now, yeah, let things settle in. I kind of agree with Braden about staying with this downtrend. If we can find some shorts, that's where I'm at.
Everyone panic. Everyone panic.
All right. Yep. A little buying here out of the gate in the NQ. 25,570. Last trade there. Take a look at micro Bitcoin. During power hour yesterday, we dipped beneath 100,000. We got into the 99,000 handle. Now above it. Trading 103,110. Last trade there in micro Bitcoin. Take a look at the tilt 50-50 across the board right now. What kind of numbers do we have coming out? Oh, we got more. We've got the U.S. S&P Services PMI in about 15 minutes. And then at top of the hour, Supreme Court ruling on the tariff case. Tariff.
Yeah, that's going to be
Is that, are we getting the final verdict there? Is that what that is?
That's the ruling. I think we're going to see some volatility.
The ruling.
That could bring some volatility for sure.
Maybe showing that. Also, top of the hour, we have more services PMI. Again, at 9:30 a.m. Central, we got everyone's favorite number of EIA crude oil inventories. Trump to speak at noon Central. We got a lot on the docket today, but that huge ruling from Supreme Court. Supreme Court, man. It's about that. We'll take a look. So maybe we do get that. I've never televised that, do they, Jack? I don't know. Anyways, we'll see if we get that. We're hearing the arguments today. Thank you.
It would be sick.
All right, little Sullivan coming back in. Not the ruling, just the hearing. Thank you for that. Look at chat. Chat always locked in, bringing their A game each and every day here on TopstepTV. And ES stuck right at 6,800s. pretty muted open. Jack, you take a peek at the ADP numbers. Thoughts? Pretty much the only job number we're getting now since we're in government shutdown day, whatever, 40, 38. A little better than expected. We did see rates pop, though. Rates continue. 10-year rate continues to go in the wrong direction. Now we're well above 4.1%. Luis, what's going on over there?
Man, it's hard to say. We're still flying kind of blind. I mean, you can see that there was sort of a muted reaction to the ADP number, right? Even though it was pretty big beat or whatever else, but we don't know what's going on in the job market right now. I think anecdotally, everyone feels you see all these layoff announcements and what have you. So figure it out at some point. We get the BLS back in action.
Yeah. Behind the sell-off, it's just this this gradual technical sell-off that we've seen kind of accelerated overnight. Again, Nasdaq bottomed out overnight, 25,282. We're about 300 points higher now. Something's going on, and I can't really. Maybe that repo stuff. We'll talk about that later. Take a look at these prices. Last trade in.
I'm going to take a long here in gold from 91. 91.7.
91.7.
Targeting 4,000.
What account is this, Dakota?
This is I'm waiting for something. I'm waiting for my account to be made. So this is a combined while I wait.
Good. And pull up the Pro Ball. Saw that on Killer Tip. Saw it on. Yep. All right, you left from 39.91. How many times there, Dakota?
Two micros.
All right.
I was gonna build a position, but it bounced pretty quick.
What are you looking for to the upside? Again, last trade 39.93. 4,000 evens.
Yep, 4,000. Maybe a retest of these 08s that we seen yesterday. Come back, test those 08s. We'll see.
Now we have Nasdaq selling off a little bit here. 25,512. Call it. I got overnight view up about 40 points lower at 25,472. Now we're closing on those 500s. 25,500 prints. And ES trading 67.93. Crude grinding lower now. $60.03. 50 on the tilt.
15 points in the ES to the downside would bring us to the 6750 SPX level, which I have as
750.
The highest negative gamma strike. Could be a place to look for a bounce. That also closes a gap in the SPX.
All right, overnight low 67.48 half in the ES. Last trade 67.93. Take a look at the ladder. Anything jumping off the page right now? Looking at level 2 data on TopstepX. Nothing right now. It's pretty much 20 on the bid, 20 on the ask. Pretty muted open right now. We got a lot more coming up. We got a number in 10 minutes or so. Hell, see that pin at the top of the chat? It says Topstep Daily Levels. Click on that link. And so we update and refresh those before every New York Open.
Those are amazing.
Indicator tab, top of TopstepX. You get those right there on your charts by typing in, Topstep Daily Levels. Those are right there on your charts on TopstepX. Again, update, refresh before every New York Open. 67.95. Samsonite. That got me, chat.
I'm going to scratch this trade and wait. I'm going to be a little bit more patient. So I'm going to scratch this. If we start to, scratch it. Scratch it. That was a break-even trade.
There's 3 outcomes to a trade, 2 of which are acceptable. Well, 2 of which we'll take. Scratch and a winner. Losers, you got to manage those. So, well done. Put that in the book. 67.92 in the ES. A little more solid here in the NASDAQ. Closing in on overnight view. About 20 points to go to the downside. And back up to 25,500. We'll pull back in gold. Go ahead, Jack.
You can see this more clearly when we look at the SPX and on the 4-hour candles. But we had kind of this island top working on closing the gap to here at least. So we're getting back into this range we were in back in the distant old days of early October where we hung out for a while.
Damn,
So if I'm bullish, I do like a little bit below here for longs.
Yeah, man. Right back around. Right
It's
back to
volatile.
6,800. Yeah, buyers stepped in for sure there. 6,800. So in the ES, we did kiss the 6790s, and buyers stepped in. Popped it right back up to 6798. And we got a number in about 8 minutes.
Oh, damn it. Gold's pumping now. That's all right. That's all right. I don't mind.
Same
Scratch
price,
is a winner
level.
for me.
39.93. Last trade we are in.
Order filled. I'm going to get in 5 micros here. Micro crude at 60.06. Looking for the break of 60. I just like the way we continue to see exhaustion off of 61s. Every test of the upside past 60 keeps getting kind of slapped back down. So looking for the break under 60 on that, but that's just a little side trade. 5 micros.
Side trade to get you going here. All right, last trade 60.06.
Actually, let me update that some more. Actually, I like the weight of this. I'm going to actually do 10 micros.
Okay.
Let's do 10 micros at 07.
Short 10 MCL from 60.07. House account short, what? 2 micro crude from $60, 10 cents. So pretty much right there.
You like to short, Braden. You're really good at shorting these markets.
Yeah, I guess I feel like I don't really like to short, but I guess when I do short, I mean, if you can nail a short, you just kind of come out looking good most of the time because they play out pretty quick and they're, nice trades usually, nice clean trades, as opposed to longs that could take hours.
Mm-hmm.
Was it slides faster than it glides? Elevator down, escalator up?
Slides faster than it glides. I haven't heard that one for some
That's
reason.
a Michael Patakism right there. That is a Michael Patakism. That's definitely in the book. 25,570. Buyers pushing Nasdaq higher. Session highs. You like that one to go to session highs. Free market 25,596. See what this number is. Number again in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. We will get the U.S. ISM Services PMI. Sorry. Different PMI. U.S. S&P Services PMI final. Expected 55.2. Got some more PMIs at the top of the hour. President's scheduled to speak. Saw some coming out from the president already this morning. Again, government shutdown starting to maybe creep in a little bit.
You think we'll be shut down for Thanksgiving?
Oh, man. I mean, why not? At this point, why not? Let's set a record. Why not, man?
We broke it. We're past the record, right?
History, man. History, absolutely. We got 4,000 people watching all across the globe. Please click subscribe, click like, click notify. You'd be so kind. We got Braden right now short some micro crude. House is short some micro crude and long a little micro gold. Last trade 39.91 to go. There's your price. Right now, everything's pretty muted. Feels like we got a big day coming up today. What kind of earnings? What do we have for earnings before the bell? AMD. That's some of those chip maker earnings come out. Jack, did Palantir earnings really get this sell-off going? Just overvaluations and AI stuff? I cannot pinpoint what this gradual sell-off is about. I mean, I know the Fed injecting liquidity, something there maybe. I cannot.
I think the bigger thing is, I think what kind of started this party was Facebook specifically took a big dive, and Facebook's earnings, once again, Zuckerberg's done this before. They had banger, like as a company, they're like clicking on all cylinders, but they are also spending a massive amount. And this was the first time that I've seen one of the big hyperscalers get dinged for spending also on CapEx. So we got Google and we got Meta. We got Google releasing 50-year bonds. 50-year bonds.
50
at 1% above treasuries. And Facebook's taking on debt too. So that's the first sign that all these sort of asset light companies that have been ruling this are going to get more capital intensive. And then the Palantir earnings, I mean, there was a huge kind of no opinion on the long-term price of it. So don't think I'm being like a doomer here, but there was a big blow off sort of top on the number, and then it's sold off ever since.
Because
plus Carp
that was
gave
a
some
beat
really
and
weird
raise,
interviews.
right? That was a beat and raise, and you have like that Michael Burr come out with a big short on
Yes, that people
Palantir.
mischaracterized a little bit, using the notional value of the options instead of the value of the options. Yeah, I think there was just a lot of narratives towards like, yes, it was a big beat, but also their big beat, they made 1.2 billion in revenue that quarter. This is a $500 trillion company, or it was at that point. And you look at you look at other companies in the trillion club, they're making, not to compare them, but Google made like 100 billion in revenue in a quarter.
Speaking of trillion, is Elon trying to angle for a $1 trillion pay package from Tesla? Did I see that? Was that fake news?
Yeah, and they voted on it. I mean, he could. The stock's got to go.
Incredible. Gold selling off. Nice cut there. Dakota 39.86 last trade.
Nice.
I'm in a short micro and Q at 523. I've got 3 micros short. I'm looking for the break of 500s here. Kind of liked how we came up, tested the highs of the open, and then faded it. Kind of watching this 5-minute candle, letting it play out. I want to see a bearish close on it. We've got about a minute left. Would like to see it close to 500, and then want to look for a break of 500 and kind of that break of 490. See if we can start making a push into kind of overnight support where we saw some orders kind of hold this market up at 450. But let's see if we can get a bearish close out of this 5-minute.
Sure, 523. We got number in 20 seconds. Not the biggest of market movers, but we got, hey, you know, the tip of the week is this week. We'll touch on that in a little bit, but anything can't happen. We got a number here in 10 seconds. Services PMI final. Expected 55.2. Actual is 54 point in line, pretty much in line, 54.8 in line.
All right, I'm
Stop. Go ahead.
I'm long Nasdaq 541.
541. What are you seeing in the longs?
Yep, I'm just watching. Nvidia's green. We got Google, Meta, Broadcom, Tesla. We got a lot of green across the board, and not a lot of red. And now we just bounced off that 510, rallied up to these 40s. We pulled back to these 20s, and we put in a higher low right here on this 100 tick. So I'm looking for continuation up. At least go test these 70s.
Let's trade 25,000, 551, 551. Yes, pretty much glued to 6,800s right now, trading 67.98. 10-year prices continue to grind lower. Take a peek at that 10-year yield. 4.123%. Going in the wrong direction. New lows in 10-year prices. Next up, number the top of the hour. Are you still in the crude trade, Braden?
Yeah, I'm gonna probably hold that. I mean, that's a slow mover. I'll just stay in that one.
Love it.
I'll take one off at 65. See if we get that push into these 70s, and I'll hold up one for a runner.
Lows 10-year.
There's 70s.
ES pumping as well. How many did you get long?
Just 5. And I'm long 2 now.
Okay.
Yeah, I got these 70s. It's looking like we might just break through all this. All right, I'll keep one on for a runner. And yeah, there's that.
Yes.
Yeah, I got stopped out. I'm gonna try again above 600. That's really the only trade I like today, honestly. I want to follow that momentum from yesterday. I'll try it again above 600 if I see some exhaustion. Other than that, I can't get I just can't get behind the long idea today with the way I'm thinking about it. So I'll try to get above 600 though. Try to get a better entry.
So you're talking about the 10-year rates. Go to my charts really quick. We were back. I had forgot about this chart that I've been marking for a while. These are the 10-year yields. The blue line was the first rate cut, and the white line is where rates were immediately before it was announced. So we were above for a while, dipped below, and now we are back above. Not you don't want to see the trend when you're cutting rates that the rates on the long end, this is the 10-year in this case, are keep on going higher. That happened after the two previous rate cuts as well.
It's
because this is what affects your mortgage and stuff. It's not what the Fed's doing.
It's the weakness in the system, Jack. All right, new highs, session highs in the Nasdaq, 25,613 ES. Same story over there, 6809. Now 6810s print. New session highs there. Buyers have stepped in. Nice cut there, Braden. 25,620. Oh, 73% long in the tilt in the Nasdaq right now.
Yeah, I've got some micros lined up for like short limit orders through the 600s and into the low 700s. And man, if I get filled on this, it's for me, it's like an overnight low. I'm looking for the overnight lows. That's really the only trade I like here. Kind of a recovery, into the overnight, little pump out of the open. I still want to follow the momentum to the downside. If this thing just V-shapes, obviously that could happen, right? But that's the trade I really like. So I'm going to be patient, kind of set up this limit order to get filled as this thing shows strength through 600, try to catch this reversal. And that's the idea with this trade. There's not much else I would take apart from kind of trying to catch a short through the 600. So I'll set up some orders there and see if we can see how high this can go.
Good. Well, I'll tell you what's selling off right now is gold. Gold now trading at $39.79, Dakota. $39.79. Looking about a $20 sell-off right now. Dakota was just long up around $39.91. Cut that trade. Good scratch there. And gold has seen some movement to the downside. Count pass. Thanks, all, says Brian in the chat. Oh, yeah, nice job. Also saw Harrison saying Wednesday continues to be my best day. Up 4K already on $150,000 combine. Well done. Good start.
Dang.
Here's the anomaly with crude here. I've never seen a market look so much like it wants to break a level and not break it. If it doesn't break 60 here, I'll be astonished. Astonished.
Like it, Braden.
There goes the Nasdaq.
Yeah,
up 80 points on this.
There's your runner.
Yep. That runner's cooking.
25,627 new session highs. ES 68 to 12.5. New session highs here in the New York. We're only about 20 minutes in this New York session. And a number at the top of the hour. 10-year is continuing to sell off. Prices go down. Yields go up.
Squeeze.
Ooh, boy. This is getting interesting.
Are you watching this, Jack? I mean, this is why are equities going up? 25,633.
Because they're equities.
Charitably? No, maybe there's people selling their bonds by equities.
I guess.
Could happen.
I guess. Yeah, that's true. Very true.
Man.
68.14. 68.14 core now halves in the ES. Just pumping higher here. 73% long on that NASDAQ tilt. Crude, just stubborn right now, Braden. Just a couple, just a dime above $60. We got to $60.03. Wants to tap on it.
Yep.
Come on. I'd be astonished too. I like that word, astonished. I like that.
That's right. Let's do this. I'm gonna add 2 minis crude. Same idea.
Hell yeah.
Oh wait, hold on a second. It's because I have these orders on.
Contracts.
All right, so I've got two mini crude and 10 micro crude. Short 60-13 on the minis.
All right, 2CL $60.13 or 10 micro from $60.07. Still pumping here. The US and the Nasdaq. 25,640. Dakota.
Mm-hmm.
What are you long from again? 541.
100 points lower.
Yes, you are.
543.
543. Where are they going to take this thing, Dakota?
We're going all-time highs.
Get out of here. Where are you managing your stop? Where do you take it?
As Dan Edmonds mentions in the chat, Trump said stocks will go to all-time highs again. He's got to put a time on it. He didn't say buy today, but Dakota is listening. Let's see what happens here.
You know exactly, yeah. Within the next 10 years.
Yes.
Fair enough.
Treasury started selling off after that ADP number, and it might be as easy as the fewer rate cuts coming down the pipe. You can see right at 7:15 is when this party got started. We're looking at the ZN now, so this is where we're seeing the yields rise.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and take profit here. I don't want to make too much. 118 points.
Too much.
There we go. 118 points.
Just like that. Wow.
Like
Look at that. Look at this push higher here. We are cooking to the upside. ES, just all buyers in sight. The last 5-6 minutes, we're seeing about a 25-point rally in the ES. Nasdaq looking at 110-point rally. Dakota got out. Nice trade. Nice scratch on the gold. Then to take the long in the Nasdaq.
I'm ready for that live account, Andre.
They're really, I blame you. I do not blame you. They are still pumping this thing higher. Yes.
Someone says, why did I take profit here? Why not hold? Well, this is a level of support and resistance that I was watching, these 670s. And so 120 points after what we seen yesterday is I'm happy with. I'm happy with it. Got my runner up 550 on this.
Nice start. Little profit taking. Little. What a pump higher there.
Yeah, Bitcoin's back to 103,200 in the spot. It dipped below 100K at the end of the session yesterday, but also a couple times in the after hours last night. Didn't get too far below it.
What's the big trade that our guys got on? Is he short or long? It's gonna be long.
He's got like a little puny trade from his angle. He's long 700 Bitcoin and 16,000 Ethereum.
Nice.
He's still down on the trade, but he was down a lot more.
Who?
The Bitcoin whale, the guy that made 120 million. We've been following his account since. He's put on a few other trades.
Man, for some reason I thought someone had a big wallet that got liquidated. I thought it was him.
I'm sure a few of those happened yesterday.
Oh man. We're all learning together. Is 10-year selling good for market or bad in general? So ask working. It
Depends on why.
Yeah.
But
I personally think this is bad. I think personally this is bad. But what do I mean?
I don't think it's definitely not good.
Not good.
I mean, as I said, the 10-year yield is the best proxy for things you care about, like mortgages. And we've come a long way towards. Let me pull that up again really quick.
I want to talk about the repos, Jack. I can't get it out of my head.
I will at some point.
I know. I cannot get it out. I know. You don't think it's a big deal? They haven't done this since.
It's already tapering off. Here.
They did it for a reason.
Yeah. We'll go into what the reasons are. I mean, if you look at
why do they need liquidity?
Rates going back to 2007, we got all the way down to basically zero. This is where people won by getting mortgages during the COVID times, about 0.5% yield on that. This is your inflation, everything that's happening here. And then we've been pretty tight. So from this level, yeah, I would not like to see this. I would not like us to revisit 4.5. That would make things very tricky.
4.5? Ooh, very spicy too. More buyers in the ES. More buyers, 68.24.5. I got a number in about 2.5 minutes. Not the biggest market mover. We'll jump in and give you that number, but hey, I got to get my man's take on what we're seeing right now. All these buyers in the house. Let's bring them in. You saw him in opening call. The man, the myth, the legend, upper right-hand corner. Got the rally sweater. What is up, John Hoagland? What's happening, man? How about these markets? Buyers in the house.
Yeah, well, they certainly have come in for these markets this morning. Good morning, Andre. Good morning, Jack. Good morning, Braden. Good morning, Dakota. Good morning, Andrea. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, we certainly see some buyers coming in here, and we've been talking over the last few days in the opening call about who have been the sellers. The sellers off the all-time high have been the short time frame sellers. At some point, all of those short time frame sellers are going to get too short in the hole, and we're going to see a pretty decent move in the opposite direction, which may be what we're looking at here so far today. Now, we were looking this morning in the S&Ps at 68, I think around 30, and I kind of value high 68.30-ish as a potential resistance area. Amanda was talking about an area similar to that in the Nasdaq. They were looking up around, let's just call it 25,740 for some potential resistance. But so far, it's been all buyers this morning. Opening ranges were not left at the dead low, but one of the things in the Nasdaq, this is one of the reasons why we believe that this is shorter time frame traders, is we closed a session gap last night almost to the tick. When the market when the market respects these short time frame levels like that, that's what tells me it's shorter time frame traders, and they are, by all rights, looking at the all-time high where the market's been going. Shorter time frame sellers, they're short in the hole here, folks. They are short in the hole. Take a look at the S&Ps. What has it respected? It has respected lots of things on the way down. We've got the gap. We've got another gap close here. We've got this gap close. We've got the weekly kickoff low, which was tested last night.
Number 10 seconds.
67.60. No acceptance below that, and we're starting to see all of these shorts kind of bailing out on all of this. There you go. We got some numbers coming out here at 9 o'clock.
Pretty much in line, Hogue. Pretty much in line. Scratch that. What was it? Did not get that update there. I'm not getting the update. More PM. Gold is absolutely getting. Gold did not like the number.
No.
U.S. ISM service. You gentlemen have the number handy. I'm not getting the actual just yet. We are seeing a reaction here in gold.
Yeah, I've got it here. Just give me a second.
Yeah.
Get the right thing here.
68.18 last trade.
Non-manufacturing employment is still in retraction. They were looking for 47.6. It actually came out a little better than expected at 48.2.
Yeah.
Non-manufacturing new orders was hot. That came out at 56.2. They were looking for 51. Manufacturing PMI also came out in expansion, 52.4. They were looking for 50.7.
Oh, 10-year,
and
dude.
Non-manufacturing prices also a little bit hot. They came out at 70. They were looking at for 68. So there's those numbers.
Stagflation fears.
Yeah,
10-year too. Along with the 10-year on this weekly chart here, we've actually finally, for the first time in a long time, seen the dollar strengthening and coming up to a big technical level right here. Going back to where the low here was before the first cut. We're seeing this rise here probably based on the idea that we're reducing our probability of further rate cuts. And the 10-year, as you mentioned, let me go
look at
in
that
further.
chart. Hello.
Oh boy. Okay.
Yeah. This is getting real. Is this getting real yet?
Ooh, that's the 10-year?
That's the yields. Those are yields.
No, that's the bond. Okay.
That's the 10-year yield. Let's take a look at the ZNZ. Oh boy. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's getting a little spicy.
Oh, come on, man. Come on. Gold selling off here. 39.75. ES drinks. Come on. matter.
The Fed Fund Tool has it at what, 70%?
Was. I'll take a peek for you.
I would imagine it's changing in real time right now, but
Yes,
yeah,
it
they're saying
is.
70% right now.
Still?
I don't know how delayed that is.
Yep, I'm seeing
We just
7%
released
probability
a
of a
number.
25 basis point cut. December 10th. December 10th will be the final FOMC meeting of 2025. Bounce there in gold. Hogue, has anything fundamentally changed based on open interest? Anything? The winds are changed. You felt it. We felt something yesterday. Something was amiss, if you will. Are you seeing anything in the numbers? We take a peek underneath the hood in equities.
Well, there was one thing that was very interesting in the Nasdaq yesterday, and we opened with a gap. We never closed the gap to the previous regular trading hour session. We drove lower most of the session, almost all of the session. I would even go so far as to say is to almost call that a trend day to the downside. However, the estimated increase in open interest was a loss of 400 contracts. So all of that selling coming in yesterday didn't bring in new selling. It's one of the things that tells me that this is not longer time frame sellers. These have been shorter time frame sellers, and been kind of looking for the last couple of days for a move in the opposite direction. And we were starting to see that until those numbers came out. But as far as the longer time frame, I think we're still heading for all-time highs again sometime soon. I don't see any major breaks in the market state. We are overall on the daily chart. We were kind of stuck in a range here. We've closed the gap. We've looked lower. We're starting to see some buying coming back into this market. If these are short time frame traders, so be it. There are still buyers coming into the market. But as far as like the longer time frame, we're still putting in higher highs. We're still putting in higher lows. The Nasdaq is holding up a little bit better than the S&Ps.
Yeah, it is.
S&Ps, the estimated increase in open interest yesterday was 17,000 contracts to the short side. So we did see, while the market, while open interest has largely been waffling for the past couple of sessions, we've seen about 37,000 contracts come into the short side here. And again, just because of the way the market and price action is respecting shorter time frame traders, it's another reason that makes me believe that we've got the short time frame traders just way too short in the hole here. And unless we bring in new selling, new business to the short side, I think all of these weaker hand shorts they're going to get ripped at some point. New information, of course, can change that. It can all change with a tweet, but that's just what I'm seeing so far here this morning. No major changes, however, Andre, in market state and longer time.
Spy it. Yep. Spy every dip. Look at that. Spy that pullback in the ES. Yep. Wow. 68.24 last trade, about 2 ticks off the highs there. Nasdaq 25,680 and closing on some. Wow.
Crude oil is just doing nothing.
It's unbelievable. Braden, I'm still astonished. What is that? It's just crude doesn't move. They've got it.
Yeah.
Range.
Coming up on SPX 6,800 right here, now.
Wow. 5,702s. 68.26 in the ES. Braden, bottom of the hour, we do have those EIA crude oil inventory numbers. So keep an eye out for that. But buyers are in the house in the equities. That's for dang sure.
Yeah, I've got some limit orders, 716 through 727, trying to kind of get an average of 720s here. 3 micros. I'll update you in a sec.
Okay.
We might get filled here.
Still pumping. What a push higher here. 68.29.5 in the ES. When the bell rang, New York bell rang, we were trading about 67.98 or so. We're about 30 points higher. Nasdaq. No intention of slowing down. No intention of slowing down. Oh, man. Great catch in the chat. Braden, is that a Christmas tree behind you?
Yes.
Amazing. Wow.
I was wondering when I was going to get that question.
Well done.
Yeah,
You're
we're full on Christmas mode here.
Love it.
Already.
So you just go from Halloween to Christmas. We just skip over Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I mean, Thanksgiving is like, obviously, we love all the holidays here, but it's not super easy to decorate for. It's not like it's not the most popular holiday. We still love Thanksgiving, and we're definitely going to eat, but yeah, we'll decorate. Wow, I wonder if I should be getting in this short here.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yep.
No, you're good. I was thinking, like, I had orders right above that. I don't want to chase, but that is it's kind of the pullback I wanted to see. Yeah, but we've already set up Christmas. Like everything. We have 3 trees up in this house.
3. Okay.
We got a 12-foot tree that reaches up to the windows.
Yet.
Yeah. It's just
piss off some pilgrims there,
You play
it's
Mariah
like a
Carey
Wisconsin
on
bar with Christmas decorations just up all year.
Pretty much.
Snake and Jake's in New Orleans. America's only 365-day Christmas bar.
We are popping crude. Sellers jumping in the Nasdaq, popping gold as well. What is happening right now? Where we go?
I've never seen a market just hold a level so steady, even with all the rejections that we've seen off of 61. It just doesn't seem to it just doesn't seem to matter.
It didn't used to be this way.
It won't even like give you, I guess, yeah, it won't even give you like this whole week. It's been 59.90s. We've been finding buyers off of that low every single time we've tested it. I kind of you'd want to see 30s kind of get rejected, like one final failed attempt off of 60s and then turn around. But man, if this gets back to like 60, 50s, too much heat on the trade, I'll have to cut it.
25,678. Market cannot make up its mind right now. $680s now print. Very thin on the ladder.
Okay, I like that rejection on crude.
There you go.
If this gets sunk down back to like 20s, that would look good. Kind of like a failed break out of the lows. 60-30s finds rejection, and we sell back into 60-20s. That would be what I need to see on this trade.
Okay.
We need a failed upside auction here. Let's get back down below the IB highs, 60.25.
60.25. Okay. Let's trade 60.26.
So they have started the Supreme Court hearing. This will be a lot of reading tea leaves. I assume what people in the market, we are not qualified to comment on this, will be listening to is, after the arguments, any questions that the people have. Often you can kind of get where someone is leaning based on the kind of questions they're asking and how they're responding to them.
I added 2 minis crude short. So I'm in 4 minis, and then I have the 10 micros. 60-16. I like to sell back to 20s. I just added into that. I'm looking for the break to 60s now.
Okay.
As Hogue said, that failed upside auction. Just looking like that 60-30s comes up. We can't break any higher. We get faded back down into 60s. I have to be optimistic about a breakout trade here. That's just kind of that's my style of trading right there. Is a breakthrough 60s here. We'll see.
Very decisive execution on that ad.
Yeah, we just talked. You talked about it. I talked about that. 30s, and then we just talked about the 20s breaks. That's what I would like to see. If I'm seeing what I like to see, let me add into it because I'm seeing things that are giving me confidence in the trade. So I'm gonna add into it. Obviously, with crude, like I think last time I was on, I was kind of trying to add into positions that it wasn't really breaking. So I just kind of had a crappy average in the middle chop, but this especially with that heavy selling off 61, like 3-bar reversal on the hourly. Third test of this low. This is a trade that I'm pretty confident in. Obviously, this market isn't the easiest market to trade as far as looking for follow through in some of these trades, but I like this move through 60s. So I'm going to be in 4 minis.
Can I be devil's advocate? Could you like a trade too much?
Oh yeah, you can always like a trade too much, but I mean that's just kind of the business, I guess, right? But when you like a trade, swing at it, swing hard at it.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
I'm all
like
for
that.
that. I think Lance says that too, right? Like we wait for these big setups, and when you get these big setups, then it's okay to increase your size on some of those big setups, and he likes that idea. So do I. So do I. That's why I like scaling into a position that's going in your favor.
Very well, might be. People are looking at the on the 5-minute in the NQ bull flag question mark. Well, could be. Also, could be consolidating at the top for a sell-off. Last trade in the NQ 25,655. Yes, trading a 68.20. We got a couple of our live funded traders joining us right now, Dakota and Braden. But hey, let's take a look at some of our live leaders right now on this Wednesday here. Topstep putting up some good numbers. Wow, Yihang up 21 large. Arthur M up 20,000 bucks. Christina up 12. Mariah C. That's not Mariah. Mariah C up 10,005. No way. She's in our program.
Mariah carries.
Ayush up 10,000 as well. Up 10,000 as well. Very good job, everyone. Make sure we'll check back in with them to make sure that keep the green days green. But hey, we're not done there. We got some more news to share. And if you missed it on Shoulder Tap yesterday, we got some news. Everyone is talking about this, Dakota. The headlines are flying around the globe right now. Look at this. Wow. Oh. Yes. The newspapers are flying around. Those publications, yes, they're still making print papers. Dakota is back to live. Did you know that you were in the headlines?
I did not, man. I was talking a little bit of shit yesterday, but I mean, rightfully so. I'm back into a live account.
There we go. Look at that. Boom, bam.
What's missing? Like a missing.
What's the horse head? Yeah, what was that horse head?
I don't know where that horse head came from.
Well, missing lights over city is one of the headlines.
Oh, that's so good. Congratulations, Dakota. Back. The journey, man. We follow it day in and day out. You come out here. The transparency, the courage. A better phrase. Yeah. Now you're in the headlines. You made it.
Been there before. It's
put on your wall.
It's been a long time. Been a long time coming. This is the third time I've went through the same process. Just the main thing that's different, like I've been telling traders, is single account. A single account. Yep. No copy trading. Just done in a single account. That's the main difference for this one.
We need to keep reusing that template just for like Andres.
Or just different stuff.
Or gold ain't done.
Gold ain't done. Extra.
Yeah. Fremd graduate on YouTube.
Someone's asking what happened to my other accounts. Well, I withdrew most of the balance. Like this spring, I took out $250,000. The beginning of the year. I took out 230,000, 227,000. And I didn't leave myself enough buffer. Then struggled and lost it. Now I'm back in it.
This time around, what have you done different? I think you've mentioned before, this is your, I guess, second or third time, going from
smaller size. I think I've shown that to the audience, right? Micros, smaller size, $200 days, $300 days, base hits, scaling in.
Back to basics.
Yeah, back to the basics. Exactly, Hogue. Hogue and I has had conversations getting back to the basics.
Well done,
no
Dakota.
doubt in my mind you were going to be back in a live account. Told you that every time.
Yeah, you did. Just a matter of time, right? Just takes time.
Yep.
When, not if. All right.
Good trader, man.
Come on, Crude.
Can't keep a good trader down, man.
Same with these markets. Can't keep a good market down either.
Not one that doesn't give up.
Crude trading $60.11. Can we tap on those 60s? Braden is short for mini crude from $60.17. Also short. We're gonna measure 10 micros. Called it a little side trade. And lo and behold, we are in with 4 minis and 10 micros in crude.
Micros in crude too?
Taking his head.
Yeah, that's how it started. It was like a little side trade, but I like it now. I like it more than I did before. So.
You'll get that number at the bottom of the hour. Also at the bottom of the hour, we'll get those initial balance high and low prices for the Nasdaq and the ES. We take those the first hour into the New York session. We simply jot down what is the highest price trade and the lowest price trade. And we can work off that just with a little frame of reference. 70% long on the ES tilt right now. Average price of 68.17. They're about 2 points in the money right now. So trade's at 3 now. 68.20 last trade. Buyers were pretty eager to push that thing higher in the first 5-10 minutes into the New York session. Kind of consolidating around the highs now. Some see a bull flag. Some might be looking for a failed upside auction. We'll find out. Yep, EIA. Yeah, Braden, we got that EIA number coming in the bottom of the hour. Just a heads up there. You still got 11 minutes. But as we know, they're nowhere near. They're not nowhere close. Okay, so we're forecasting about a 300,000 barrel drawdown.
How far off do you think they're going to be?
By millions. By millions. The last one was a 7 million barrel drawdown. Buckle up. And again, we have the oral arguments are going on. The hearing at the Supreme Court, they are taking place right now, I do believe. Keep an eye out for those headlines. So, Jack, a little insight there. You can tell which way the justices are leaning based on their line of questioning, or kind of what they're looking to.
You can try. You're still taking an educated bet, but in past cases, they've been able, with the swingier justices especially, based on their line of questioning, you can get an idea kind of how they're feeling on it overall. If they're kind of combative towards one side's arguments, for instance, versus pretty much accepting of the others. The ruling won't come out for a while, but I'm very interested to read about it later when analyzed by some people with a law degree, which I do not have.
Supposed to just know, Jack.
Yeah, that's what we're here to do.
I'll get my mom to break it down.
There you go.
That'd be hilarious. I'd be afraid to have her on, though.
Why? I'd like that'd be an awesome idea. Be an incredible idea.
Maybe I'll ask.
That'd be incredible. Why? She's lawyer. She can break it down. And she's your mother, which would be absolutely incredible television.
We'll think about it.
Did she watch? Has she ever watched?
Rarely. Maybe sometimes when she's on. But my mom was a lawyer, but she used to work in the Board of Trade. And there's a picture. I'll see if I can find it. I might have to go through the microfiche. But when she was a young lawyer, she was there when Gorbachev came to the Board of Trade.
No kidding.
And is in a picture. Like they just grabbed like 2 women real quick. And so there's a picture somewhere of my mom with Gorbachev at the Board of Trade.
A woman, come stand next to Gorbachev, take picture. It's 68. Still 71%. I would love to. Yeah. Oh, she could tell that story. We'll find them the microfiche. Did not. Dakota, do you know what microfiche is?
Nope.
Do they still have that?
We're old.
Yeah.
Is it a food?
Decaying cellulose?
Sort of.
Find that picture.
I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, Gorbachev Board of Trade picture. All right. We did see a little selling attempt there in ES. They took it down to 68.11. Yeah, buyer step right back in. A little bit of a flagging pattern. Again, 75% along on the crude tilt.
We have what, 8 minutes? 8 minutes till
8 minutes till EIA, 8 minutes till we get those initial balance high and lows. This is amazing. This crude range that we're in. I mean, remember when crude was trading $100?
Tick
I remember
range.
when crude went negative. I remember when crude was well above $100, and now it's just stuck at 60.
Oh, easy.
What else do we have here?
Good thing is, I mean, it's such a small initial balance, it's not going to take much to extend outside of it. And we already have a potential failed upside auction. So let's break this thing.
When you
$59. Braden, let's do it.
Oh, you say that. It's not going to take much to break this thing.
Not going to take much to extend outside the initial balance. It's very small.
What is the IB? What are the initial balances? High, low for, I mean, is it really just 30 cents?
60.03 in the bottom end and 60 and a quarter, 60.25. A 22 tick initial balance. Now we did look above it. Failed upside auction. Let's see if we can take out the low.
Yeah. Incredible.
EIA coming out could throw a horseshoe into things, or could
spice it up.
Could spice it up. Absolutely.
Yeah. We got see a little bit of consolidation, the range, and look at the 5 minute here in the ES, the last 30 minutes or so. We're looking at a low trading around 68.12, call it upper end right around 68.25 or so. So there is a bit of a range. 10 points. You could work off of that. Take a look at the Nasdaq. This is the last 30 minutes or so. Looking at the 5 minute chart. Lows in the Nasdaq around 25,644. Highs right around 25,685 or so. Again, this is for going out for the last 30 minutes. Been a bit of a range. Still got 70% long on the tilt in ES. Haven't seen much size on the ladder. 10-year has stabilized for now. Gold has stabilized for now. The markets are ramped up, waiting for the next big move.
Yep.
Do we go back to the lows, man? Do we go?
What was that Fed fund tool rate at? You think it's below 70 now?
Stuck at 70 last time.
No, it's down to 64.5.
That is delayed then, isn't it?
All right. Okay.
Hammer this thing. I don't know.
Yeah,
do we get to 50-50?
If you wanted to get granular on it, you could get a chart open, and I'm not going to do it right now because I don't have it. But you could go to the SOFR futures, and based on those movements, you could see what people are thinking. But I ain't got time for that right now.
R.I.P.
That
LIBOR.
fund's good enough for me.
Yep.
I want to see it go to
LIBOR.
50-50. 50-50.
Nobody got time for that.
LIBOR was so stupid.
Now, you know how much money that rigged it? You know how much money they stole from me? I'll just save that for another time. It's rigged. Rigs.
Yeah, literally.
Look it up. It doesn't exist anymore.
Hey, I got this trade. Can you move the LIBOR a little bit?
Can you nudge
London
interbank offering rate to where I need it? Sure thing. Gotcha. 39.86 last trade cooking here in gold. Everything is just in a bit of a range. All right, well, let's get this out here because, man, oh, man, this could not be more apropos for this week. The top step tip of the week is expect the unexpected. Yep, plan for sudden market swings. Use stops to limit losses. Watch news and global events. That's what you tune into TopstepTV for. Gold is pumping, and stay calm, adapt, and execute. Again, expect the unexpected. We're weaving that in and out of our lessons all day today, but expect the unexpected. That crude's going to be in a 25-cent range. That is not expect that. All right, might be trying to test the upper end of the ranges here in the ES Nasdaq right now.
Watch that price action in crude. Not just because of the EIA, because
I mean,
half
look
hour
at
here.
this. I mean,
Well, the
all right.
yields found some resistance and turned around a little
Yeah.
bit, so
Lame.
it's not the big one,
Anything going?
Andre.
I,
At least not
man,
yet.
come on.
All right,
4 5. Is
568
that what we got?
300
All right.
SPX.
Okay. All right. All the bull flaggers. Was it a bull flag indeed? Well, we're looking to try to pop some stops up here. And Q. Are you still in the you're flat? You're not short the Nasdaq anymore, Braden?
No, I never got fill on that.
Are you still working those
Are you
offers?
still leaning short equities? Because I know you're kind of maxed up in contracts in this crude oil.
Yeah, I do. I'm just kind of
Good.
trying to manage like the P&L here, because if I take too much heat on this crude, I'll be getting a little bit closer to my loss limit. So I'm not going to do anything with NQ until this one resolves. But yeah, I still like the index is short. I think that's kind of why I'm avoiding it. It's obviously showing strength. My bias on it's short. So if it's not showing me what I want, might as well just look for another market I'm more confident in.
All right, Braden, we do have that EIA crude oil inventory number in about 90 seconds. 90 seconds.
I'm long gold at 87.
39.87 long gold.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right. Let's see this crude oil.
Trying to take this thing to 4,000, Dakota?
Yeah. Yep.
Is that?
Good.
I know you've been trading gold a lot more lately. Is it ride the momentum?
Yeah, that's
gold?
what I've been looking for.
Is that what it is?
Yep.
Okay.
I dips right in the momentum on gold.
Okay.
Wait, 50 seconds for crude.
What's going on in crude is incredible right now. Okay. All right, Braden, I got you here. 30 seconds till EIA. Everyone's favorite Wednesday number. Again, expected about a 300,000 barrel drawdown. Sellers are checking up there. Jack, what prices do you like up in the ES? 30s?
Kind of going, yeah. Well, it's like the 20, kind of like the high where it was. I was considering putting on a short.
Right.
It rejected pretty quick though.
Yeah, this thing's gonna roll over. Crude number here in 2 seconds, Braden. Let's get this. Come on.
There we go.
Oh, huge miss. Surplus. 5 million barrel surplus. Prices should sell off.
That's bearish, right?
You would think.
Should be.
You would think expected 200,000 barrel drawdown, actual 5.2 million barrel surplus.
We moved a tick.
Yeah.
No,
we put in a wick at 60.05, so if we want to go retest that low.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Again, just a huge miss. Incredible. It's absolutely incredible.
There's JD in the chat.
Yeah, is he? I'm sure he's got his thoughts.
Crude never does what you think it should.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well, the first hour into the New York session has come and gone. Let's get those initial balance high and low prices. Gold pushing higher here. What do we got? Hogue, what do you want to do first? ES or NASDAQ? I'll buy you a couple seconds while you chat. Also, let us know.
We're all set.
All right. What do you got, Hogue?
All right. Let's check the NASDAQ first. Initial balance low, 25,488 even. Initial balance high, 25,716 and a half. No trade outside of it just yet. Holding up near the highs, however. S&P's initial balance low, 67.8975. Initial balance high, 68.29 half.
Yeah, not too big, not too small.
Yeah. 40 points in the S&Ps.
Yeah.
230 points in the NASDAQ as far as the initial balance is concerned. Not huge, not small either, but come on, crude.
That's just, someone in the chat, there you go. Jay Garvin to win. Expect crude, expect the unexpected. Yeah. See
Yeah,
what we're seeing,
that's
but we
it.
are gold, Dakota.
Gold's
catching the wave,
cooking.
right? Yeah, it is. Just ride that wave up to we're trading 39.93. We're long from 87s. How many are you long?
4 micros now. I'll take one off up here at the top of the range. There, I just took one off here at 93s. Looking for a break of session highs, that 4,000 level. Looking pretty juicy. Big round number.
Push.
So true, man. Crude does the opposite of what you think it should.
Yeah, that just makes no sense. It really makes no sense. $25,695. We're holding higher, holding these highs. Well, holding this range, I should say. All right, Nasdaq's going to give another shot here. About 20 points off the session highs. 25,700 last trade. ES, 5 points off the highs. Oh, one thing really moving.
Say it, Andre. Gold's not done.
It is done. I only said it when I was making new highs.
Come on,
It's
come
got
on.
$400 to go. Gold not done. Oh, hell, gold not done. Gold not done. Only time I said it. We ran like $1,000 in 6 weeks. Okay, gold was not done at the time. Gold was
I know.
I mean, it only came to its senses. Look at that 10-year yield. Oh, they did retreat a little bit. 4.14%. The buyers are going to try to push this in the ES equities. All right, we're in the clear for numbers for now. Keep an eye out the wire. If anything does pop, but it's going to pop in. Looks like the Nasdaq. Get up, Jack. What are you seeing up here at the in the ES? What are you seeing in the options that were?
Is that it's going to be? We're getting the raw fight where we'd expect. We're right at 6,800 in the SPX right now. I don't have that chart up right now because I'm preparing to. You wanted me to talk about like the repo stuff a little bit, so a few minutes we can do that.
If you want, but if there's a trade to take, definitely. If we that repo stuff can, that's nerd stuff. All right, let's talk about it real quick. The repo stuff. What's going on with the Fed? Last 5 days, last 7 days, reverse repos. We don't need to get the real mechanics of it, but what has the Fed been doing the last 7 days or so that we haven't seen in about 20 years?
So I think people see it and are maybe being a little bit alarmist, although it has come off. So I'll share this tab instead here. Michael tweeted about this. People were taking notice. This is the standing repo facility for the Fed. So there was that big day there. Well, to give you
exactly?
Here, let's go to all really quick so we can see. If we stay on my charts real quick.
This is the Fed and the banks. They're moving money around, right?
Yeah. Now, if you go back, you can see it was used a lot more in the past and hasn't in a long time. But people were troubled that it's coming out again here. And then there was a lot of chatter on Twitter when it was used for about $30 billion on October 31st. Remember, it's the last day of the month. That's important. You can see it's trickled down since then. What is this and why is this? Okay. So
good stuff, Jack.
I just ordered a textbook so I can get more into this. I am not an expert on the plumbing, the financial system, but I can tell you this. Have you ever wondered how the Fed maintains those rates they set when they cut interest rates by a quarter point?
How do they
Basically, they do it through the reverse repo operations and the standing repo operations. In this case, it's the standing repo. That means that the Fed buys securities from banks that need liquidity. That's what people are worried about, that the banks are running out of liquidity. Bank reserves have dropped by quite a bit. And the numbers you're seeing there is the amount of money that is pumped into the economy essentially overnight. So when the Fed buys something, they are pumping money into the reserves for the bank. All right. And when they sell something on the other end, they are taking it out. Now, the reason this is happening, or I think the biggest, is this right here. This is the Fed balance sheet going back to 2007. And here's where we started quantitative tightening. Quantitative tightening just means that the securities if you remember one thing, when the Fed buys securities, they're pumping money into the economy. When they sell them, they're taking it out. Or in this case, they're letting the securities, which are usually treasuries or MBS, roll off, i.e., they get their principal back, and that over time takes liquidity out of the banking system. Now, this used to be a favorite chart of a lot of people. You don't see it as much anymore. Is that if you, people would look at it through the meme stock crisis, like, look at this relationship. This is the QQQ right now over the Fed balance sheet. They're like, as long as the Fed's balance sheet's expanding, well, what happened here? There's a big gap. Anyway, the point is, I think it's just that's why they're stopping the quantitative tightening, is that the reserves are pretty low. And now that people are starting to use it again, they're acting accordingly. I think that was just some month-end shenanigans.
Okay.
There always could be signs, but like I don't think that's the smoking gun that people think it is.
And what happened in those regional? Good stuff, Jack. So yes, when you see that, to show up on people's radar, why is the Fed pumping cash into the system? But what happened? Remember, we heard about the regional banks kind of starting to feel some liquidity crunch, if you will. Like,
yeah. So the problem these banks face too is that they hold mostly these treasury securities and loans and stuff like that, and they have a lot of unrealized losses, so they probably don't want to sell those. Yeah, I mean, there is liquidity coming out of the economy via the tightening. Is it a problem yet? I mean, there was just those few reports, but other credit things have been okay.
Never a
It
problem.
seems where there is problem is in the really shady, like we said, when you lend out to all the good people, but you still have money, well, lend it out to the bad people.
Stuff.
Use the good and the bad.
Macroeconomics. Where else are you going to get that? I think it's something to keep an eye out on. Just tea leaves. I know. Just tea leaves. So, hey, that's what you're going to get here at Topstep TV. We're not just going to give you the fluff. That's real stuff. The plumbing of the Fed. I don't fully understand it either.
It's tough. It's tough. And I used to deal with it, but we had specialized people at my firm because we were trading cash bonds that would handle all that. So basically, if you were long cash, you got money the next day. And if you were short cash, you had to pay it.
Caveman. Yes.
Love it. Gold goes up. Buy gold.
Hogue, you went to your library there. Hogue, I saw you go into your library there.
You guys were looking for tea leaves. I have some chicken bones. We don't know.
Yeah, what do we got? Well, gosh, it looks like we got a bit of a zombie crawl going on in the Nasdaq, closing on these highs. About 7 points to go there. Last trade, 25,711.
One thing I'll point out, Andre, the last thing with that repo, it could be temporary cracks. Like the government shutdown finally could be playing a part in that because, you got 700, you got however many government employees that aren't getting paid. So they're likely missing more payments, which puts a strain on, bank reserves. So it might be just I think it's just a temporary thing.
Okay. Well, speaking of push higher here. Speaking of that government shutdown, there's starting to be whispers of perhaps a deal, ? Well, we got a little update here from TopstepTV News. Let's bring it in. Government shutdown day. I don't even know. Where are we at?
Fortunately, this nightmare is going to end for our federal employees and those that depend on SNAP.
As of today, the government shutdown is now the longest in U.S. history. Several senators are tentatively predicting it could end soon.
I'm optimistic that we should be able to get something done this week.
Multiple sources say a possible deal between senators is being negotiated. It involves some kind of stopgap funding bill and a promise to vote later on rising Obamacare subsidies. Some Democrats say that's not good enough for people facing skyrocketing health care costs.
We need to stand firm for the real interests of the American people.
But two sources say about a dozen Democratic senators have privately signaled an openness to such a plan. If Republicans agree, that would be enough votes for the chamber to pass the bill.
As the days roll by, the consequences and pain of the shutdown grow more severe for the American people.
I'm Amy Kiley reporting.
Does that mean we get non-farm this week? We were supposed to get non-farm. I miss. Do we get?
We get 2 of them, right?
I don't think we're gonna. We'll just wait for that 6-month revision number. The old that doozy.
If they were to open it today, we might get the September pretty soon, like within a few days.
They have to know.
I'm open it today, right?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, Well, Braden, we're still in this. We're still in this crude trade. This is the trade that never ends.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, I've got my stops in at like 60-40. It's kind of above VWAP. Just under 50% of this range on the hourly. Still like the trade, but I mean, this market's tough. Like a little experimental for me. I haven't traded much crude, but I can definitely see why it's not super popular.
Braden, I'll tell you what, that was the most popular product for the first 10 years of Topstep.
yeah.
That was the
For sure.
product.
It was also trading $120. So the ranges were huge. But yeah, that was the most popular product at the beginning for sure.
Yeah, I got stopped out right there.
Did you?
On the pop.
Unreal.
Yep.
Nice jumping in. Yep. 60-44. So now there's support resistance. And okay.
We've decided to go to couples therapy, Crude Oil and me.
You guys breaking up?
Not ready to give up on it.
Just
not ready to give up on it yet. We got to give it a try.
Okay. Good luck. Keep us posted on that. Dakota, you still in this gold trade?
Yeah, I'm still in this gold trade. I'm going to take another one off here. I took a few off in these 92s, and yeah, green on the screen here. Gold. I'm looking for that push to 4,000. It looks like we might be doing it. I don't want to. It's looking really good. I mean, don't we just love gold?
Gold was
Come to
MVP.
this side,
Benji Mag in the chat was out for a couple of weeks. Missed you guys. TopstepTV. Welcome back, Benji. We haven't gone anywhere. I see another push higher here in gold. Always cool to take a couple of weeks, step away, and always welcome back. We will be here. A little rejection up there. We just popped some new highs in the NQ, 25,730.
Just above the initial balance.
Yeah, let's show this thing. All right, Hogue. Do this a lot lately, but for those we have new viewers. Took a look at the stats and the analytics the other day, and we got a lot of new viewers tuning in every day here at TopstepTV. So first of all, welcome aboard. So about 15 minutes ago, we jotted down the initial balance high and low prices in the ES and the Nasdaq. Okay, what do we do with those prices? We are pretty much trading around the initial balance high in the ES right now, which is 68.29 half, as well as in the Nasdaq. Now, what do we do? Or what are we looking for here in the next 15 minutes or so?
Well, we could, by all rights, see a failed upside auction in the S&P and in the Nasdaq this morning. In other words, you get the initial balance high, the top of the range for the first hour. In the S&P is that 68.29 half. In the next 30 minutes, we looked above it, and we came back down below that initial balance high. If we close this 30-minute bar below that initial balance high, that creates a little bit of a selling tail at the top here, which we call a failed upside auction. So we will, of course, be monitoring this. It does take some time to verify that, or kind of say, yeah, this is likely a failed upside auction. So we're going to watch this. If we close this 30-minute bar back below that initial balance high, that's a failed upside auction. And we might see the market rotate back to or near the initial balance low, which would be all the way down at 67.8975. To confirm, however, we do have to be patient. We have to wait until this 30-minute bar closes below that initial balance high, 68.29 half. to confirm a failed upside auction. And even with confirmation, there's no guarantees of anything in trading. It's just one of the setups I like to look for, and I like to try and take advantage of when I get the opportunity.
Guy, man, it's John Hogan for you. Hogan, what do you got for Delta? Just for bleeps and giggles, looking for anything, any reason to take a trade.
400 positive right now in the S&P is negative 1,200 in the Nasdaq up against the highs.
I'm gonna pop this thing, damn it.
Little bit of a squeeze pop perhaps going on here. Nasdaq just took out the initial balance high again. With that negative delta, I think there's a possibility for this auction to continue a little bit higher here. We'll watch and see if we do get confirmation of a failed downside auction or a successful upside auction at the 10 o'clock. We'll watch.
Thank you.
Just notice that negative delta there in the Nasdaq, Andre. That's, I mean, you've got more aggressive sellers, and we're putting in new highs. That's a short squeeze. We were talking about just that. Doing just that.
I heard it in your voice. You said, "Oh shit, look at that! Something's popping." Yeah, we just put in new highs in the NQ. A couple of ticks there. It's 25,736. So you heard Hoag's voice there. Negative delta. What does that mean? Oh, there's aggressive sellers coming in, hitting the bid. They're going straight to market with those sell orders, and price doesn't go lower. Well, guess what those short-term traders need to do? Well, they need to buy it to get out. So that's what a short squeeze is, and we may have just seen it there, but it's no conviction. Feels like these highs are weak. Braden, what are you looking at here? Are you still looking? Were you working? Did you pull those offers in the NQ?
Yeah, I kind of wanted to focus on the crude, so I pulled them off. But it's just a slow bleed up today. I mean, there's been a couple opportunities to scalp off the highs and get decent pullback. Like right here, we just saw a 30-point pullback on a week break of the high a day.
Yeah, this feels weak.
Selling through 7. I do like to sell. I do still like the sell idea.
That's how they're gonna put it in. Yeah, we saw a pop. About 35-point rejection. So 25,704. We did see those highs print. What's IB high? 716. Oh, it might be playing out right now.
10 minutes.
Yeah. They smashed really quick. Yep, Patrick. You've seen that a little bit. What do we have here on the ladder in the ES? Did something just change there? 68.24 last trade. 23s in the ES. No, 22s. Yup. Saw that coming. Nasdaq still holding bid, but a couple ticks beneath 700s. 6,000. Nope. Damn. Dakota, are you still chilling in this gold trade? What are you doing over there?
Yeah. Don't ask.
Where are you?
Don't ask. Hey,
okay, fine.
Chat last night tried to get me to eat a banana.
Well, yeah, what's wrong with that? High
I had a rough time last night. I ordered DoorDash, and it took the person an hour to find my place. Just walking around, driving around the block. I finally got it. I got a banana, and chat convinced me that if we got to 900 likes during slow markets, I would take a bite, and we never did. We never did get to the 900 likes, so I never did bite the banana. I never did eat the banana.
Okay. It's a fruit.
Tonight, I mean, maybe tonight. Maybe not. I still have the banana here. I never did eat it.
Missing. What am I missing? It's the fruit that people eat in the morning. Put in a smoothie.
Yeah.
DoorDash order.
That potassium. Get that potassium.
First thing.
Yes, I'm still in this gold. I took half the position off for profit. The other half is break even. We're trying to hold these 990s, but this market's just slow. This market's just slow.
How many likes? Speaking of slow, how many likes you get in slow markets, Dakota?
What's that?
How many likes do you typically get in slow markets?
If I tell you, you'd get jealous.
Well, if I tell you, I'm going to ask the chat to let's beat that right now. I see you get about 800 likes. I watch. Let's see if we get to 800 likes and beat Dakota's slow. Dakota's getting 800 likes, which is awesome. And slow market, 7:30 p.m. Central. Here on Topstep
You know what chat
TV.
could do? Chat could also just like go find the upcoming slow markets tonight and just go like that. Go pre-like it.
Oh, wow. Look at this competition. Please click like. Please click like. Got Dakota, 7:30 p.m. Central Time, Topstep TV. It is a Wednesday. Who will be joining you today on slow markets? I saw Baron was on there yesterday. How about tonight?
Yeah. My man, Coach Jay, is going to be joining me Wednesday. And slow markets does not disappoint. We see volatility. We see movement. We see opportunity. And it's always a good time.
Yeah, it's hey, Braden, nice cut there. Good risk management. Gold continue to grind higher. $60.56. Farming for likes. I am indeed C Barnes. Nothing gets by you. I am most likely farming for likes. I am 100% farming for likes. It's good for the metrics. It's good for the algorithms. The more likes go up, better. They feed us that way. Yes, 100%. 100 dislikes it, so you have less. No, I like it. Rising tide, my man. Rising tide. All ships. And crude, $60.60. Is Barton coming on? That got me. Well, Jack, we are in a holding pattern right now. I'm looking for anything high and low. Anything.
It rejected twice off that 6,800 SPX.
Roll this thing over. Just feel like, will we test? Will we get to the lows? Will we? It feels as if that was wasn't very convincing push higher. And talking ES Nasdaq, it was. It's just we're kind of waffling out here.
More of a failed upside auction looking like.
It feels like it, right?
Yeah, we'll get confirmation here in about 5 minutes.
They're holding the bid. Maybe they're holding the bid.
But hey, got to be prepared for any contingencies. Anything can happen.
Tip of the week. Anything can happen. Expect the unexpected. Absolutely. What do we got? The unexpected. Top of the hour. We've got something called New York Fed Household Credit Reports. That'll be coming out at the top of the hour. And at noon central, Trump speaks at U.S. Business Forum. Earnings after the bell. I do believe we got Robinhood. One of Jack's favorite earnings reports is Robinhood.
That's a good one.
Robinhood.
Yeah, more because it's just interesting to see what the retail crowd is up to that quarter.
100%.
You go. You still long
higher.
Gold?
Yeah, I'm still long gold, Hogue. Same price. Same price. I took half the profits off at the mid 90s, 92s, and holding on to 2, just waiting, patient. These markets can test your patience, that's for sure.
Oh, they certainly can do that.
Oh, come on, be the one here. Braden, what markets are you looking at now? Are you done with crude for now? Are you back to Nasdaq? Are you looking at gold or micro Bitcoin?
No, I'm looking at NQ. I still like the sell idea. I'm kind of noticing like a pattern where we take high a day, then we kind of pull back into a range, consolidate. But it is a slow bleed up. I don't want to fight that. But if we can get a breakthrough high day, then kind of maybe sell back into the range we're currently in, that would be like a 30 or 40 point play. I would like something like that, but I need a premium entry on it. So something above current high day, try to short it and take it back under 700 possibly.
All right. Top of here in about 3 minutes.
Dakota, just one little statistic about initial balance. Gold has traded both sides. Traded above the initial balance, traded below the initial balance. The tendency is for the market to be range bound the rest of the day.
Yep. And that's what we're seeing. I just got flat on that little. That was scratch for the rest. So plus 670 now. So that was a good win. Good win.
Good out too.
Yeah, it is. Range to range in the in gold. Sure is. Pretty good range. What do you got for the range there? I'm looking at what, 75s to 95s, give or take? Where's more?
Yeah, 95s at the top. 73s at the bottom. And the 730 initial balance high and low, which you might want to pay attention to those, because it really opens at 720. So the 720 initial balance high and low in gold, 39.7650. That's the bottom. That's the initial balance low, and initial balance high is 39.9140. So as you can see, I mean, we've traded above it. This was actually a failed upside auction, but because these are candles that populate at 7:30 and 8 o'clock, they look a little bit different. At the 7:20, there's a failed upside auction above. Then it trades below the initial balance and comes back in. Now the tendency is for the market to just kind of rotate for the rest of the day.
Highs, lows.
Doesn't have to happen, but it's just a probability. Probability states we're going to range the rest of the day in gold.
Stuff. Code, I saw what you did there. Was that funny?
What?
Plus 670?
No, I'm plus 670. That's my.
I thought you got me with the 6.7. I thought you did the 6.7.
No, I did not.
Oh, he did that on purpose.
I know, man. Chat's all over it.
Chat's always on top of it.
Yep. All right. Top of the hour.
Markets are in extreme fear right now, as we are 3% off the all-time highs.
Yeah. 10-year. What was that? 700 lot here just popped in and filled on the offer in the ES 68.25. Flashed in there 700 times. It was filled immediately.
So you see this price action we're getting here before 10 o'clock? There's information here. Somebody,
that's 700.
Some entities, some traders, somebody is trying to push price above the initial balance high.
Why'd that come in? 68.26. Top of the hour here in 30 seconds or so. Yeah, that was filled quick. Sometimes when you see that, you see the market coming. All right, top of the hour coming in here in about 10 seconds. Then 30 minutes from now, we'll have the London close. London close might see something shake up. Crude still grinding higher.
Crazy. Totally crazy.
It is.
I've never seen anything like it.
Like what?
I don't know, just the stubbornness to break levels. I mean, I guess that's just that market. I mean, that's the market. That's crude, I guess.
For crude?
Yeah.
Ooh,
more supply and demand oriented.
25.
Really old.
It's 25s. It's 25s. All right, top of the hour is coming gone. Maybe we're looking for that failed upside auction. Only time will tell, or is it a bull flag? Stay tuned to find out. That being said, TopstepTV. Oh, we're on X? No way. Hey, Dr. Volatility, get in here. We need some volatility. James, happy Wednesday. We need some volatility pronto.
Happy Wednesday, everybody. You know, every time I see the chat go wild about the 6-7 discourse, I just think of the line from Blades of Glory. Nobody knows what it means, but it's provocative. It gets the people going. You know what else gets the people going? Going to X. That's right. Pull out your phone, go to your favorite web device, and go to X and follow TopstepTV on Twitter. There, you can watch. Not only can you watch the stream if you hate YouTube, you can follow us and you can get updates, greatest hits, giveaways, and more, all on our X account. So, if you haven't already been following us, go ahead and do it today. And while you're there, be sure to follow the main Topstep account, follow MP for any future updates, and we also have a new Ask Topstep account that you can follow for any account help. So go ahead and check that out. There's a whole world of trading information available on the TopstepTV X account, and if you're not a part of that community, what are you waiting for? We're dropping a link in the chat. Check it out and give us a follow. We really appreciate it. And then you know the drill. Later today at 12:15 p.m., it's going to be group coaching time. Group coaching is the segment which features Hogue, JD, and Hoop as they sit down during their lunch hour and they tackle your questions live. I see a lot of questions come through the chat every single day about how do you get more charts on a screen? What does imbalance mean? What do gaps mean in the overall scheme of trading? Well, guess what? In group coaching, this is your chance to get those questions answered. We're going to drop and pin another link in the chat. This one's going to be here all day until group coaching. So you can watch the rest of Fast Markets. You can check out the 11 a.m. segment, formulate your questions, submit them in that link, and then tune in right here at 12:15 p.m. Central Time for group coaching. It's one of the most valuable sessions. And if you're not doing the homework, you can't have the pudding. What is it? Can't have any pudding if you don't eat meat? I just butchered that. All right, Hogue, Andre, I'm sending the bag your way.
No, stay there. What was that?
Famous Pink Floyd song. Kids, do your homework or you won't get
Do your
any.
homework and then do the dishes and go to bed and thank your parents. Oi, oi, oi.
Thank you. Oh, wow.
All right.
That was incredible. All right. Group coaching at that form pinned to the top of the chat. That was incredible, James. Absolutely nailed it. We got that New York. What was that? New York household credit report. It rose by 10%. 10%.
You have Trump speaking at a business forum at noon.
Will we have that? Hopefully we get that. Let's hopefully spice things up. He's been a little quiet lately. I do say so myself.
Maybe.
Oh.
All right.
It was 25.
We're starting to get
25.
that break off of that that failed upside auction, and more in the S&Ps than the Nasdaq.
Mm-hmm.
Finally getting a little action.
Initial balance high 68.29. It was damn okay. Either one. 10-year Jack trading at the lows. Rolled over.
Here comes a flock of wah-wahs.
Come on. We got London closing bottom of the hour. 25 minutes. 25 minutes.
A flock of wah-wahs.
We're up to 4.15. That's a deep cut.
Oh, come on, yeah. Keep going.
See, you don't need to bring that slow market. What happens in slow markets stays in slow markets. Harder.
Speaking. Hold on. Hold the phone. Myron parachuting in here. There we go. Myron, where did you come from? There we go. Myron coming in better than expected. ADP data was a welcome surprise. Myron still sees the labor demand not as strong as we want. Job market data indicates interest rates could be lower than current levels, my guy, as the 10-year sells off. Myron.
Ooh.
Why weren't you on this? You weren't on the schedule. Did not see it again. Myron, everyone's favorite dove, has entered the chat. And 25,708. And if I'm looking at the 5-minute on the ES, very wiki up there. Same with the Nasdaq. We saw that 700 lot. Thought maybe that get the party started. Again, 700 came in on the offer at 68.25, and got filled immediately.
Fed fund tools down to 62.5.
This feels toppy. Just when's it going to happen? Right. What Delta Hoax still negative up in the NQ?
Yeah. Nasdaq still holding negative 1,000. Still 7,500 positive in the S&Ps. Really just a little bit of a rock fight we've got going on here. We're not really getting too much of a pullback off that initial balance high. The Nasdaq has been just kind of centering around that initial balance high. It usually isn't a good sign. I'd like to see it, come off of it and start breaking pretty quick. So a pretty good chance we may see some continuation above this. And we saw that right before 10 o'clock. I said, you guys see that action? Somebody is buying it up here. Somebody's trying to keep this on the bid side and trying to hold it above the initial balance, more so in the Nasdaq than the S&Ps. And so far in the Nasdaq, they are succeeding.
They are succeeding.
Well,
okay.
because
convincingly,
they're not convincingly, just in small ways. I mean, this could still, continue to fail as a failed upside auction. But there was somebody that was trying to mark this market higher and we're not really getting a deep pullback off of the initial balance high, particularly in the Nasdaq. More so in the S&Ps, yes, but I'm not convinced that this is going to roll over and give us a decent short here. I still would have to stay short until proven wrong, but I'm not sensing that it's going to happen quickly.
All right, well, good stuff. All right, well, yesterday they were busting our chops because we said that gold may go up or go down. Well, here you go. I got a doozy for you from Myron. Quote, supply and demand side of economy both matter. All right, so we're not the only ones out here just saying nonsense. Okay, we got more from Myron. Again, supply and demand side of economy both matter. Changing border policy is part of lower levels of growth. And also sees additional investment demand over time. See, we're not the only ones out here just saying the obvious. We can, 76% long on the tilt in the crude, 50-50 in Nasdaq, ES, and gold. I am watching 10-year prices continue to grind lower and yields high a day. When will this matter? Euro close in about 22 minutes.
I am not seeing anything. These markets are just
Chop
City.
They got to pay attention this time.
Andre, I think it'll matter. Start to matter when we get above 4.2.
4.2? All right, let's get there.
Here we go.
It's accelerating the downside.
Let's see it.
25,701. Braden, for a short setup, you want to see us pop through the highs, right? That would be 25,736, and then see a rejection, then catch the move to the downside. Essentially, is that how you would jump in on something like this?
Yeah, pretty much. When we had like the buying out of the open, and it's kind of just slow price action, but ultimately we are bleeding up. My still short bias on the higher time frames, but yeah, we continue to kind of take the high a day. We're just kind of in a wedge to the upside. So pop through high a day and maybe catch some exhaustion, try to sell it back into the 700s. That's kind of the idea. I have some limit orders up there in the high 700s with a stop at 800. So if I got filled there, maybe try to sell it back into the previous range, which is the one we're currently in now. I like that setup. On the slow bleed up days, it's easier to try to kind of grab those entries as it breaks high day, as long as it's still giving you pullbacks. I mean, we've done it a couple times. Break high day, you get your pullback. So that's a decent trade in my opinion. And then obviously if it turns into something more, that'd be awesome. But right now, it's been a slow bleed up. Obviously that can change.
Yeah. Wait, stay focused, stay locked in. The competition is snoozing. You know that move is right around the corner. Question for Dakota in the chat. Where'd that go? Yeah, Dakota. Entries with retracements. Can you explain where to go? How you execute your entries based on retracements? I think you saw that with a. Get that question right. My apologies for butchering that a little bit.
My
question, please.
answer-
How do you enter on retracements? How deep?
My answer is it depends.
Measured.
And yeah, like there's a lot of ways, right? That's the thing. It's hard to give a solid answer. It's very, you can't have a blanket answer, right? Where traders, I've seen many traders find many different ways to enter when the market, quote, retraces. First, you have to identify, what do you classify as a retracement, right? What is a retracement to you? And then you have to identify, how do you get in to the market? You get in on like a 3-bar reversal, a touch of a moving average or an indicator. Do you get in? Man, I could sit here and list thousands and thousands of different ways, but ultimately at the end of the day, you're going to have to develop your own process on how to identify what is a retracement, where do you want to get in, how do you want to get in, and then once you're in, how do you get out? So you need to go through that. There's not one solution fits all.
We got more from Myron. Increasing uncertainty about tariffs could create economic drag. If tariff income went away, it would bear on the Fed policy. I want to get to the destination for rates faster than others, and I think policy is too restrictive, too far above neutral. Again, the best one, Myron. Supply and demand side of economy both matter.
True story.
It absolutely does. See, starting to see some. Hey, we're starting to see some coming out of the Supreme Court here. A quick headline I saw is that sounding skeptical about the tariffs. That's all I saw. A quick headline. Someone wants to dig in a little bit. That'd be bullish equities. I don't at this point.
Someone's asking, so I'm guessing? No. Nope. Once again, I said it depends. Each situation has its own uniqueness. Because is the retracement happening at market open? Is it happening during slow markets? Is it happening during the afternoon? Is it happening in the Nasdaq or gold? How fast it took to get there? Do we have news coming out? There's so many variables that come into a single decision. Just like a quarterback, right? When you hike the ball, the quarterback, is it first down, second down, third down? Is it first quarter, second quarter, third quarter? What defenses are they playing? What offense are you playing? How's everything going? So much is going on that you can't have, at least in my opinion, just this cookie cutter blank template that says if this, then that, for absolutely everything.
First, determine that the market is directional. If the market is directional, then there's a bunch of different ways. Dakota, one of my favorite ways that you show people is just showing the average pullback of previous pullbacks by measuring those moves. And again, this is only one way to do that, to look for those opportunities. Dakota, if you can maybe find an example of something like that, you'd be able to show them just this way.
I got a heck of an example here. This is the Nasdaq on the daily, and I went over this during slow markets. This is why I tell traders I love slow markets. It's you don't want to miss it, right? So back on July 31st, we had a 2-day sell-off, and I measure from the top to the bottom. And then we had a nice little sell-off here on August 13th, measure from the top to the bottom. And then what I'll do is I'll say, okay, when the market does have these sell-offs, how far does it sell off, right? And of course, you'll have some that are a little more dramatic than others, some less dramatic. And then I take that and I get myself an average and say, okay, on average, when this market does sell off, about how far does this market sell off? And I do this on every time frame. It's not going to be 100%. Nothing's 100%. But it gives me a good estimate to say, okay, on average, when the Nasdaq sells off on the daily chart, we typically get about this much of a pullback. And I get a nice average, right? And then sure enough, because we was looking at the market sell off pretty hard last night, and everyone was saying, oh, this is a huge sell off. And I just did that. I'm like, okay, well, this kind of makes sense. We've already hit an average, like the average sell off that we're seeing on the daily. And then how long does it typically take? Well, these sell offs happen a lot quicker than these rallies do. And the nice thing is we had that big sell off and we got to just about there, an average, right? 25,300 was right at a nice level of support and resistance. And so, during slow markets, I was like, okay, maybe we just made the bottom in the middle of slow markets. And sure enough, that was the bottom. And, how do you buy that? That's the question, right? We got the retracement, we got the pullback we wanted. And then the question is just, how do you buy it? Well, you could do technicals. You could do a 3-bar reversal. You could just buy it and have a stop loss. There's just so many different ways to enter into this market.
Thanks, Dakota.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit more here from Myron. I would like to think it's still reasonable to continue rate cuts, keeping policy that restrictive runs unnecessary risks. All right, Myron coming in pretty much sticking to the script. Let's take a look at these prices. Last trade in the Nasdaq, 25,675. ES trading 68.19, about 12 points off the highs there. And we got London close in about 14 minutes. Gold trading 39.89. Looking at the 5 minute, this might be the lower end of the ranges in the NQ and the ES. We'll see if that plays out. Crude has rolled over as well, $60.57. And Euro close, bottom of the hour in about 13 minutes. Everyone, Braden, you are flat, correct?
Yeah, I'm flat.
Question for you. We see the Christmas tree in the back there. When do you begin your Christmas shopping? You do the door bustings. That's the whole thing.
Pretty much right now up until Christmas. Kind of throughout the couple months leading up to Christmas. Get everything shopped for. It's cheaper that way, you know.
So they say. Well, so they say is right. I'll tell you what, though. Got to update our stores getting ready to open, getting ready for the Christmas spirit. Run this thing. Go get Braden's thoughts. It's not too early for Braden's taste, but here we go.
Spencer Gifts, which owns Spirit Halloween, is opening up 30 Spirit Christmas stores across 12 states. A company spokesperson says all of the stores should be open within the next week. Customers will be able to find decorations and stocking stuffers, as well as getting your picture taken with Santa himself. Some of the stores will open in pre-existing Spirit Halloween stores, while others will be in new locations. The stores will be open through the end of the year.
What a friggin' business, man.
Is that real? Yeah. That's
I
crazy.
The CEO of Spencer's on this show. Like, I want to know the logistics of like finding all the abandoned Kmart
storefronts, right?
Walgreens, and throwing them in there.
1 month lease, right? 2 month lease. You have a warehouse full of crap. You just jam
it
it
all in there.
Yep.
Santa's on retainer.
Yep.
And then just put it in a warehouse to sell again the next year. Christmas don't change.
Yeah, pretty much.
Maybe I should grow my beard again and my mustache. I could be a mall Santa.
Wasn't Eddie a mall Santa?
I think he did. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got a mint Santa suit.
Yes, he does.
Sorry, folks. Santa is real. Sorry about that.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Yeah.
All right,
people just like to imitate him.
Yeah. Yeah, he can't be everywhere at one time. He does have to do it 24. Braden, another question about Christmas. When is it the appropriate time to take down the Christmas tree?
Usually like a day or two after.
Oh, not even till
we almost set up Christmas like before Halloween even ended. I was like, no, we can't do that.
Why not?
I mean, yeah, they would have. I got to set up the outside today, so.
Oh, really? The lights are up. Neighbors must love it. All right, 68-16 feels. Can this be the one? Can be this one? They're saying
when do
January
you start shopping?
December 23rd. Pretty much, yeah. It's complete freak out mode, panic mode. Yeah. How about you, Hogue?
I'm allergic to shopping, so my wife does all of that. Although I did buy my Christmas present already. So
was it gold? Does it go bang bang?
It might.
I know, John. 25,664. Are the equities going to roll over? Roll this thing over. Can we go test the lows? Gotta get out of this thing. It just
a bad streak, Andre, of not taking the levels that work. But we'll turn that around. I'm gonna go back in the lab and figure out why that is.
Mark's there back in the laboratory.
Absolutely. Whoa. VIX, we came into the open. I mean, we had more action in the overnight, where's the place to be so far. All right, we still have
slow markets.
4.5 hours. Yeah, we have 4.5 rollover. Steve R, thank you. Where have you been? Looking for something, Steve R. YM. Going on the YM. Looking for some YM has rolled over. Thank you. Where were you when I needed you, Steve? Dow minis trading 47,182. About 600 points off the highs. They're 100 points off the lows. Steve. Kevin in the chat saying, I hit the laugh counter in the first 5 minutes of tuning in. You guys are great. Love it. Well, appreciate that. Thanks for tuning in. We're staying locked in, though. This is kind of what we do with trading. We're kind of shooting the breeze a little bit, right? Get the Euro close coming here in 8 minutes. Everyone's flat. We're being patient. We always have one eye on the markets, okay? When something does pop, which we think it will, we'll be ready to jump into it. But right now, staying patient. Trading's lonely. And when you're by yourself, just in the chair, sometimes you just want to take a quote-unquote little side trade to feel something, as my guy Bray said. And what you got to do is scratch. But yes, absolutely what happened. So I'm going to stay locked in. 7 minutes till the bottom of the hour.
Myron also saying, a lot of my outlook hinges on more shelter disinflation, a reason to expect overall inflation easing. This is true. So like the reason shelter disinflation or inflation is sticky, right, is people sign rents and it's usually for like a year. So it takes time for those to roll off, for people to purchase houses at lower mortgages or whatever. But if the 10-year keeps rising, that's going to not help his outlook.
We have a lot of speakers tomorrow too.
What am I having today? I mean, when's Powell supposed to speak again? I haven't heard from him since FOMC a couple Wednesdays ago. It was 2 weeks ago.
Has it always already been 2 weeks ago?
I do believe, yes. I do believe. Speaking of that, yeah, we had we've been watching that FedWatch tool, Dakota. We were well into the 80% probability of a December rate cut.
Yeah.
High 80s. And after the FOMC meeting like 2 Wednesdays ago, you can see where it's at now. He did try walking it back in the comments or in the Q&A as well as a prepared statement. So, and
they may be looking at some indicators too, because like the ADP number this morning definitely influences that rate cut decision. Like they're clearly still, Myron excluded, worried about the inflation component. So if we get good job prints, then you might really see that odds. Like say we do get that mythical non-farm.
Come soon enough.
I would like it at 50-50. That's always spicy.
That does make it very spicy.
50-50, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We'll have to have like a very special FOMC day stream.
From the buyers.
We don't have 50-50. When's the last time we had a 50-50? That's the banks are screwed with 50-50. You can't. I mean,
yes, and that's why it's rare to happen, because the Fed likes to kind of jawbone, so they don't want it to be a coin flip either. So leading into it, they'll give us some more clues of where they're leaning. But recently, they've been more on the side of cautioning people not to price it in, not to expect it.
All right, Jack, 68.29. What do we like, those 30s? What do you like up there?
Well, I did, but it's like it gave a short there, right? It traded 14 points lower in the ES. And I always get nervous. This will be what, the third? I'm looking at 30-minute candles. The third time we've gone on it.
Buyers came back in for it here. And look what time it is. We're coming up to the half hour.
Yeah, well.
So there's a big order out there that is being executed on the half hour and on the hour. It is a big buy order.
Euro close in a handful of minutes.
Yeah. The half hour and there you go.
Ooh, there's new session highs.
There it goes.
There you go.
Yep.
Is that convincing though? No. All right, Braden.
Well, the short wasn't all that convincing, in my opinion.
Yeah, I feel you. I want to touch base. Oh, you said there's a serious buyer, a serious buyer on the bottom of the hour, or every half hour, and every hour.
Every half hour. every half hour. So
Show me.
when I was a broker in the
See.
S&P pit, I'd have a
Yeah, this
customer
is
that
good
would
stuff.
say, buy 10,000 contracts, spread it out throughout the entire day. So you take 10,000 contracts and you divide it into 13 individual packages. Or if you want to do it on the 15-minute, you just figure out how you want to spread it out. The only way to spread it out through the day is, of course, through time. So you'd take 10,000 contracts, you'd split it up by 13, and that's the number you would buy at the hour and at the half hour. And there are still people that and still some pretty big entities and some really big speculators that still pay other people so that they don't have the execution risk. A friend of mine who was a customer on the trading floor still works for a large speculator doing his executions because he just wants to tell them, hey, I want to buy 5,000 S&Ps today. You figure it out. You take the risk of execution, and I will pay you per contract. So that is one of the things that I'm looking at on the hour and the half hour, is to see if there's some price action changes, so I can kind of get a sense if there's one of those bigger orders out there. And we saw it at 9:30. I think we saw it at 10 o'clock. We saw those buyers come in. And that's when I said, I think somebody's trying to hold this thing up. There are still buyers in this market, and they're coming in on the half hour and the hour. And we just saw it. We just saw it coming in again here before 10:30. We saw another one of those packages. It lit up. Buyers, they came in and bought whatever, they whatever allotment of the larger order they wanted to get done. And now the market is showing buyers again. So when we saw that at 10 o'clock, and I said, wow, there's buyers, somebody's trying to push something higher, or somebody has a lot to buy, I'm leery about shorting this failed upside auction. And, you have to try because it's a cheap trade. But if you just got stopped out, you got stopped out. Now watch and see what happens above the initial balance. If the buyers continue to come in on this, then you're looking for opportunities for longs as long as we hold above this initial balance high. So I think I talked to my friend like 6 months ago. Paulie, he was one of my customers on the trading floor. So he would say, hey, he had nicknames for his customers, and he'd say, God gave me 10,000 to buy today. All right, well, we'll split it up in 15-minute packages, or we'll split it up in 30-minute packages. And it was, it was good because all the locals in the pit would say, they would see, oh, Hoag's got a time package. So at 9:30, 10 o'clock, 10:30, 11 o'clock, 11:30, 12 o'clock, they'd all be looking at me, and I'd go 200, 200, 200, 200.
Not fair.
Take whatever they can get on those, and then the next half hour we do it again, because they were all expecting it. They were all looking for it. But I expect what's happening here in the equities now.
How much you guys make on those days? You guys just absolutely cleaned up with commissions, man. You guys absolutely cleaned up.
Well, yeah, you get 10,000 contracts at $1.25 a contract. You're making 12,500 if you don't mess anything up.
Just to execute, and all his boys around him are all eating because they're getting boned up on fills, man. Oh man, that's good stuff, Hoag. Absolutely bring the heat. Again, you got more Hoag coming. We got morning recap coming up after this. More group coaching. That's where else you gonna get that stuff, Hoag. You gotta go prep for morning recap. That was a fantastic insight right there, Hoag. We'll see if we push this thing higher. Hoag, a couple words before you get out.
Yeah. Thanks, Andre. Thanks, Jack. Thanks, Braden. Thanks, Dakota. Thanks, Andrea. Thanks, JD. Thanks, Tim. Thanks, James. Thanks, all of you, of course. Make sure you hit like, subscribe. I know Andre likes when I say that stuff, but hey, we'll see you in a little while for the morning recap. Trade well, everyone.
Take care, Hoag.
Thank you, Hoag. Good stuff. 11 close. Come and gone. Got 25 minutes or so left in fast markets. Oh, we saw the live funded update earlier today, but let's check in on how yesterday's live funded P&Ls and payouts went. So I'm going to throw it to my main man, JD. let's bring it in here. Crude. Your thoughts on crude oil and how that's been going lately in the market.
Who cares about crude? Let's talk about payouts and P&Ls, folks. Yeah, we can get back to crude a little later. But here are yesterday's top 5 live funded P&Ls here at Topstep. Look at some of these numbers. Premise Law, up at the top, $20,035 traded in the Nasdaq. I practiced pronouncing that name about 16 times before I came in here just a minute ago. Next up, Arthur, $17,161 traded in the Nasdaq also. Mariah C, $15,173 trading the ES and the NQ. Warren W, let's call that $15,000 trading gold in the Nasdaq yesterday. And Abraham L, not Abraham Lincoln, $12,769 trading the S&P and the Nasdaq. Huge day for these live funded traders. 5-figure territory for each of them. All right, let's take a look at some payouts. More impressive payout numbers yesterday. Up at the top, Ignacio leading the board, $9,450 in Ignacio's pocket. Jin, $5,780. Quentin Z, $5,706. Jacob Trades, that's our guy, $4,230 payout yesterday for Jacob. And Mark B, $2,680. Live funded traders putting real money in their pockets, trading the real live markets. Big shout out to all these live funded traders. Don't forget, Hogue and I and Coach Hoop will be back for group coaching at 12 o'clock Central Time. We're going to pin a form to the top of the chat. Make sure you grab that and ask a question. If you have a question for one of the three of us or for all of us combined, we're happy to talk about it. So when that form comes up, make sure you drop your questions in there. All right, guys. Back to you.
What's up, JD? Yep. Group coaching. JD, Hogue, Hoop. And crude is rolling over. $60.31. Braden, let's check back in on the Nasdaq here, grinding higher, making newer highs, 25,750.
Yep, I really do. I'll kind of walk us through it. For me, what I'm looking at on the hourly, notice on the hourly how, and this is just pattern recognition. This will probably continue happening until it doesn't. On the hourly, we have 3 up close hourly candles, all with pretty significant wicks to the downside, right? So this market is moving up, but on its way up, it's filling range to the downside quite nicely. These are nice, that's 70-point wick, 60-point wick, 80-point wick. So I like the idea on the slow bleed up. Also, I feel more confident shorting it the higher this market's moved up intraday. But it's a nice setup for me if we can tap into the 60s to kind of fade the top and then look for another hourly candle to kind of open and leave that wick and fill out range to the downside, because we are filling out range to the downside. There is short trades in this market. You just got to be kind of precise with the entries at high a day. So that's the trade idea for me. If we can get 760s right here and stop out above 800.
All right. If you're looking to take a trade, but say that one more time, because you're saying the market's moving higher, but you're seeing more and more conviction in a trade to the short side.
Not more and more conviction, but it's like the higher we've gone intraday, the more confident I feel that we will see a more significant retracement. If not, we are, as we're moving up, leaving nice wicks to the downside. So looking to kind of play into those wicks and fill in this range to the downside at 700s, more or less. Now, if we get an intraday reversal, that's great, but more or less just kind of looking for a move back into this. Most of the orders here, it's high 600s, low 700s. But I mean, you would feel better shorting any market you'd feel better shorting a market that has moved up significantly through the day rather than shorting a market that hasn't really moved up, right? I'm trying to catch the red in the intraday.
Excellent.
Yeah. Well, Jack, I'm trying to set up. Just printed new highs at ES 68.34.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing the same thing. I was just looking at it from a different way, where I like that 68.30 level, and you're right. You sold it twice. There are 2 good outs there if you weren't too greedy.
I'm just looking at Dakota. I'm just seeing where Dakota's at. Dakota's waiting for his live counting.
We're chilling.
Fire.
We're chilling
you
here.
Sure are, Dakota. We're doing a show here. You are most certainly chilling right now. You are the chillest. Hey,
here's the
nice
thing:
trade,
is the biggest part about trading is not trading, and right now I'm not trading. I'm watching these markets.
Exactly, and I'm just we're just goofing around a little bit. Yes,
yeah, I know.
Look at Crude. Look at Crude. 60-14 last trade. This is how they're gonna.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh my
Is
goodness.
this how they're gonna cook through the 60s? This is what it's
Probably.
gonna take.
I mean, that's a statement.
That is a statement.
That is a statement. That's a middle finger to us. That's the statement they just gave out. That is brutal. Us, if they go through the 60s,
5 micros short, Crude.
Shit. All right, let's rock it.
Stop as if we kind of leave a wick and retrace 50% of this down close candle on the hourly. So 60-40 is a stop. 5 micros, $170 a risk. I love that trade.
Okay. Saying what price did you get?
60-11.
All right, now 60-10 trade. Look at this thing. If this how they do it.
I mean, if that doesn't break 60s.
I mean, just that is a absolute push. All right, what do we have for the rest of the day here on Top Step TV? Again, we got morning recap after this, as always. And then, oh yes, we got Creed joining Rising Star. We'll be joining Jay and JD and shoulder tap with Jack and Ben. Fantastic shoulder tap yesterday. Dakota was on there. A lot of people's favorite segment. So glad we have that back in the rotation. Then trade with Topstep. Paul H, Dolby Time, and Jack. That is 1 p.m. That's after group coaching. And then we got Power Hour. We got Mandy. We got Dolby. We've got myself. At the buzzers, Jay and Paul. And Slow Marcus, Dakota, and Jay. This is the push. It is a great segment.
So in poly market right now, one moment.
Oh, here we go.
I see something. Yeah. I got a question for you, Jack, about shoulder tap.
Yes. But right now, they're given only a 25% chance of the Supreme Court ruling in Trump's favor on tariffs. And that is down significantly today. So something caught their attention in the arguments today.
What was the number earlier?
Around 40%.
Oh, okay. All right. Jack, you're on slow markets.
Yes.
Day in, day out, 5 days a week. What do you see when you look at those trading cards? What do you instantly see this number, this characteristic, this trait, and you say that can instantly, that is a lever we could pull to instantly see, near-term success, or just slow down the bleeding, or turn around the account. What do you look at first, Jack, when you say, first you look at P&L, and then you take a look under the hood, and you look at what?
What's nice is that I cannot see the actual trade. Sometimes I can back it out, new highs, yes, but I can't see the actual trades they're doing. So I'm always trying to comment strictly from a risk management thing. And at a lot of these firms, right, the risk manager is a different job than oftentimes they're not traders. They weren't when I was working there. It was someone who had traded for a while, but you don't have to be like an awesome trader in some ways to see when people are making bad risk choices. So all I can see is like some of their hold times, their account balances. And that's the big thing is the things I'm always trying to look at is when they're using their capital in ways that is not advantageous to them. And we see that a lot. People using too much of their stack is the big one.
Always, right?
Giant intraday swings that I'm just trying to put the framework of like how they would treat you at a firm, right? You're not going to last long at a firm if you're like a little above break even, but you've had 40 losing days in one day where you made a ton of money back. That's not a good return for them. So those are the things I'm usually looking at.
Hey, go.
You ever try to get?
There you go.
Go ahead, Braden.
No, I was just saying Cameron pooped out. I think production pulled me, but yeah, Camera pooped
Oh,
out.
you're here in
I'm in
spirit.
3 minis. I'm in 3 minis. Crude short 60-13. Same trade idea.
Another 3. Oh, all right. The voice from the beyond. Braden is this. Jack, in shoulder tap, you ever try to get in the trader's head? I always saw when I was doing a little shoulder tap, you try to get in the trader's head to see where the swings. And always their whole stack, right? See how often they take it to their daily loss limit. More often than not, it's if we could just.
Well, they take it to their daily loss limit regardless of how much money is left in the account. Is the most persistent problem that I see.
You know, longevity. 10-year grinding lower. Just saying. We'll see if we get Braden. Braden is short 3 minis and 5 micro. Crude, short the crude right now. Yeah, the interview with Saul was awesome. Absolutely. And
Jack.
new highs.
Yes, sir.
Am I seeing this right? On Polymarket, there has been $503 million worth of volume on the Super Bowl champions of 2026, Kansas City or Buffalo.
That makes complete sense.
That's
there's a
just
lot
those
of
2 teams.
sports betting that goes on through it, and Polymarket's all crypto, I believe, as well. So,
like
it's more
this is
international if you're comparing them. Kalshi is a U.S. based, and you can use cash, I believe.
Okay. Yeah, this is hundreds of millions of dollars on this stuff.
Wow. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Wow.
And we are in a zombie mode. Now we have Hogs might be talking about, we did have that negative delta in the Nasdaq. It was about 1,200. It might be seeing a little bit of a squeeze, but we are pushing high here. We are in grind mode. 25,762 new 762 halves in the Nasdaq. 68.38 in the orders. New highs in the ES. We consolidated for an hour and a half consolidation in both ES and Nasdaq. Bear bull flag, all you bull flags out there. You got that one? Well, that was a win. And you heard Hogue talking about also. Someone in the chat saying, "Oh, he's blowing hot hair." LOL. No, he called it right there. You just saw it happen. Play out. We saw that. We stayed above IB high, and it continued the large orders that kept coming in on the half hour and the hour. And you know, finally,
that's what he did, right? That's what Hogue does. That's what he did on the floor. He knows.
He's been around. He's seen some shit.
Oh, Crude,
there we go.
Crude.
Braden, my guy. Braden.
There
We are pushed. There, we finally did it.
Crude, dude.
Back on. Crude, dude. Crude is not rude. Braden, talk to me. How are you managing this trade? You are short. How many? And we are pushing lower. 59.92. Finally.
Yeah, I'm looking for maybe we see momentum, so it's just watching it really. The next level is 59.60s. I'm gonna take some. We know how Crude is, unforgiving, but kind of watching the momentum here. I mean, we can flush, especially off that pivot off 61. It's beautiful.
You just got tagged in Nasdaq.
I did. Yep, I'm also short 5 micros Nasdaq 67. Sell it.
Wait, you short Nasdaq too? Oh man,
I am.
Okay, baby, let's go. All right, short from 25,767. And finally, what a drama unfolds here. We finally got through those 60s again. I'm not $59.87.
It's not intentional that things get entertaining with me right 15 minutes before fast markets, but I've noticed that happens a lot.
Walk-offs, man. Absolutely.
I mean, it's true. Like it decides to sell 15 minutes before fast market ends. I don't know.
We lost your camera. And I heard your voice. I'm like, is he back? Then I saw his face and he said, Crude, dude. Braden is back. Can we get some more push to the downside here in Crude? And you're short NQ. Gold is grinding higher as well.
Yeah, come on, gold. I'm rooting for gold over here. And Crude.
What a grind. Gold is breaking. Yeah, gold breaking out. Breaking lower, breaking out higher. Yes, it is. Nice catch, Alpine. 39.94. More selling coming in here in All right, buyers in the house.
Congratulations.
Yeah, look at this. So who we got? Past 150K.
Yes, 10 years up to 4.16.
Man, it sure is, Jack. And there goes gold.
I mean, we're up
Popping gold.
10, 11
Markets.
bips yesterday.
Market. What's up, Diamond Hand Trades? What's up? Is that George?
Go.
I think that's George. Pop there in. Hold on. Oh, we just did. Congratulations. Absolutely. Who was it? Passed their first 150K combine. Well done.
Isadora Officiali.
Officiali. Absolutely. All right. About 8 minutes here in fast markets. Markets have woken up. Braden woke the markets up when he went off camera. He kind of came back on camera. And
I had to go poke it with a stick, as they say.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That's what you're doing off
did.
air.
Hey. That popping
Poke it with the Christmas
gold
tree.
I love it. When did you put it up, Braden? Did you let me put
Last
it
night.
Yesterday? Nice.
Yeah, we spent all day putting up a 12-foot tree the day before, which was crazy. I have a ladder for that.
Also crazy is push higher here. Is this squeeze? Are we squeezing? Is that what's going on? Could be. Shift to drift past my 50K, 100K, halfway there on my 150K. Nice job.
Oh wow.
Keep grinding. And here we go. 25,780. New highs in the NQ. Remember, overnight lows in NQ, 25,282. So about 500 points off those overnight lows. And ES continue to grind higher, 68.43 half. We have overnight lows, about 100 points lower in the ES, 67.48. Continue to push higher.
Went up on yesterday's New York session high, and some call walls around 68.50.
Oh, gold did not hit 4,000. We got to 399.6.
20 cents. 20 cents. What do we have? We do have President Trump speaking at a U.S. business forum in be noon central, so about an hour and 10 minutes from now. We'll see if we can bring that in. But here we go. Buyers are in the house. Look at this thing go. 25,785 now. Prince. We are looking at up about 100 points in the last 25 minutes or so in the Nasdaq. 68.45 quarter. New highs in the ES. We saw gold pop up to 39.99.8. Jack, what's that? What price are you seeing up here for call walls?
68.50. I got short 2 MES to start.
Let's go.
To play off yesterday's highs.
Cool.
Join Braden here. Braden, are you still short NQ or MNQ?
Yeah, I am, Jack.
Okay.
Can we get another?
On a 50 average, I'll be patient.
All right, sounds good. We might got my eye on crude right now. We're sitting beneath $60, $59.93.
Yep. We got the break of 60s. I want to see 59. I want to see 59.60s here. It's the next low on the hourly.
59.60. Okay.
Nice trade on crude.
Thank you.
You just jumped in that sucker. You just
well, I mean, there's only so much we can
total.
do. Yeah, I mean, I can be wrong a couple times about that, but like we cannot continue rejecting 61s like that and expect to hold 60s. I mean, we can a couple times, but I'm gonna be wrong on that eventually. I'm gonna be right on that eventually. Damn it!
Braden, that's all. Braden, that is.
I mean, it is
recognition. That is screen time right there, my man.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep the losses small when I'm wrong. Like, you know, when I was wrong, I cut it 60-40, but like there's only so many pivots we can get off 61, even on that lower high. Eventually we're gonna break. Have to. There's nowhere for it to move.
Tell them. Get out of here. 1644 half. Last trade. It's a gold. Can we print 4,000s? Can we print 4,000, Dakota?
So close. I'm sitting here watching it, waiting.
You sure are sitting there watching it, Dakota. You've been sitting there watching it all morning long. But also
999.
9, 6, 7. I'd like again, if you didn't hear the news, extra, read all about it. Dakota on the front page of all the publications. Dakota getting called up, back going pro ball. Well done, Dakota. We're going to see you again today. We'll see you on Slow Market, 7:30 p.m. Central. Coach Jay. Thoughts, Dakota? The question, do you miss the NQ? I saw that question in the chat. You're not done trading the NQ, but...
No, I trade the NQ. You guys seen me. I traded it last night. I trade the NQ guy. I think I even took a trade today, right? Yeah, I had a 120 point banger on the NQ. What are you guys talking about? I was long the Nasdaq this morning.
I can get you fired up on something there. 4,000's print. There we go. 4,000.
Rage baiting me, Andre.
Yep. Go to fantastic stuff. Jack, we're gonna see you in shoulder tap, right? We'll see you in shoulder tap. Yep. And then also we're going to Braden, keep us posted in the chat on how this trade plays out, because this crude looks ripe for another move to the downside. We got morning recap coming up next. Trade with Topstep coming up after that. The president's scheduled to speak at noon. And then, of course, group coaching. Make sure you get those questions in. We're talking about wealth and knowledge. You heard Hogue talking about what he was seeing in the, in just the orders getting printed on the bottom of the hour and a half hour. They're going to keep grinding this thing higher. It's unreal. We got 50-50 on the tilt right now, but the markets are just in a push higher. I wonder if this squeeze is really happening in the Nasdaq.
Maybe people think if the tariffs are disappearing.
Buy the dip.
Is that what it is? That's what it is, Jack. Good call. Good call. Yep. That goes. All right, 3,200 people still have less likes than Dakota gets on slow markets. Can we beat that, please? We gotta get to 800. Can we get to 800 likes? We were at 720 or so. But fantastic session. It was quiet to start. It definitely started picking up, and then they got a Supreme Court decision. Nice insight. Jack, keep us posted on this trade. Braden, well done. Let's see if we get this crude to sell off. Dakota, thanks for showing up, my man. It's always great to see you, Dakota. That being said, this is TopstepTV. Let's go. Morning recap coming up next.
Click like, click subscribe. This is TopstepTV.
One of my favorite new features in the Topstep dashboard is the real-time trade report processing. Traders no longer have to wait until the end of the trading day to be able to check their progress across their accounts. In addition to that, if you pass your trading combine, you can activate your Express Funded account instantly, giving you the freedom and control to decide when you are ready to take the next step in your journey with us. I think that is really cool.
Futures traders should know and understand what open interest is. Open interest, quite simply put, is the number of outstanding contracts in a futures product. Why is it important? Open interest can tell you when money is coming into or being pulled out of a specific futures contract. Now, how can you use that to your advantage? When price is rising over time and open interest is increasing, that says that money is coming in to the long side of the market. It's a strong move to the upside. Open interest starts to fall off in that direction, maybe the market's running out of gas a little bit. And the same is true in the opposite direction. If price is moving lower over time on increasing open interest, money is coming into the short side in that market. But if open interest starts to fall off as price continues to go lower, maybe the downside is now out of gas. I hope this simple explanation of open interest is going to help you trade well. All right, it is time for the morning recap. Hopefully you have had a successful and profitable trading morning. Happy Wednesday, everybody. As always, we're going to take a look at the opening range trades for the house account, the trades that were taken during fast markets, a couple of good ones there. This will be a lot of fun. Let's take a look. Starting with gold, I had some pretty decent trades in gold today. Well, we'll start with the house account. Of course, we've got to start with a little bit of context. So the market opened in range in kind of the high of value from yesterday. We're still inside of the range from yesterday. A little bit of a smaller range today for gold, but hey, day ain't over yet. Let's take a look. So go down to the 5-minute chart here and take a look at the opening range trade. So the opening range breakout trade got us long to micro gold 39.83 and 80. We did take a decent profit 1-to-1 basically on that trade. Got out of one at 39.92.30. Of course, the market turned around and came and hit our stop. So it basically scratched the whole trade. Hey, a scratch isn't a bad thing. Dakota came in looking for a long up here, 39.91. Got long 2 micro gold, but did not like what he was seeing up there. Covered those for a scratch, which was a pretty good idea. Go to the 30-minute. What is this? This actually on a 720 open is a failed upside auction. Doesn't look like it there. That's where Dakota was looking for the long, didn't like what he saw, scratched that trade a really good out. We did put a failed downside auction below the initial balance. That's basically where our house account stop got hit. Dakota started looking for longs again in the gold here. Got long 4 micro gold, 39.87 on the way back up. He took those out basically at an average price of about 39.93. I think at this point he was up about $600 on the day. Had a couple other trades here we'll take a look at. First off, however, let's take a look at crude oil, and we have Braden currently short crude. A very interesting morning in crude. Crude has been a bit of a pill to trade with. I told everybody earlier this morning that crude oil and we're going to counseling because I'm not ready to give up on it, but it has been a tough trade. Always opportunities, though. Now, let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. Okay, we've been kind of looking at the market kind of rotating near or getting closer to kind of lower levels here. Market opened at near the low of the range from yesterday. There was no real the opening range actually didn't end up being neither the high nor the low. We did take the opening range breakout to the short side. 2 micro gold, 60.10. Market did not pay us much at all on that. We did end up getting our stop hit about 60.23, a very cheap exit on that, about $61. Braden started looking for shorts. He was looking for the market to kind of break down below $60, which we see now actually has happened, but unfortunately it had to take the long road. Braden was pretty confident in this trade, and especially when we put this failed upside auction above the initial balance high. Very narrow initial balance. I mean, 22 tick initial balance. Initial balance high, 60.25. Initial balance low, 60.03. He's accumulated a total of 3 CL, 10 micro, 2 CL, short at 60.17. Tried to hold on to those, but it just ended up getting stopped out on those up at 60.40. Saw the market come back into the initial balance, kind of ripped into 4 micro crude shorts at 60.11. And as far as I know, Braden still has those on. So finally, he's getting his breakdown below $60 that he was looking for. We'll see how much further that continues to pay him. All right. So we were watching the equities this morning. Okay. The market was, kind of the low end of the range from yesterday. It really showed acceptance in value from yesterday, really kind of focusing on what was going on at the initial balance high. Initial balance high in the S&P, 68.29.50. We did leave a failed upside auction, which would lead us to kind of look for opportunities for shorts. But there was some price action that we were talking about during fast markets where I was I was not very confident in a return to the initial balance low on this failed upside auction. As a matter of fact, right before we saw this failed upside auction, we saw some pretty stiff buying coming in, as though there were traders, entities, whatever you want to call them, that were trying to push and show that this market was strong. So we saw that price action right before 10 o'clock, 10:30, 11 o'clock, right before 9:30. And we did actually end up putting in a failed downside auction, a failed upside auction. So the trade was really to the short side, but we really didn't get much of a pullback. We didn't get much of a pullback on the next bar. And then this bar closed above the initial balance high. What did we see? We saw another 30-minute time change, whether it's on the hour or the half hour, where we saw a bunch of buying coming in. That tells me that there is likely an entity or entities out there that have time-based orders that are to be executed on the 10 and the 10:30. And at that point, I was like, I'm not looking for shorts here anymore. I think Jack was probably thinking about looking for an opportunity up against this failed upside auction, which I kind of talked him out of. At least I hope I had something to do with it. So the market, closed that next 30-minute bar above the initial balance high. We get a pretty good extension above that initial balance high. The buying does not necessarily appear to be over. Jack, looking at a options level, was looking for opportunities for short. We're short 2 MES 68.43. We don't know what's going to happen. It is right up against last week's low, which I kind of like that. Why? Well, it helps us limit risk. Now let's take a look at the Nasdaq. We did have some activity in the Nasdaq today. We had Dakota trading Nasdaq today. Yes, he did trade Nasdaq today, and yes, he did have a 100-point banger on one MNQ. Braden started looking for shorts. Again, let's take a look at context. The market opened low of the range from yesterday, below value. Let's take a look on the 5-minute chart, what we were looking at with our traders on fast markets. The market opens, he puts in the initial balance low really early in the session. Braden was looking for shorts. He got short 3 MNQ, 25.532, and stopped out of those not too long after that at 25.590. Just about that same time, Dakota started looking for longs. He got long 4 MNQ, 25.451. He got out of 3 of them, decent profits, 10, 30 points on 3 of those contracts, and held on to that runner. What if we had a runner? Well, this particular runner made him an extra 100 points on a one lot. Now, leaving fast markets today, Braden was not only short the crude oil, he got short 5 MNQ at 25.765. This is a level that Braden was looking for throughout the session. He placed the orders up there. My dad used to call those wishing orders. When you're looking for an opportunity in the market where you don't know if it's going to get there or not, but you place the orders anyway. Well, Braden got his wishing orders filled. 5 shorts, MNQ 25.765. Maybe Braden will let us know how this plays out for him. Just kind of hanging not too far from his entry price here. Great trading as always today on fast markets. Let's take a moment and take a look at today's quotable quote. All right. So everybody talks about patience when it comes to trading. Patience waiting for your trade to set up. Patience waiting for your strategy to align with market state. All of these things. But it is extremely important, of course, in pretty much everything in life to have patience because all things are difficult until they become easy. I like this quote because patience is a big part in trading, and trading is difficult. If you are able to have enough patience and spend enough time to make trading easy, God bless you. I've never found it necessarily to be easy. I just get better at being patient. There's your quotable quote. Blessings to you all. Looking forward to seeing this next segment. We've got a rising star coming up here. We've got Crude coming up with JD and Jay. Got a new Express funded account ready to tackle these markets. Folks, you're in the right place. Looking for tradertainment and good trading. This is TopstepTV. Let's go.
All right, welcome back to TopstepTV. Thanks for hanging out. We are back, and we got a rising star here. His name is John Doherty.
Oh,
JD,
hey.
tell us a little bit about tell us a little bit about yourself. How did you find Topstep? How did Topstep find you?
Oh
how
man,
are
what
you
a
looking at the
journey it
markets right
was.
now?
Well, I see Jack in the chat. He's still short a couple of micro S&P. He's looking for the hammer of justice to come down on the S&P right now. I see what he's looking at. It kind of looks like we might be potentially bull flagging at the same time. So we're at kind of a crossroads in the sort of an inflection point, you might say. 68.43 half in the ES. That is last week's low. So we've been jockeying for position around there for the last, I don't know, maybe half hour or so. We're butting up right against it again right now. We're just underneath the lows, or the high of the day. High of the day, 68.4675. So we will see here. I've also got a 9 EMA on this 5-minute chart at 68.40. Held as a bit of support. I don't I use that term loosely, support. We bounce right off of that 68.40 level. So we're just kind of drifting at the moment. So eventually this market will break out, whether it's to the upside or downside. We can only take a guess right now, but if this is indeed a flagging pattern, we could be breaking out. Let me switch down to a 1 minute. We might get a clearer flag pattern on that.
Coach wants to know what's your favorite donut. New trader JD. JD's been here for for a moment. Looking at these markets for a while. But what's your favorite donut? Let us
I'm a
know.
Boston cream
We do
kind
have
of guy.
Crude coming up. Boston cream. There you go. There you go. That was a top seller when I worked at Dunkin' Donuts.
Because they're delicious.
Top seller for sure.
So if this is indeed a flagging pattern we're looking at in the ES, we are seeing a bit of a breakout to the upside. We'll see if they can maintain it. But switch back over to the 5-minute chart. What's the 15-minute doing? Steadily losing volume on this move up. So it makes the shorts look a little nicer than the longs when you see that decreasing volume as you continue to inch higher. Wrong answer. Someone in the chat told me
There's no wrong answer, JD.
All we do are wrong answers here, you know? This is not the place to correct people. We're not here to judge. Everybody likes what they like, right?
All right, we got all right, Jack is short 68.44, 5 MES. Got that average price there. I'll share my charts in just a second. So I did see some size on the Nasdaq book right at 25,800. I was in an S&P long right before we got off of here. I'm out of that trade. Was long from 68.25. So I do see potential rejection up here. Curious to see if the Nasdaq wants to go take out those orders though at 25,800 first before we do turn around. Right now we are kind of extended from a New York session VWAP, which is down at 670s. We're about 100 points off of that right now, so I wouldn't be surprised at a pullback. But let's see what the markets are willing to present here. S&P does have some size also up at 68.79. There's 600 contracts up there. I don't know what they're doing all the way up there, but they're up there.
879. How do you even see that?
Yeah, it's up there. I'm looking at a.
Oh, you're looking at
800 contracts, 68.
Gotcha.
Yeah, 68.79 all the way up there. Let's see what happens here. Chat, let us know. Are you guys in any trades? What's going on right now? Let's take a look at the tilt. See how we're looking here. 60% short in the S&P, average price 68.34. 53% long in the Nasdaq. Crude and gold pretty much 50-50 here. Quote some prices. The S&P trading 68.44 quarter. The Nasdaq 25.771 and a half. Gold trading 39.94. Gold just had to stop us out of that trade, JD, before we eventually turned around and tested that 4,000 level. But good management on that one. Good management. Did not turn it to a losing trade. And crude oil 59.82 last trade in crude. Nice short by Braden there.
So looking at this flagging pattern in the NQ, it looks a little cleaner than it did in the ES on the 5-minute chart. Here's your pattern here. The sort of this bull flag. We'll get confirmation of a breakout if we start trading up to new highs. We got 25,785. We rejected right off of that. That's yesterday's value area high. So we are still trading inside range, inside value from yesterday. It's been sort of a sideways couple of days here. But if we can break out of yesterday's value area and sort of start accepting those higher prices, well, that wouldn't be good for Jack Short, but I could see getting long at new highs in the NQ.
For a breakout, what would be your target up here? I was looking at the NQ, and a potential target is all the way up at 25,950. We've already seen more than a daily ATR range if you include the overnight. So that would be a stretch target for sure. You know, it's another that would put us at a 700-point day, almost a 700-point day, 660-point day on the Nasdaq. If we want to continue grinding higher here. So keeping that in mind as well, right? Are we already kind of stretched as far as range goes in these markets? That could be a case for a little bit of a reversal.
What do you have for average daily range in the NQ?
ATR, Jack says we have $50 of risk in this ES trade, so no big deal at all. I like that. Small risk, potential big reward if we get this failure. Let's take a look. Daily ATR in the Nasdaq, 415 points. And right now we are, we're at like 515, so about 100 points above the average.
So when you see
the
that
newspaper in the chat says 950 target for the real newspaper in the chat, long from 516. That is a hell of a trade.
Nice. So when you see ranges expanding like that against the average true range, are you looking for more range expansion, or are you sort of looking for things to slow down and start falling back a little bit? Is there a strategy behind
it? It really depends on the type of day. It really depends on the type of day, JD. Let me share my charts actually. Hold on one second. But you know, like a day like yesterday, right? Yesterday was a range expansion day as well, where we had a 560-point range in the Nasdaq when the daily ATR was 408, and you know, there was just never a bid that stepped in the market, and then we had some downside levels, right? You know, if there's a catalyst that the market's waiting for, and we're at a daily ATR, let's say there's an FOMC meeting tomorrow and we're already at a daily ATR today, then I'm probably not looking for range expansion, because we say it all the time, right? The market's probably waiting for something. So I'd more than likely look for a trade back into the range. But if it's a catalyst day where we had a Fed rate decision, we're already above that daily ATR and the market's trending strongly, then I'm looking for that range expansion, because it is going to happen every once in a while. A lot of times what I'll do is look at prior day ranges. So if you look at the 31st, which was last Friday, and this Monday to start, those were both range contraction days. And if we understand how averages work, at some point you're going to need to see an above average range day just to keep the ATR where it is. And that's today and yesterday. So it really depends. Coach Ray and I actually did a class when we first started at Topstep, and there's a document that we put together. I'll try to find the link to it, put it in the chat, but just setting expectations for market personality, and you know, what characteristics of a trading day precede range expansion versus range contraction days. I'll see if I can find that the link to that document, put it in the chat.
Awesome. Hey, just a heads up, Creed, we see you in the chat. Understand you're having some issues with VMix right now. We're gonna have someone get a hold of you in just a second. Let me type up a note real quick. Oh, Dolby's on it. Never mind. Thank you, Mr. Dolby Time. I see you in there. We got to figure it out, Creed. We still got a half hour left. There he is. I see him in the back. All right, we're creeping up to new highs in the S&P now. Hit it to the tick.
I'll scratch
Double
that
top
trade.
there.
Nice.
Very, very minor double top.
Prices here, 59.80.
Go ahead,
yeah. No real extension there. Right? It's kind of thin up here, JD. We have VWAP in the S&P all the way down at 68.21, and we are 25 points off of that right now. So Again, thin air up here. Can we continue to grind higher? We can, but I don't want to be the last buyer, right? If I'm looking to trade this and try to get into the trend to the upside, I need at least a 7-point pullback is what we've been seeing in the S&P, 7 to 10 points before we continue higher. Because again, it does look pretty thin up here. Market's still grinding to the upside though.
It is, and it does look thin up here.
Mike Brunelli has a question in the chat. How do you get those ATR numbers? So I'm just using the ATR indicator on TopstepX. Give me 1 second. I'll share my screen and I'll show you. Where are we? TopstepX. All right, production team. You guys should have my charts. But basically, just using an ATR indicator, you can see it on the bottom of my chart right here. This ATR, if you hover over the candles, I'm usually not even looking at the line itself. I just care about the number. But if I hover over these candles, you can see that number changes. And right now, coming into today, the daily ATR, because I'm on a daily chart, is 415 points. And then I'll measure what we did high to low, and we're above a daily ATR because we've had a 515-point range. The ATR indicator is also pretty good. Coach Paul, if you've heard Coach Paul, he's going to tell you to use the ATR as a measurement of risk and where your stop should go. So let's say I execute a trade on a 3-minute chart in the Nasdaq. If I get in a short right here, the ATR is 21 points. The Coach Paul suggestion is use 2 times that ATR as your stop. So a 40-point stop in the Nasdaq, looking for a 2-to-1 trade. 40 points probably sounds like a lot to most people, but if you're trading micros, then it's probably not that much, right? But a stop based on the market's volatility and not just a dollar amount.
Makes sense. Makes perfect sense. How's Coach Ray doing? We haven't seen him in a while. Haven't heard from him. You still talk to him?
Coach Ray's doing good. I actually have to set up a meeting with him because we have a session that we do that's going to start up in probably early next year. So I got to reach out to him. But I talked to him about a week or two ago. He's doing pretty well. Doing pretty well.
I know he's a school teacher. He teaches high school math,
Discord
right?
every day.
Oh, he does?
Yes,
okay,
he does.
okay,
yeah,
okay.
So he's a busy dude. Yeah.
I got to start spending more time in Discord.
Teaching high school math, teaching our youth of America how to count, and then doing a class in Discord every day, 7 p.m. Eastern time, 6 p.m. Central. You can catch him there.
Yep.
And Ray records every one of his Discord. Oh, who do we got?
Who's there?
Who's here?
What's
going on, Creed?
What's up, Creed?
How you guys doing?
Oh,
you guys can all hear me okay?
Oh, there he is. There he is. What's up, man?
Sounding good.
What's up? How you guys doing?
Sounding good. What's going on, Creed?
Awesome. Welcome back.
Good.
Thank you so much. Just had some technical difficulties this morning, but I mean, I joined you guys pretty late.
No worries. We still got a half hour.
No time like the present.
Right? Tell me about it.
No time like the present, Creed. Talk to us. How are you looking at the markets right now? We got equities pushing higher days. What's going on in your trading? How are we looking at the markets?
Yeah, so I mean, my trading days are pretty early in the day. So once it gets past about 10 Central Time, or let's see, about 10:30 Central Time, I cut it my trading. But today it went really well. I took profit on the market today, and I had class today, so ended my trade earlier. I'd still be floating in some profit. My take profit's up here at this black line at this daily high of yesterday, previous day high. Fortunately, like I said, I had class, so I had to cut it short. Make sure that I ended up with profit. Ended up the day with $440. But there's a lot that I went through today. I mean, a lot of emotions based on how the trading days worked in the previous weeks, especially with the new tariffs and all that. But one of the things that I took into consideration today were these hourly highs that we have, or lows rather. We came in, swept those, and then I have a trading checklist that I make sure that I go through every day before I get into a trade. And at about, let's see, today, 9:30, when the market opened, we came down, swept out a little bit of liquidity, drove up, gave me bullish in position, and then came down, hit a 50% extension, went on discount, and then I entered the trade when it closed and gave me an entry. The entry that I have on Nasdaq was below these lows. Once we fit into this fair value gap, we shot up, and I put my lows down here, and I took profit once I had to leave for class. But like I said, today would have been a very profitable day had I not had class. But I'm really happy just taking profits at all during the day.
How do you resist the urge not to trade? How do you resist the urge not to trade in class? Is it hard?
Oh my gosh.
Great question, JD.
Really great question. Actually, one of the hardest things is trying to focus in class. I mean, my classes now, I'm a junior in college, and if I'm not paying attention in class, then the next test that I have, I'm going to pay the price for it. So I'd rather pay attention in class and understand the material than to take maybe $300 extra, $400 extra, right? And have that degree when it's all said and done, right? Because at the end of the day, I mean, I have a whole summer, a whole winter break to trade, and at the end of the day, when I have more time and more opportunity to trade, then I'll maximize those profits. But for now, as long as I'm green on the day, I'm happy.
There's a comment
So
in
if
the
you hear
chat,
that, kids,
Creed.
stay in school.
Comment in the chat from this guy. Any fool can know says, just drop out, bro. That's not so easy for you. You're juggling quite a bit, aren't you? You're going to school, you're trading, and you're also a student athlete. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct. And
so how do you?
That's difficult.
I imagine so. So what's the training schedule like? How do you even squeeze trading in between training and going to school?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you. But so every day we have weights in the morning. We have weights in the morning from 6:45 until about 7:30, depending on the schedule. Typically we have weights from 5:45 till about 7. And then after that, I come back to the room. I get prepared for the trading day. I analyze the charts. And thankfully, all my classes start at 9 a.m. Mountain Standard Time for me. So I'm able to conduct my trades, analyze the market, and enter trades. And then by the time all my trades are done, it's usually at about 8:30, 8:45. Then I go to class, right? So I have class at 9, and then from 9 until the end of the day, I have classes and practice. And then there's some days where I make most of my profit, and it's when we're traveling to go play at opponent stadiums, right? And on those days, I'm trading in the bus. I put my hotspot on my phone, get on my computer, and it's quiet, right? Everybody's sleeping. It's 6 in the morning, 7 in the morning, analyzing these charts, and I'm in the bus, right? So the connection is a little shoddy. So there's times where I don't take profit when I want to take profit, and I ended up taking bigger losses than I want to. But nonetheless, it's definitely been a struggle to juggle everything, but I'm really happy with the way it's turned out.
Awesome.
Both within my academics, athletics, and then trading.
Good stuff,
Very
man.
cool. Very cool.
Creed, we got a question in the chat. What sport do you play? What position do you play?
Yeah, I play football at New Mexico Highlands University. I play safety. And
nice.
So far this year, we've had a big turnaround. We're having a career year in terms of the university. We have the most wins in recent years, I would say since about 2008.
Congrats,
right now
man.
We are, thank you so much. We're 5-4, and we're trending towards 7-4. We lost a couple just because we have a new culture, new recruits, a new team. So it's definitely been a different environment to play in. But at the same time, we do have,
Got you.
like we're trending towards the upside.
Yeah, sounds like you're making all the right moves
Creed,
there.
You play safety. I have to ask, what's a better feeling? Seeing a receiver come across the middle, running a slant, and they don't see you coming, or a great trade setup?
Oh my
what's a better
gosh.
feeling? A+ setup, or seeing a receiver running a slant across the middle?
That was a tough one there, Jay. And,
Right?
I mean,
It has to be.
the hit, it's gonna hurt me. The hit's gonna hurt me, anyways. I mean, the trade, it can be an A+ setup, and it can still be a loser. So at the end of the day, it's just, what's the result? Do I hit him hard enough to where I don't feel it, and is the trade perfect so where it's a perfect setup and I take profit, or is it the adverse, right, where we have a perfect setup and I still lose the trade, or I hit the receiver and it hurts me a lot more than it hurts the receiver, right? So I mean, you definitely have both on the
Gotcha.
table here. But man, I would, in terms of my audience right now, I'd definitely say A+ setup.
Okay, there you go.
Right.
There you go. Creed, the trader, he's taking the football helmet off for right now. We do see the equities making new highs of the day. Nasdaq trading 25,796, did make a new high there, 25,804. S&P trading right at 6850. Talk to us a little bit about this trade, Creed. You said you got out, but you had an 893 target.
Yeah.
I like that target. Are you just looking for prior day highs? I saw, this morning during the opening call, we talked about, we traded below prior day lows for the New York session so far. We tested below that prior day low. Is it, just higher time frame analysis, looking for the market to test the other extreme?
Yeah. So one of the things, I mean, it comes with having time in the market, right? And one of the things that I'm looking at here is just like what's happening within the market, right? Like what do I see on the chart? One of the things that I saw was this high time frame liquidity up here at this high, this hourly high on the S&P. That would have been an easy take profit had I saw it earlier. Unfortunately, I just saw it now. But as you can see in this area right here, just all of this downside, there's no pull back at all. So typically when I see this, I'm thinking if we're going to have a move up, it's going to fill in all of this area right here, right? And having that area there to fill in allows me to take trades a little bit higher than I usually take profit at. Usually my take profits are within our daily highs and daily lows within the sessions, the red being the Asian session and the blue being London session. Those are my typical take profit points. But because we're trading in a continuation here, I have to look for more exterior take profits. Those exterior being these hourly highs or hourly lows. As you can see, like I said, the confluence that allowed me to be confident in my longs today is that we took out these hourly lows. And because we had a retrace from those hourly lows, I was confident in the fact that we were going to go up, regardless of the fact that we had swept out these London highs or these Asian highs in London market. And yeah, that's pretty much how I went about my my analysis of the chart, right? And why I'm taking. Like I said, unfortunately,
Gotcha.
I got out a little earlier. But like I said, if this trade,
The analysis is there, and the trade is still playing out. So I got a question for you here, right? You got out of your ideal trade here. Is there any part of you, like I know you're locked out of your account, do you adjust and say, hey, the market is still doing what I expected it to do? It's still not at my target, so there might still be a potential trade here with reduced risk, right? Of course, if you were in at 690s, you're not going to risk 690 at this point. But is there an adjustment that you make, or do you say, hey, you know what? Trading idea is valid. I wasn't at my charts, so I took a piece of it, and I just reassess and come back tomorrow. Oh, I think we lost Creed.
Oh no, I'm back. I don't know what happened there, but yeah, I
all right, he's here.
Definitely caught the question, right? I definitely understand the question, and unfortunately for me, the biggest thing in trading is sticking to your trading plan. No matter what, even if you have an A+ setup, you shouldn't take the trade just because that's not your plan, right? There's no reason for you to branch out from your plan because then that's where there's unnecessary risks that you're taking, especially within the market. How volatile it is, news, and the president at this day and age, right? Especially if one tweet and your trade's done, right? So limiting the amount of variables that you have to take into account definitely helps a trader out in terms of take profits that they have and are willing to take.
Good stuff. JD, we are seeing this flagging pattern play out here. You called out that bull flag.
Sure is, yeah.
Got a little bit of a pullback to the 740s in the Nasdaq, and we are up 70, 80 points from there. New high of the day, 25,819 half in the Nasdaq. S&P is trading on its highs right now, 68 let me quote this price correctly. 68.56 half last trade here in the S&P. Just continuing to grind higher. Are we in zombie mode? Kind of seen some of the chat saying that. Just a real nice push to the upside here.
Never short a quiet market, right?
Creed, I don't know if
so we.
Yeah, really. Not really seeing any headlines or anything like that coming out. Just a technical buy. So one of the things we were talking about yesterday, JD, with Coach Paul during At the Buzzer, that sell-off yesterday was kind of aggressive, right? Price-wise, we had a 500-point day to the downside in the Nasdaq. There was no news, right? No news that I could think of that should have sold the markets off that way. And it's kind of same thing here today, where I know the tariff decision by the courts, right? That the market's kind of waiting for that, but just a pretty aggressive sell-off yesterday with no real news to push us lower, and we're seeing just a complete reversal of that move right now. Just trading right back up. Again, no big headlines. Feels like just a lot of technical trading, which is nice, right? You just get clean price action to take advantage of it here. Trump speaks in 20 minutes.
This market today is kind of a different feel than it did yesterday, though. Today just feels like a slow kind of day, and we're just grinding higher. Yesterday didn't feel like a slow day at all. We were out of the markets in the house account all day long, and it felt like markets were moving. Those moves to the downside, they weren't super heavy, but they were consistent, and they just kept happening over and over. Every little pop just got slapped right back down. So even though it's sort of, the same environment that we were in yesterday, just flip-flop, today it's got that feel of being a little bit less noisy. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah. No, absolutely. And no noise, no bad news. What do equity markets do? They just grind higher, and that's it. That is what we're seeing. A 600-point day almost here in the Nasdaq, high to low, and continuing to grind high. Made a new high there, 25,823. Chat, let us know if you guys are in any trades. Shout out to the Daily Newspaper, who is long from 516s and looking for an 893 target, I believe. 818 last trade here. So nice trade you got going on there. Take some profits, right? At some point, this is where I would say if I was in a trade, Nasdaq trade, JD, that's up 300 points. At no point should this trade be a loser. Find a way to secure some profit. Creed, you're smiling. Have you ever had that happen before? You have a profit target, and you're like, the market should get here.
Marking off
yesterday, it comes back and stops you out.
So yesterday, like you said, we had a pretty fun market, right? And I was in a long yesterday, and I was up maybe $600, $700, and ended up coming down, stopping me out, and that's no fun. Can you imagine being up so much amount of money and then you end up losing that, right? So one of the things that I did wanted to mention was on the contrary to the way price is moving today. Yesterday, I had a similar idea where I thought, hey, look, we filled in this weekly gap, right? And we're going to push higher today. This was yesterday, right? And I'm in profit. But instead of it continuing to the upside, like you said, we had that strong sell-off. And then we continued to push lower the next day and the next day and so on and so forth. But you do have to start to take into consideration your profit. Like, you got to realize that, hey, it's better to win the day up and green than to be greedy and say, hey, look, I want to take profits at this level, at this, whether or not price does hit that level. Like I said, it's much better to take profit and end the day on a win than not take profit and lose, right? So that's something I just want to hammer home that you guys were saying.
Yep.
You got to take profit at some point. And it's okay to leave runners past a certain level, but nothing that makes it so you end up losing on the day.
Yep. Getting married to a bias too early on is just a killer, You got to be able to react to that market generated information, because the market's always giving us information. And as our trade stays on longer and longer, you got to start learning to adjust and adapt to the changing environment. Get better at, I wouldn't say do it on your funded level account. Maybe jump on a practice account and just practice a few times, trailing stops. Find those good points of invalidation where you can get yourself out of a trade without risking a whole lot of the profit that you already have in a trade. I've done that 1,000 times too, Creed. You know, you're up a decent amount of dough on a trade just to have it turn around and rip in your face, and you go from up $600 to down $400 in the blink of an eye. And it's heartbreaking. It's gut wrenching. You know, it tears me apart still to this day. So there are ways to get around it. You just got to get that screen time in. You know, keep practicing. Practice, right? I'm sure you know how that feels, right?
Dude, oh my gosh, you guys are telling me. There was something that you guys had mentioned prior about the way price is moving. One of the things that I had been thinking about in terms of price, I mean, let's see what had happened. So last week, right, we had the news that came out. When was it? About from the FOMC meetings, right? And that news, one of the things that I saw was it getting priced into the market prior to the news actually coming out. So, where is it? Here it is. This large move down. What we can see is leading into the news, we have strong pulls to the upside, right? No news comes out regarding news, right? And this is when inflation, or what was it? I can't remember what it was, but price drops 25 bips. This happened on Wednesday of last week. Nonetheless, am I in the wrong time frame? Yes, I am. So right here is where the movement was. Right here, we price in the news, Trump wanting to get trades done, all this adding up together, right? We can see that happening. No news happened, right? But it's still getting priced into the market. As soon as news comes out, it's bullish news, but there's so much liquidity from it getting priced in that we end up coming all the way down, sweeping out all this low-level liquidity. This might not be the right time frame, right? But this is a really good example of it, that it still applies, right? Where it gets priced in. There's liquidity lying right here. Whether or not it's bullish or bearish, we take out all of this liquidity and then we move price higher. Just because the news is bullish doesn't mean that it's going to go bullish right off the tick and right as soon as news is released. Typically what happens is if it's getting priced in and there's high anticipation for news, we'll get a bullish or a bearish closure, sweeping out the liquidity so that it can push price higher, right? This is typically when retail traders get in, is right here when it's getting priced in. It's like, hey, I want to catch the move before the move happens.
They're the first to sell when things don't look good.
Absolutely. It gets sold off, and then all those people that were trying to ride the train before the train got going, they get kicked out, they get stomped out, and then that's when the real move happens. Unfortunately for me, that's not within my strategy to trade that type of news, so I wasn't able to capitalize on that large move. But I was still able to analyze the chart as such, right? So there's times where I
just made a new
the market moving. Go ahead.
Just made a new high here in the Nasdaq for the day, 25,828 quarter. There was a 100 lot on the offer, 25,827.75. We did fill all of that. Seeing a little bit of a pullback here. There was a question in the chat from Dan Trader. Shout out to Dan Trader, joining all the time here. Thanks for being here at TopstepTV. Has a question. What would you say to someone trying to short this move on the idea that it is overextended? Not me, thankfully, not me this time, but I'm sure someone is. What I would say, Dan, and I want to get you guys' opinion as well, because we've all been there, right? Where you have an idea, the market is not agreeing with your idea, but you're saying, hey, you know what? It can't keep going up. What I would say, Dan, I'm looking at a 30-minute chart here in the Nasdaq. Since the New York session opened, we have not had one red candle. So even if you have a trade setup that says short, right? And you want to take it, one, know where your risk is. And then two, measure the outcome of a short. What's the best short since the New York session started? What is the best short that could have happened in the Nasdaq today? The best trade a short could have gotten was 94 points so far today. Right now, could it happen that we just fall apart? Absolutely. But if I have reasonable expectations for a short, then okay, right? It's a counter trend trade. If I'm looking for 20 points, maybe, but realistically, the best trade that a short could have gotten today since the New York session started, 100 points. And you know, I'm not expecting to catch 100 points. So if you have reasonable expectations and trade in a good trade location, are there opportunities to the short side? For sure. But longs buyers have been just having a better day. Who's happier right now if you look at this chart, right? And it is more than likely a buyer. And that's the way I think about it.
I mean, it's a textbook day, you know. We continue to make higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows. That's a textbook trending market, you know. If you do want to step in front of this thing, I would suggest, you know, waiting for a little bit of structure. Maybe take out a swing low, which we have right here in the ES. Our most recent swing low, 68.39, even on this 5-minute chart. Wait for some structure to build. Take out that level, and maybe start creating a little downside momentum before you get into a trade on the short side. It's easy to pick tops in these types of markets too because it's moving so slowly, but it's also death by 1,000 cuts, you know. You can pick tops all day long with tight risk and just get nicked and nicked and nicked 100 times. And at some point, you know, is the good trade going to be able to cover all the bad trades that you already made, you know? So at some point.
Great point. Great point.
You really
also watch how Jack managed that house account trade, right? Jack was short 68.44 in the S&P, and it's a scratch. That's a winning trade right now, right? Where you probably had 5 points in profit, but realizing that it's a counter trend trade, if the market doesn't give me what I'm looking for, especially if I'm counter trend, then I got to manage my risk, right? And taking that trade as a scratch is a winner. And I think that's probably what you have to do on the short side for now until the market confirms it. And if it never confirms it, then that's just not the right idea. And we've all been there, right? Been on the complete opposite side of the market. It's like, what the hell is everybody seeing? I see a short and everyone keeps buying it. It keeps going up. You know, and that's why risk management and really trying to be objective in the markets and say, hey, what is the market looking for? Not what I'm looking for. And then get aligned that way. And if you're not, manage your risk. Creed, do you ever find yourself on the wrong side of the market?
Oh my gosh. Yeah. I mean, John was just hitting on that, right? Getting married to your bias. And then there's times where you get so married to your bias that you take a loss so big that it's like, wow, shouldn't have done that, right? And that
shouldn't have done that. Oh man.
You think. Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think the typical win percentage in day trading is like almost 65 or maybe even 55%, right? So if you're losing trades and they're equal to your winners, it's hard to be profitable. But at the same time, if you minimize your losses and you're maximizing your winners, like JD just showed us with this house account trade, you definitely are profitable. Whether that's 51%, 52%, or anything like that, right? Because at the end of the day, you're up.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. JD, I'm cracking up laughing over here. And it's not funny to laugh at anybody's losses, but when I first started trading, one of my coworkers was pretty much YOLOing NVIDIA trade. And so we're in the office after the fact, watching the earnings call. Everyone's, talking about their trades. And he bought it was like $5,000 worth of calls, NVIDIA calls. And right as the earning calls comes out, he just goes, oh man, should have bought puts. And NVIDIA is just tanking. It's like, yeah.
That's a bummer, man. That's a bummer.
Immediate hindsight realization is like, damn, I should have bought puts. It's like, well, that's what happens. You're gambling on earnings.
If every instinct you've ever had has been wrong, then the opposite must be right. Correct?
Oh no.
Yep. Absolutely. Continuing to grind here, 25, 8, 15s. Creed, what does the rest of your day look like? So you're locked out. Football practice already happened. I'm assuming you hit the weight room already.
No,
what does the rest of your day look like?
Practice at 1:30, and right after I'm done with this call, I'm gonna go meet with the coaches, go get some treatment. My days are so jam packed that they're flying by. Right. I mean, to the point where it's just like so repetitive.
So what I will say to that, and you're in college right now, it's your days is jam packed. It's scheduled. Do you think that helps you as a trader? because you know you have like a certain allotted time that I have to execute trades with my like full focus. And you, like you said, you know, sometimes you're on the bus and you're trading, or you might be thinking about the charts, but really you have probably about an hour and a half to 2 hours was what it sounds like for trading. Do you think that helps at all?
There's times where it definitely does, right? Because it gets to the point where I don't want to force a trade, but at the same time, having that time constraint is like, hey, I want to trade. I want to find a trade right now, right? And so there's two sides to that coin, right? So it just, if you're disciplined enough, it's definitely a really good situation. But if you're still like a beginning trader and you don't have that discipline built up, or even if you've been trading for forever and you don't have that discipline, it can, like you said, you can take the bottom half of that glass, right, instead of looking at it full.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of times what we hear traders say all the time is just like, oh, I'm trading for time freedom and things like that. And then they don't plan out what the rest of their day looks like when they're not trading. So then it's just easy to come back to the charts, right? It's, hey, the charts are always open. They're open 23 hours. I don't have anything else to do. So I'm just going to trade. So I think having that schedule can be beneficial. But like you said, you also don't want to be like, hey, I have limited time here. There's a lack of opportunity because I only have 2 hours, so I need to force something, right? You still have to have a setup play out in the time frame that you're looking at the charts. But you know that there was that conversation earlier in the year, JD. I don't know what happened with it, but the stock market being open 24/7, even on the weekends, I think that's the worst thing that could happen.
Sounds like
for traders, for exchanges, for commissions and things like that. Oh yeah, let's do it. Open them up. Can we get more hours in the day? But for traders, I think that's probably the worst thing that could happen.
You got that right.
Worst thing that could happen here.
I agree.
Seeing the markets kind of slow down just a little bit here. Just a reminder to everyone, we have a group coaching form pinned to the top of the chat. Make sure you get your questions in there. JD, Hogue, Hoop are going to be back for group coaching after shoulder tap. Make sure you get your questions in. We do have the president speaking as well at the top of the hour. So we'll probably try to get out of here in just a little bit. I don't know that we're going to bring that in, but President Trump is speaking at the America Business Forum at the top of the hour. We know that anytime the president is in front of the microphone, that is an opportunity for volatility. So make sure you watch out and you know where your stops are. Let the market confirm a trade setup and we go from there. And my mouse just died, so I'm going to figure out how I get out of this green room with a dead mouse. Make sure your batteries are always charged as well. Creed.
Pro tip, Jay.
Thanks for joining.
Get yourself.
Pro tip.
Pro tip for all you traders out there: don't use a wireless mouse. Get a hardwired in mouse, and you'll thank me later. Yeah. Trust me.
Get a wired mouse. But Creed, thanks for joining. Good luck with the rest of your football season, man. One more time, shout out where you go to school. Chat wanted to know. Chat, do not bet on Creed's games, okay? I saw somebody say that in the chat. Don't do that. But Creed, where are you going to school? And good luck with the rest of your season, man.
Thank you so much. I go to New Mexico Highlands University. And actually, this past weekend, there was some bettors. We were plus like 15,000 to win the game.
Wow.
It was a really close game until it wasn't. But those lines, like Jay said, don't bet on my game.
There you go.
Well, now we all have to bet on your next game.
There you go.
I'm joking.
Oh gosh. Hey, the next two games, you guys can definitely be winners. You definitely can be winners.
That is not financial advice. That's just Creed with some confidence in his football team.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jay.
Awesome stuff. Well, thank you all for hanging around. JD, we're going to see you back with group coaching. We got a shoulder tap coming up next. I believe it is Jack and Ben for shoulder tap. Then after that, group coaching again. Make sure you get your questions in there. President speaking in just a couple minutes here, so we're sure the markets are going to move. Stay tuned into Topstep TV. If you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up button, and we'll be right back. Let's go.
Click like, click subscribe. This is Topstep TV.
And it even, quarter bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller, quarter, half, the orders, and even.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Shoulder Tap. I am Jack, joined by Risk Manager Ben. Ben, how's everything going today?
It's going well. Another very busy day on the risk team. Lots of stuff going on, lots of stuff flying around, and lots of activity in the markets, including overnight. Had a lot of people flying out of the gate, making money, losing money right at the session open. I think that tends to happen when we have an increase in volatility, sharp moves, big P&Ls. I think there's some FOMO maybe that kicks in, but pretty much since session open, we've been full speed ahead. And we've had a number of traders that have really taken home some big profits, but far more who have ended up red on the day. I think, another
move lower, trend lower overnight, and then a rebound and recovery during the regular trading hours. That's pretty brutal action. If you woke up and felt like you were late to the short and then get short, you get blown out, or vice versa. Frankly, on the session open, lots of stuff happening. So it's exciting to watch. Overall, wish the live account performances were a little bit better, but I'm sure that's the case every day. Let's talk about the folks who did happen to get it right today, or at least take a bite out of the market and walk away. We've been in communication with all these traders to make sure that they're locking in, their profits. Got several people up, healthy 5 figures, somebody up over 20 grand. So kudos to those traders. There's quite a few people just underneath that threshold as well. $8,000, $7,000, $8,000, P&Ls also. So still quite a bit of trading going on. Plenty of people at the daily loss limit as well. It's been a hell of a day so far, Jack, and there's more action. So we'll keep you all updated as the day goes along.
Great. And great job to all these traders. Just a reminder right now, President Trump will be speaking. We do not have access to the feed, but looks like it's Fox News. Brett Byers hosting the American Business Forum, so that should be kicking off shortly. So keep your head on the swivel. Speaking of swiveling, the trader we have today.
What a transition. We've got a head scratcher today. Let's pull up the trading card for Dan. Trader's been with us since April 1st, and you are not reading that incorrectly. It's not a typo. The average daily P&L is -$1. And that actually is even more impressive when you take into account how we got there and the day-to-day performance. There's been some pretty wild P&L swings, particularly since about July. The P&L volatility has picked up some, and really just all over the place. Down $1,000, up 900, down 400, up 900. Kind of teeter tottering back and forth with and the ends of the teeter totter are relatively far apart. So it's difficult to dissect exactly what needs to change here. I have to give credit where it's due. Surviving in the live markets for this amount of time period, 65 trading days completed, it's difficult to do. Not a lot of traders can even do that. So, you are head of the pack in some ways, but at this point, we definitely need to find a way to turn profitability. Just surviving is not what we do this for. And I would even go a step further. Quite curiously, haven't taken a payout from this account either, despite the balance being almost exactly where it was when we started this account. So, I'm a big advocate, Jack. I know we've talked about this before. If you're kind of, treading water, not really gaining ground or losing ground, just kind of stuck in a rut, taking a payout can sometimes be the mental and emotional reset button that you need, to change going forward. Reevaluate. I don't quite know if it's a mindset thing, if it's a just an edge in trading thing, because clearly they can put up winning days. They've got 30 winning days in this account, and some of them quite large. A $7,000 winning day. I'm really interested to know what was going on with the trader in that day, and it doesn't. A lot of times, what we see, Jack, when someone put up 7, 8, 10, 10x, what their prior best winning day was. A lot of times there's chaos that ensues, and lots of daily loss limits and swinging for the fences after that. Interestingly, there hasn't been a tremendous amount of that. Yes, we've got a couple of larger losing days there, but it's not as though they just fell off a cliff. They've made money on several days throughout, October leading up to current day. So really interesting. Not sure what's going on here after having gone pretty deep into the trade reports. What nuggets are you able to pull out of this when you were looking at it, Jack?
This one is super hard to decipher. So only trading one product, trading the ES. There's that one decently big day, has hit the DLL 32 times. I'm not sure what happened yesterday. This trader lost 2,000. Did they expand their risk limit or something? There's a 50K account. I'm not sure. There weren't any numbers yesterday to my knowledge. But somehow did that. we're not allowed to give financial advice, but I have one. Let's put it this way. Here's what I would do. You got 65 days. The big key piece of information here of what I think is going wrong when I look at this is they're trading full ES contracts. And it looks to me as if they're trading at like 4 of them. A lot of these trades with 1 trade, I see 8 contracts. So I'm guessing this person is all in, all out with 4 ES. Okay.
Yep.
4 ES is like, where's the ES at right now? 68.50. Bear with me for a second. 68.50 times 50 times 4 is 1.4 million, let's call it nominal exposure. Okay. With that in mind, if you tread water this long, that seems like too much size. And since there's no payouts and this person has 30 winning days, my strong suggestion is if you want to keep doing it this way, take out half your money and cut your size in half. Or if you're not going to take the payout, still cut your size in half, because trading that much size while averaging scratch over 65 days, it feels like you're tempting a big drawdown here.
Yeah.
The equity curve is interesting. I didn't share it because I made it at the last second. Really just kind of a little bit down, a little bit up, a little bit down, a little bit up. Thus, they haven't really used too much of their account on any given day, but that's just because that's what their daily loss limit is, and their balance hasn't really changed. But, man, I would strongly consider cutting your size in half, even if you want to keep all the money in it. But if you want to change nothing, take half this money and cut your size in half or a quarter. Trade 1 ES. That's all I can glean from this. Anything else you see?
No, I think sizing gives you more flexibility. When you size down, then that gives you room to, if you have stronger conviction, or see evidence that you're right in the trade. It's no different than seeing the flop after you bet on a strong 2-card hand and hold them, and you see the flop, and now there's new evidence that supports you're in the right trade, and the first bet was a good bet. Now you can add to it from there. So definitely not financial advice, but I like scaling down to start, so that you give these trades a little bit of room to breathe, and then maybe consider finding a way to add to the trade when you see that it's working, or something to that effect. I know that there's something here and something that can be done to to get us on the right path, but starting by sizing down is probably a good place to start.
I mean, someone in the chat brings up a very good point. It seems that these trades must be for incredibly small scalps. I'm thinking maybe this trader trades overnight, and that's how they got slipped last night, because I'm pretty sure that they are trading 4 E-mini S&Ps at a clip, if I'm reading this right. And yet, as they point out, the winning trades. It's a very confusing card, I'll give you that much. But the good news is they haven't damaged the account in any way, and they have gotten those 30 winning days. So that's the biggest thing I can say. Just take a payout and keep on trying to do it. And if it works, good for you. If it doesn't, well, you took out some money. So that's all I have to say for man.
Amen. Seconded. Here. That's all I got too.
Yeah. Well, thank you for bringing this card. This was interesting. You know what else is interesting, Ben? We are, well, not the S&Ps, because they're just where they were for a while now, but we do have group coaching coming on next. Now, this is a special one because this is your last chance to see JD before he goes deer hunting for the next 2 weeks. So get your JD fix, your Hogue fix, your Hoop fix on group coaching next. Ask your questions. We'll see if Trump gets this market a rocking. Thanks, Ben. And this is TopstepTV. We'll be back right after this.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to TopstepTV. Congratulations, you made it to the right place at the right time. It's everybody's favorite time of day. It's time for group coaching. Hope you all had a minute to grab yourself a ham sandwich, warm glass of milk, tall glass of beer, whatever you need to get through this Hump Day Wednesday. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hogue, how you doing? Coach Hoop, what's going on? We got a couple of VIP coaches here. Hogue, what's been going on? We missed you the last hour. You've been on all day. You go bell to bell all the time. Did you take a break, or are you watching the market still?
No, I took a little break. It's very nice outside, so I went and walked around outside for a little while and had a little breakfast sandwich and got ready for the session here. Beautiful day. Had to get out there and take a look, walk around a little bit. Feels good. Feel like I got a little exercise, which is always good.
Good for you. Good for you. Hoop, I've seen you in the chat all day long talking about live cattle. What's going on in cattle? Are you in that market? Tell us everything. What do we need to know?
I didn't catch it. If you look at my chart, the feeder cattle has kind of been the whole kind of leader of what's been going on with cattle. That's a lot of the cattle that comes over the border from Mexico. And of course, Trump all got this market into free fall last week when he talked about bringing in cattle from Argentina. We're going to get beef prices down. So today, VWAP, we left it right out of the box and we never saw the light of the day. The feeder cattle went limit down early. Usually that should be at least a fundamental sign to lean into a short. And, when you deal, and this is, we talk about the mental side of trading. When you deal with markets like gold, cattle, equities is a little bit different because it seems like they're in a perpetual bid mode. But when those markets shift, if I go to my daily on cattle, on October 16th, cattle made contract highs. And Hogue, we've had this conversation. When everything looks the best, it is when you have to look at, and this is just a commodities thing. When everything looks the best and it just feels like the market is going to go no higher, it turns around. So on 10/16, we made a high of 248.30. We broke $28 off that high. And this is where technicals and fundamentals can just overcook a market. And right now, there's been a lot of longs in this market. And I guarantee you, Hogue, when we look at the open interest numbers tomorrow, end of the last 2 days, you are going to see a lot of long liquidation here in the last 3 days. So if anybody sees, you can also see in my chart, there's a limit down. Limit down, which means we cannot go any lower. And that's a lot. 1,000 contracts in cattle. That's pretty strong with, call it, a half hour to go in the day. So what that would mean is typically, Hogue, how do we treat that? There's a good chance we're going to open up lower and pretty significant as we walk into the day tomorrow, because this business here at Limit Down has just not got finished. So the only way they get to finish their business, Hogue, there's no overnight. They have to just decide tomorrow morning again, hey, I still got to get out of my position. So this is, when you deal with limit contracts, they get a little dicey. And once again, you can buy it, but it's a scary trade.
Yeah, there's over 1,000 on the offer there.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, that's likely going to open lower tomorrow.
I just got an update from our production crew in the back. We do have a live feed of President Trump speaking right now to the U.S. Business Forum. We'll see what he's talking about. Maybe we'll pipe that in just a couple minutes.
Okay.
Shout out to my boy Sodbuster in the chat. Looks like he's off his meds again. Hope you get better, brother. You're always welcome here. Let's check in on these markets again real quick. Let me refresh my platform real quick.
Zombie mode got
Take a look at the tilt. ES 52% long in the tilt, NQ 57% long, 64% long in crude, and 58% long in gold. Pretty much flat across the board. Not much happening in the markets right now. We've gone pretty flat. As soon as I get word from our guys in the back, we'll start piping in this Trump speech. I don't see any headlines coming across the wire right now, so we can't be talking about too much, right? If he had something important to say, I'm sure we would have heard about it, but we'll pipe it in nonetheless. We've also got your questions. Thank you for submitting. That form is still pinned to the top of the chat. If you got a question, go ahead, grab that form, fill it out. If you got a question for one of the three of us or all three of us combined, go ahead and do it. Oh, still not talking yet. Just got the update. Thank you, Gabe. Gabe's in the back, keeping an eye on things for us. Scheduled for noon, but still no talking yet.
Hey, Hogue, when you get done with your therapist for crude, can you let me know when there's an opening? Because I'm going to be right behind you on that freaking market. What a pistol that thing is this morning.
Yeah, it sure was.
I mean, it's just, yeah.
It was a rough morning.
It was, and it's, fade the number, and then, it's just, once again, Andre said it earlier, it used to be one of the most traded markets here, and now it's just it's a very it's a tough trade in a range trader, and then it breaks out of range. Yeah. So like I said, when the appointments open up in the appointment book, let me know. I'll be right behind you.
I will certainly let you know. I will certainly let you know.
All right, guys. Well, before President Trump finds that podium, the microphone, and the camera, let's hit a couple of questions while we still got a chance, right? First question comes from Vanare. Hogue, I saw you highlighted this one. Vanare says, "Hey, Coach Hogue. Coach Hogue gave an awesome explanation regarding large buying on the half hour. I learned so much from you guys. Thank you. My question is around 10-ish. Coach Hogue said there was a bull flag. Where did he see that, and how would you play that move? Playing bull flags." Well, first I want to give you a reference to our website, Topstep.com. We have blog articles on all kinds of technical analysis, charting patterns. So you can go to that website. It'll explain to you exactly what these chart patterns are, how to trade them, how to set your stops around them, and also that thousands and thousands of other traders are also looking at these same patterns. So you got to kind of play the reverse psychology too when you're looking at them sometimes. But Hogue, a bull flag. How do you play a bull flag? What's a breakout confirmation on a bull flag?
Well, I don't recall saying bull flag this morning when we were talking about that initial balance high and seeing those buyers coming in on that, but it doesn't mean there wasn't one. Let's take a quick look. All right, let's take a look at the S&Ps. Okay.
Was it 10 o'clock
So
Central Time? Okay, I'm on it.
I see
yeah,
it
yeah.
on a shorter time frame.
So
It's there.
yeah. So you could kind of be looking at this and saying, okay, well, we put in the high here. Now we put in a series of lower highs and a series of lower lows kind of off of that. So that could be a bull flag, right? It's not a real clean one, if you ask me. But the things I'm going to be looking for when I see a bull flag is lowering volume. So as price continues to push lower over time, I want to see volume slowing. You can play a bull flag one of two ways. You can buy the lower end of the channel and then add to it on the breakout of the upper side of the channel, or you can just be patient, look for a confirmation above the upper side of the channel, take your long, and then take advantage of it. There's actually a better, cleaner bull flag right here. This one is just a little shorty 15-20 minute bull flag, but this is, again, contrary to the bigger picture, right? So we're already seeing the market pushing higher. You get very narrow ranges, lowering volume, and you can take the breakout above. You can try and buy the lower end of the channel. A little bit of a preemptive, but you can try and do that. So if you were, looking to buy a pullback, you bought the low end of the channel, you got the breakout on the upper side of the channel where you can add to that. But those are just basic bull flags. Bear flags happen the opposite way. The price moving lower, you get a move in the opposite direction. Narrow range, low volume, and there's your bear flag. But yeah, I don't think I was talking about a bull flag this morning. We were just talking about how we had the failed upside auction in the S&Ps. It was starting to pay us a little bit, but wasn't paying much, and we saw, as we were kind of coming into this failed upside auction, right before the close, we did see some pretty considerable buying coming in. And so that's when I was saying somebody wants to close this higher than this. Somebody wants to take out this high, and so if we were short, we had to be we had to be cautious. But once we broke out of the initial balance high, and when did it happen? Right at 10 o'clock, 10:25, 10:30. And we saw that buying coming in right in front of that. So that, again, that's another timed order. Here's, maybe another little bit of a timed order here. 11:30, another timed order here. So I don't remember saying the bull flag, but that's in essence what a bull flag is. That sound good to you guys?
Yeah.
Yep, sure. Let's I was talking about bull flags. That could be what this trader was referring
Oh,
to.
okay. Yeah.
Monterey.
Yeah, good.
During the last segment, Jack was short in the house account in the ES from 68.44. He had a handful of shorts on, and I did pick out this minor bull flag here on a 3-minute chart. It looked pretty clean set up. Characteristics of a bull flag are obviously the flagpole leading up to a point of consolidation, which we have right here, starting with this swing high at 68.4675, and finishing up at this swing low down here at 68.39. So I did draw in this tiny 3-minute bull flag, and pointed out our confirmation would be somewhere around, or our confirmation or breakout would be somewhere around here, 68.45 half, which we ultimately got, and we saw some continuation up. So those are typical basic characteristics of a bullish flagging pattern. It's basically just a pull off, a period of consolidation after a rally. Oop, do you even look at these chart patterns anymore? Are they something that are part of your arsenal? Do you like?
No, I mean, I look at them, but I think what happens to me earlier in my career is I used to preempt them. Oh, here comes the bull flag. Like if you look at my chart here, like I would get, here's your flagpole, and then here's a little bit of consolidation, and like, oh, here it comes. Oh yeah, maybe not. So once we get in, I call it like today when we broke out and got in zombie mode and we held, I would start to look at these now because we've always talked about this. When the ATR dropped here, from this morning, and it starts. This is what you were saying earlier, JD. ATR started to drop off, right? So here comes the slower market, right? Here we go. These are going to be, sometimes they're not going to be a lot, right? I mean, when you try and get in a directional market, sometimes that market, Hogan, you said it, makes it an absolute bear to get in here. No pun intended. And, these are areas to at least try to get in. And then now we're going through a bunch of consolidation right now. So, yeah, I mean, I do identify them, but I kind of look at it more, JD, when we go directional like this and saying, okay, do I want to get in into the upside? And really, as this motion kind of slowed and we've kind of flattened out, that probably was as good a spot as any to take risk, So,
Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
I do, but more when we go directional than I am looking for every 3-minute or 5-minute, bull flag or bear flag.
Yep.
Was once told
And,
to me,
not everybody. What's that, Hogue?
Directional market tries to keep you out.
Oh, 100%.
This is true.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Truly directional market.
Let me
truly
in.
directional market. Yeah. It'll have you selling highs all day long, picking tops, trying to get in, picking tops, picking tops, picking tops.
100%.
And that's
and
how
buy it. Yep.
Yep. Absolute account killer moves, because it's cheaper to get in on the short side. That's what people are looking for. Cheap trades to get in. Yep. But I do think it's important to know about these chart patterns in general. Whether you're just getting started. Yeah. They're very basic.
Sure.
This is technical analysis that goes back 150, almost 200 years, right? This stuff has been around forever. And what does that mean? It means a lot of people are looking at the same patterns you are. So when you're looking at these patterns, you can kind of tell what a lot of people are going to do when they're trading. And we all know that the market is going to do whatever screws the most amount of people, right? So when you see people setting up to trade on one of these patterns, you can see it just by looking at the chart where their stop's going to be. And the market's just automatically going to gravitate to that level and burn everybody before it makes the move. This is not trading advice. Let's put up that disclaimer. No. But it's one way to look at it. That's one way to look at it also. You don't have, technically you don't have to use these chart patterns to create trade setups off of, but they're good things to be able to recognize because a lot of other traders are seeing the same thing that you are, right? Does that make sense, everybody?
100%.
Cool. So we have just gone sideways in the ES right now. We've been barcoding since about 11:30. Gold has officially settled for the day, 12:30 p.m. Central Time. Official gold settlement price. Let me see if I can get a gold settlement price. I don't see it yet. I'll come back to you with it.
I'm telling you right now, that opening candle tomorrow is going to be wild. Well, it's so once again, I do because it's what I learned about, and obviously not just from the floor, but from family. But this time of year, we talk about spot, or in this case, the SPX, with the S&P. It's the same thing with agricultural markets. You want to know where the spot market is or the cash. Typically, certain times a year, the cash market runs a little bit discount or a little premium. And right now, there's just the market open tomorrow on cattle will be extremely wild. I'm just going to tell you that right now, because typically, MP will appreciate this. Cash cattle is trading like 232. The futures are trading at 220. Typically, this time of year, it's like a max $2 to $3 difference. So there's a lot of disparity of what's going on in futures and cash. And JD and Hogue, when that goes on in an agricultural market, it'll create. I mean, the ATR in cattle's almost $5 in a day. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of volatility coming, and right now there's almost 1,200 on the offer in the pool. So yeah, it's going to be it'll be a wild open tomorrow. And there goes new highs coming for the ES is going to go for it.
Ticking higher right now. Looking at the ES, we've got a high right now. I'm looking at the micro. I'm going to pull up the mini. We're not going to put on a trade. I'm going to see the real ladder. Got about 250, a tick above the high in the ES. Looks like someone's trying for a failed top play. That used to be one of my favorite trade setups during slow market times. Failed tops, failed bottoms. Very simple trade setup. You had to be in low volatility times, though.
Right.
Which this kind of is. This trade might play out right now. What
Yeah,
it is
some news comes out from the decision or something, right? And then it evaporates everything, right? That'd sometimes the tape bomb of tape bombs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here it comes.
Speaking of which, let's see if the president has made the podium yet. Doesn't look like it. So, 68.58. If that trades out, we'll see. What do you want to look for? Typical characteristics of a failed top play. So you would put your offer in 2 ticks, 3 ticks above the current high in a slow sort of dragging period like this. You look for a slight liquidity grab, and then for the market to come right back into range that it was trading in. It's a very low risk, high reward trade. You're risking 1.5. Basically, if you're trading minis in the S&P, you're risking $75 to make about $300 in the blink of an eye. That's the objective.
And you're using the dome a lot for that or the ladder, right, JD, on that too, because you can see where the offers are stacking up there, right? That's a ladder or dome play. Yeah, 100%.
This is 100% pure price action ladder read trade. You have to be staring at that ladder all day long to be picking up patterns. Yeah.
A little more
We
on the high of the day.
Right up against the 200 session moving average on the 30-minute chart. 68.57.85 is where it's at right now. 57.75 is the current high.
Man, the market, when it gets in these modes, I get chills when I see this. It gives me flashbacks, PTSD when I see this.
You get chills.
Just killing short. I mean, just absolutely eating shorts up right now. Eating them.
Yeah.
Grinding them up, yeah.
Oh,
so here we are. We're 2 ticks. 2 ticks from a new high. Let's see if this trade plays out. I didn't put it on, of course. But if I was going to take this trade, I would have, hypothetically, I'd have an offer at 68.58
right
right
off
now.
of it.
Yep. Bounce right off of it.
We were talking this morning on the opening call about a directional move in the opposite direction from the most recent price activity.
Yep.
You think we're getting it today?
Maybe just a shade. Yeah.
Maybe a little. All right,
I mean,
guys.
if you watched the market last night on the open, it was brutal how bad the market sold off in the overnight too. And to watch it.
Oh, was it? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We've rallied 100 and almost 100 handles in the ES. 67.48 half overnight.
Couldn't quite take out that high in the ES. All right, let's do a quick. Let's have how about a quick news break, guys? We'll come back to the ES when it's back on its highs. All right, that ADP number came out. The U.S. economy added 42,000 private sector jobs last month. That's more than 4,000 more than analysts had expected. The latest employment snapshot comes from payroll processing company ADP. Its numbers typically serve as a proxy for the government's official jobs tally from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. However, the ongoing government shutdown prevented the release of an official jobs report for October. A report for this month isn't expected either. That should say September. Not expecting an October report either. The most recent Bureau of Labor Statistics job report from August showed unemployment rose to 4.3%, with the economy adding just 22,000 jobs. You remember how horrible those misses were on the jobs? So for the first time in years, there weren't enough open positions for those seeking employment. I'm going to repeat that. For the first time in many years, there weren't enough open positions for those seeking employment. For real? Here we go. They're singing the song. They're doing the thing.
This is quite the business going. What's going on?
I don't know.
He's wearing Powell's tie.
Trump is speaking. Yeah, he's speaking in front of the U.S. Business Forum.
Here we go.
Entering to God bless the USA. So we've pulled off those highs in the ES. Doesn't look like we're going to make a run in the next couple minutes. Let's grab another question from the chat.
Absolutely.
Savan says, hey guys, buying breakouts or buying peaks near the breakout point, I get sold into it. When not buying the breakout point, it then actually breaks out. Is this a matter of luck? How do I fix this and see the breakout or breakdown clearly? Well, we just kind of talked about that a little bit with these bear flag or bull flag patterns. There's a couple of different ways you could trade around them. Let me zoom in on this little 3-minute bull flag that we were talking about. So a couple ways to enter the market when you're trading these flagging patterns. So here is just a textbook bull flag, right? Swing high up at 68.46.76. Swing low, 68.39. How do you play this pattern? You could go the cheap way. Once the pattern starts forming, you can draw your channel line, and you can get in cheaply on the lower channel line, or you can wait for the breakout above 68.45 and get confirmation. Oh, here we go.
In magnificent Florida, Miami, Florida, with thousands of incredible business leaders and true American patriots. That's what you are. We're gathered today on the one-year anniversary of the single most consequential election victory, they say. This is them, this isn't me. I'm a very modest person, I would never say this. The single most consequential election victory in American history. It's possible. I mean, it's possible. We've done a lot. On November 5th, 2024, the American people reclaimed our government. We restored our sovereignty. We lost a little bit of sovereignty last night in New York, but we'll take care of it. Don't worry about it. We rescued our economy, regained our liberty, and together we saved our country. On that magnificent night, 365 days ago, you know, I was with a group of very important people, and they say, think of it, last week, just last week, 6 days ago, 7 days ago, they said, you were campaigning 1 year ago. I said, no, it felt like I've been in this position for so long. And it's right. At that point, 1 year ago, I was actually campaigning. We did the McDonald's shot. Remember the McDonald's shot? We did the garbage truck shot. And actually, the McDonald's one was the biggest hit in the history of Google. Can you believe that? Number one, the garbage truck did well, but not as well. I guess there's something about McDonald's, right? But it worked. And we won a tremendous election. We won all 7 swing states. We won the great state of Florida, by the way, by 1.4 million votes, which is unprecedented. Biggest victory ever in Florida, including an 11-point victory right here in a place called Miami-Dade County. We won the popular vote for the first time of any Republican in many decades. We won the Electoral College 312 to 226. And we won 86% of the counties in America. That's a big one. 2,700 to 525. I'd say that's called a landslide, right? We got more votes from African Americans than any Republican candidate in history. We also won a record share of votes from the incredible Hispanic American community. There might be a couple of us, right? Biggest vote in history. And above all, we won a resounding mandate to make America great again, which is what we're doing. And every day since, I've been fighting to turn the promise made into the ultimate promise kept. We're going to do our job. We have a big job to do. We've done really well. I think it's the best 9 months, they say, of any president. And I really believe that if we can have a few more 9 months like this, you'd be very happy. You'd be very satisfied. But it's been pretty incredible, with trillions and trillions of dollars being poured back into our country by other countries and other places and people. 1 year ago, we were a dead country. Now we're a country that's considered the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's the hottest country. We are now in the hottest country anywhere in the world. And I'm pleased to report that today the United States has the strongest economy, the strongest borders, the strongest military, the strongest friendships, and the strongest spirit of any nation anywhere. We have the greatest economy right now. A lot of people don't see that. But if you look at what's happening with all the factories, AI, auto plants all over the country being built, that if you would have thought about that 2 or 3 years ago, you would have said it was the opposite. They were all leaving. Now they're all coming in. They're all coming back and then some. And I think that we can honestly say, and I think you're going to see it even more so over the next 12 months, that this is the golden age of America. This is the golden age. In the prior 4 years, crooked Joe Biden oversaw less than $1 trillion of new investment in the United States. So in 4 years, less than, think of it, less than 1 trillion. That was not doing too good. In 9 months, I've secured commitments of over $18 trillion, and we're going to have $21 trillion within the first year. So Sleepy Joe did, think of that. In 4 years, he did less than $1 trillion. We're going to have $21 trillion in 1 year. I would say it's slightly better. Slightly, just a little bit better. The stock market has set 40-time all-time record highs, and just recently, record high, record high, record high. All of them, all of the different exchanges. GDP growth in the second quarter was an amazing, almost 4%. And as you know, they said, oh, it'll be 2% or 1%. And it's been really helped a lot by the tariffs. It's been really helped incredibly, because this is really a transition period. We went from a horrible, failed country to a tremendous success. It's a transition, and yet we did almost 4%, triple and even quadruple almost every other country anywhere in the world. Think of that. In the third quarter, we're on track to achieve an estimated 4.2, maybe more, who knows. I think if you go a couple of years out, you're going to see numbers like you've never seen, because all of these places that are now under construction, they're being built, they're going to be open, and thousands of jobs, hundreds of thousands of jobs are coming in, even building them. But when they open, that's when you're really going to see the numbers. We're building some of the biggest buildings ever built anywhere in the world. The AI buildings, you know, they can cover, they show displays of them. They can cover the island of Manhattan. They're so big. They literally can cover the island of Manhattan. In 9 months, we've lifted over 600,000 Americans off of food stamps, which is a record. 1.9 million more American-born workers are employed today. Think of that. Almost 2 million American-born workers are employed today, more than when I took office. That's 9 months ago. Can you imagine that? And I tell Republicans, if you want to win elections, you got to talk about these facts, you know. It's really easy to win elections when you talk about the facts. And we have more people working now than at any time in the history of our country. Right now, we have more people working. These are things you have to talk about. It doesn't just happen. You got to tell them. It's wonderful to do them, but if people don't talk about them, then you can do not so well in elections. Wages for workers are rising at the fastest pace in over 60 years. Those are workers, and that's what we love. We love the workers. Since I took office, wages for the typical factory worker are up $1,300. Construction workers' pay is up $2,200, and miners are up nearly $5,000 this year alone. And that's good, because it's not, you know, such an extra cost to the company. It really isn't. Somebody would say, oh, well, it's going to cost more. The fact is that they're doing such business like they've never done. You're going to start seeing numbers coming out very soon that are going to blow your mind. Under Biden, we had the worst inflation in modern history. We had inflation that was so bad, costing the typical family about $33,000 over a period of time. Their policies send food prices up 23. They come in, you know, when I first came in, I was in for 3 days, and one of the fake news members, they're all back there. That's a lot of press. Fake news. They said, egg prices are through the roof. I was there for 3 days. And this maniac, this lunatic person, happened to be a woman. Sir, what are you going to do about egg prices? And they'd gone up like 4 or 5 times. I said, well, you just told me it has a problem. And people weren't buying Easter eggs. You believe it? I said, we're buying Easter eggs for the White House, for the egg hunt, the famous egg hunt. But within a couple of months, we got them down. We have a great Department of Agriculture headed by Brooke Rollins, and we did a great job, and we got them down to the level they originally were a long time ago. And we have that in just about everything. And if we don't have it, we get them down. Their policies sent food prices soaring 23%, the Biden policies. And it wasn't him. It was the people surrounding him around the desk. He didn't know what the hell he was doing. Biden. How the hell did that happen? Well, I know how it happened. A rigged election. That's how it happened. Think of the damage done. Although I must tell you, but this is a much more powerful term. I mean, this is a much better term. In one way, it's bad to see how bad people... You're going to see the same thing in New York, by the way. You watch what happens in New York. Terrible. But you're going to see that same thing. And I hope it doesn't happen, but you're going to see it. Gas prices are surging to $5 a gallon, even higher, and mortgage rates skyrocketed by 152%. But under the Trump administration, all of that is changing. Prices are coming down very fast, and we're bringing them back to the beautiful part where you can have, and you can truly say, we're talking about the American dream again. You didn't used to hear that term. You heard it during my 4 years, and then it disappeared. Now you're hearing it again more than ever. Because we had the most successful economy in the history of our country during my first 4 years. We rebuilt the economy, cut the biggest tax cut in history. We had the biggest tax cut in history, the biggest regulation cut in history. That's why we had the great economy. And now the only difference is we're doing better this time. Actually, we're going to have a bigger, better, stronger economy than the first 4 years. And that was the most successful economy in history. Gasoline prices have plummeted to the lowest in 2 decades. We're going to soon see $2 gasoline. Think of that, $2 a gallon. It was up to $4.50, $5. And you know, when you get gasoline and you get oil and gas down, it's so big, it's so massive, the importance of it, that everything else starts to follow. And that's what's happening. Grocery prices are way down, and Walmart just announced that the cost of their standard Thanksgiving meal, this is the greatest. They're wonderful. They come out every year with how much does a Thanksgiving meal cost compared to last year, right? And it always goes up, up, up. It's 40%, 30% more. Is 25% lower than 1 year ago. Isn't that great? That's a big deal, Rima. That's a big deal. I don't know if they care about that in Saudi Arabia, but here it means a lot. We got the princess here from Saudi Arabia. She's got a lot of cash. Serious cash, and she's a great person. So she doesn't care about the price of a turkey is down a little bit, you know, she doesn't have to worry about it. Since March, the price of eggs is down 85%. Energy prices are down, interest rates are down, despite the fact that we have a total nincompoop at the Federal Reserve. It was recommended by one of my real great people, who I'd never spoke to again. And the cost of the typical new mortgage is down by nearly $3,000 a year. Day by day, we're making America affordable again. It's going to be affordable again at a really record pace. And, you know, other people are going to take credit. All the mayors and all the governors, they're going to say what a great job. They didn't do a damn thing. Yet as we speak, the Democrats in Congress are trying to put all of this progress at risk and drag us back to the Biden policies of soaring prices, crushing energy costs, massive spending, open borders, let the world come into our country from prisons and from mental institutions, let them pour in, and rampant inflation. That's what Biden gave us, all of those things. With the reckless Democrat shutdown, virtually every Democrat in Congress has voted to hold the American people hostage in an effort to extort hundreds of billions of dollars in new spending. They're demanding free health care for illegal aliens that just came into our country from prison.
And there you have it, folks. We're going to keep that running for just a minute. We're going to get out of here and make way for our counterparts in Trade with Topstep. Jack, Paul H., and Dolby Time will be up next. Then we're going to be closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Mandy, and Dolby Time. Keep it real, chat. You had me chortling through that entire experience Bless you all.
Yes, they did.
Hogue Hoop, thank you for your time today. I'll catch you all in a couple weeks. I'm heading west,
Be
young
safe.
man. Young men. Yes.
Be safe.
Have a great time, JD.
Enjoy it, man.
I'll send pictures. I'm off to the fields
Please.
of Minnesota. Minnesota, you betcha.
Yeah, I hate it.
All right, we're going to take a short break. Trade with Topstep. We're going to keep President Trump's speech rolling, and Trade with Topstep will be starting in just a couple of minutes. Jack, Paul H., and Dolby time. Catch you all later. Topstep TV. Here we go.
He's a mean person. He's a divider. He's a divider. Obama, Barack Hussein Obama. And by the way, ask him how he's doing on his museum library. He's got hundreds of millions of dollars of cost overruns. It's come to a dead halt. He built it in not a particularly good location. He's not into real estate, you know. He doesn't know about location. He doesn't know about location, but he built it in a location that's not going to be too good. But the thing has come to a dead halt. It's way over budget. It's sort of like Gavin Newsom in California. He's got a train that was supposed to go from San Francisco to Los Angeles, which is a stupid idea because an airplane is faster. I don't care how fast it goes. And they had plenty of airplanes. San Francisco, inside San Francisco to inside right there, L.A. And what they did is they said, oh, man, this has been going on for years. It's billions and billions of dollars over budget. So what they decided to do is cut it so that it doesn't go into San Francisco and into L.A. It cut way short of both. And then they cut it again and again and again. Pretty soon they're going to have like 2 miles of track. Billions and billions of dollars, totally incompetent. The biggest cost overrun proportionately that I've ever seen. Many, many, many times more. And it's no longer the same. It was supposed to go into the city. Now it's way short, many miles short of the city. So they're going to drop you off and you can walk the rest of the way. That train is going to haunt him. You watch, because he doesn't have what it takes. I tell you that. Slimy guy. He's a slimy one. Maybe that should be his nickname. Slimy Newsom, right? But he doesn't have it. But you look at that train, it's going to cost him. Republicans have voted 14 times to fund the government. And it's time for Chuck Schumer, crying Chuck. Remember he started crying at the airplanes? They were the worst forced tears. I've known him all his life. He's never cried. But he broke down in tears. He was so devastated. He didn't know why he was crying, but he just thought it was good to do. His people told him this was a good time to cry. Crying Chuck. But it's time for Chuck Schumer and the radical Democrat Congress to stop playing games with the people's lives and to pass a clean funding bill that they've done 30 times before. And to reopen government immediately. Just reopen it. They don't like it to be reopened because we're setting records. They think actually, I don't think anything's going to hurt. We are so strong now that I'm not sure that anything's going to hurt. But it would be good to open it up. Take care of the people with jobs that aren't going to get paid and aren't getting paid. And no matter what, we will not let them impose their inflation-causing extremism on the American people. We're not going to pay $1.5 billion for people that came into our country illegally, okay? If you don't mind. That's what they did last time. Remember the Inflation Reduction Act? The greatest scam, one of the greatest scams. I would say some of their environmental scams were even bigger, but one of the greatest scams ever, Inflation Reduction Act. And then they admitted it had nothing to do with inflation reduction, remember? But it did actually cause massive inflation. It actually caused massive inflation. But we don't use auto pens in the Trump administration to sign things. We don't believe in that. You know, I get these guys come in with these big, beautiful, beautiful documents, gorgeous, beautiful, must cost a fortune. I should check the price. But, you know, a general is being made or something, you know, some big post. And they say, sir, would you sign this, please? It's going to be a 4-star general, or it's going to be a big cabinet position, or it's going to be something with medical or whatever. I take my pen and I sign it. In his case, they walk it into a room and they give it to somebody who's no idea who Biden is. But Biden doesn't have any idea who he is either. and they have a machine sign it, the auto pen. And all of the pardons, he gave thousands of pardons to people. He had no idea about it. He didn't know about it, and therefore all those pardons are void. You know, you have to have, it's a very complicated thing if you're going to use the machine. You have to do it properly. And he didn't have any idea what was happening. And this is what we had as a president. We don't want that. You have the opposite right now. I don't want to be braggadocious, but you have the exact, I know exactly what's happened. If you want to see what congressional Democrats wish to do to America, just look at the result of yesterday's election in New York, where their party installed a communist as the mayor of the largest city in the nation. Remember, I've said we will never have a socialist elected to any post in our country. I used to say that, and I was right. We skipped socialist and we put in a communist instead. That didn't work out too well. But as I've warned for many years, our opponents are hell-bent on turning America into a communist Cuba or socialist Venezuela, and you see what happened to those places. For generations, Miami has been a haven for those fleeing communist tyranny in South Africa. I mean, if you take a look at what's going on in parts of South Africa, look at South Africa, what's going on. Look at South America, what's going on. You know, I'm not going to, we have a G20 meeting in South Africa. South Africa shouldn't even be in the Gs anymore because what's happened there is bad. I'm not going. I told them I'm not going. I'm not going to represent our country there. It shouldn't be there. Take a look at what's happening in different parts of South America. Take a look at what's happening in different parts of the world. But now the Democrats are so extreme that Miami will soon be the refuge for those fleeing communism in New York City. They flee. They flee. Where do you live? New York City, but I'm trying to leave because I don't want to live in a communist regime. I hope it works out for New York. I love New York. I love New York. When I left New York for the White House, it was good, except we had, you know, the telltale signs of trouble because we had a guy named de Blasio. Do you ever hear of him as mayor? He goes down as probably the worst mayor in history. Then he went to Harvard to teach government. Do you believe it? They took de Blasio, and they took that mayor from Chicago, the woman, the one that gets her hair done very expensively, right? Beautiful hair. She got beautiful, luxuriant hair. And they took her, and she's teaching at Harvard. They're teaching government. And then you hear about Harvard. We're trying to work a settlement with Harvard right now for about, like, a lot of money. I won't tell you what, but you'll be reading about it pretty soon. Because what they've done to Jewish people and what they've done to others is pretty bad, I'll tell you. It's pretty bad. Going to cost them a lot of money. After last night's results, the decision facing all Americans could not be more clear. We have a choice between communism and common sense. Does that make sense to you? Common sense. It's common sense or communism. And you know, you take a look back 1,000 years, it hasn't worked. If it worked, we'd be using it, I guess, but it hasn't worked. Our opponents are offering an economic nightmare. We're delivering an economic miracle. We have delivered in 9 months, this is an economic, the biggest investment of funds in a country in history by many times. That's good. They want higher spending for government and illegal aliens. We want bigger paychecks for American workers and American families, and that's what we're delivering. You see that. They stand for crime and chaos and corruption. We stand for law and order and justice. Also, strong borders. Boy, do we have strong borders. They put America last. We put America first. We put America first. And as long as I'm in the White House, the United States is not going communist in any way, shape, or form. We'll stop it. We're going to stop it. Stop this nonsense. You know, I said they were voting last night. You can have a communist or a thug. A communist, and they took the communist, you know. It's pretty amazing. We could have done a little better in terms of candidates. From day one of my administration, I've been fighting every single day to turn around the catastrophe we inherited to make America the best place on the planet Earth to do business, and that's what it is. Right now, we're the #1 place. I'm getting plants approved in 2 weeks. It used to take 20 years before they got rejected. You'd have young people start off. Their whole business was getting a certain plant accepted. 22 years later, they're ready to retire, and they haven't gotten it. And then they go to a vote, and they get rejected after 22. They wasted a whole life looking for an acceptance. We do it in 2 weeks. We make sure it's good. We make sure it's great and proper, environmentally sound. Takes 2 weeks. My goal is to have the best tax rates, the lowest energy cost, the lowest regulatory burden, the most advanced technology, and the fairest trade deals anywhere in the world. You know, we're leading China. We're leading everybody by a lot in AI. And this was my idea, so I'm very proud of it. I said, build your own electric. People would come. We need more electric grid, sir. The electric grid's 200 years old. We need more electric grid. It's old. The electricity that the AI plants need alone is double the entire electricity that we have in the country right now. Can you believe it? So I had this idea. I said, we can't fix the old grid that much. We'll fix it up. We'll keep it going. A little Band-Aid here, a little Band-Aid there. It's old. And I said, here's what we're going to do. We're going to let these geniuses build their own electric generation. So they are building their own electric utility plants. They become a utility, if you think about it. They're building the utility and the electric right alongside. This is where they have their transformers and everything. They're building the most expensive electric plants you've ever seen, generating plants. Some by nuclear, some by oil and gas, some by coal as a substitute. They're building them right next to their plant, and they're incredible. People say they've never seen anything like it because these minds are genius. To them, an electric plant is not complicated. To them, an electric plant is better than the people that produce electricity, although Florida Power and Light is doing a lot of plants for people. They're pretty advanced, I have to tell you. But they're building their own juice next to the plant. Isn't that sort of a cool idea? And you know, when I first proposed that, they came into my office with, you know, they have unlimited money, but they were trying to figure out how they can build it because they had no electric of any consequence. And I said, you're going to build your own plant. I'm going to get you your approvals in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, maybe a month if I'm slow. We have a great man, Lee Zeldin, in charge of the environment. He's incredible. And he's tough, too. He's very tough. But they have their approval in 2-3 weeks. You know, they're dealing with the best experts in the world. They know what they're doing. It's amazing when you see some of the stuff come in, designed by guys with 190 IQs, and then you have an inspector who's not quite as smart as that, inspecting it to see whether or not it's okay. And he has no idea what he's looking at. No idea. But I said, you're designing your own electric plant. And they didn't believe it. They come in 2 weeks later, they say, the biggest problem is electric. I said, you can design your own plant. And we're going to have your approvals within 2 to 4 weeks. And they said, he's really serious about it. They thought I was kidding. It was so good, they couldn't believe it. They'd leave and they couldn't believe it. It took me 2 or 3 times to say it. Yeah, they're designing their own electric plants, and it's unbelievable. And then they're going to sell their excess electricity back into the grid. So we benefit in that way, too. In July, I proudly signed into law the largest tax cuts in American history. Now, that's the second time. I did it the first time, but these are even larger.
Hello, everybody out there. Welcome to Trade with Topstep. We got Paul H with us. Welcome back, Paul. We got Dolby time. We still got Trump going. We'll do a little bit of that in the background. We couldn't hear in the green room. Were any other of the hits played? Let me know in the chat. Paul, how are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm doing great. It's an easy day, a steady day. That's what's all important.
No, that's good because today's a day where one could get blown up, especially that big move down overnight. We did get above. Let me go to this 4-hour really quick in the ES so we can see this more clearly. We took out those kind of 3 daily lows back here, and now we're kind of consolidating around 68.50 in the SPX. Sold off a little bit from the highs. We'll see how that works out. Looking around some of the other markets we keep an eye on, 10-year rate still climbing quite a bit today, 4.16 in the yields. That's up about 10, 11 bips since yesterday. Mag 7, Microsoft, the only one down 1%. Leaders Tesla up 4%. Apparently Elon's getting paid. Nvidia up 1%. Google up 2.3%. Broadcom up 2.6%. What else? Let's keep cooking. Quantum's up a little bit today. Palantir's still down. Robinhood, that is, up about 4% going into their earnings after the bell. That's all I got for now. Paul H., you got any trades
Indeed.
on?
Not at this moment. I am looking at gold. There may be some movement. It's typically not because I've been exclusive gold now for about 7 or 8 months. So usually around this time, gold goes pretty quiet, unless something major happens in the index. If the S&P suddenly moves a lot because Trump says something, heaven forbid, then I can see some movement in gold. So I'm sitting here poised, ready. I've already made my money in this account, 592 for the day on that one. So I'm going to switch to another combine that's literally break even on the day and see if I can make a little bit in there, because then I don't mind. If it's down $200, it won't be a problem. So yeah, that's what I'm up to today. So,
all right, Dolby, welcome to the revolution.
That's right.
What are you up to today?
First time on air, so just taking a look at these charts here. Things look bullish per usual, up 1%. Had a really nice bounce off those 400s. I think we were talking about that yesterday as a potential target. I think we hit it in the overnight, and then have been bouncing nicely. Honestly, we're not even that far away from all-time highs again. That's like, 600, 550 points. I'm also looking back at this 25,900 level that offered up some support on October 30th and offered up as resistance yesterday, and we're right back up there again. So I'm kind of curious to see how this one ends up playing out. Other than that, higher highs, higher lows, find a way to get long, I guess.
Yeah, if the markets start moving, we'll bring back in the Trump audio. Given the literal forum he's speaking at, this seems more ceremonial than something that's going to shake policy, unless he goes really off guard here. People have been more locked in today on the Supreme Court arguments. Reminder, they're not going to decide on that tonight or probably in the near future. But based on the arguments, a lot of the probability shifted towards these tariffs getting struck down somehow. So we'll keep a close eye on that. We got Paul is in the gold. Are you flat at the moment, Paul?
Yeah, I am flat right now. As I say, I'm looking at my trader view charts, which is what I'm sharing at the moment. If you want to bring that up, not really much to see, but you can see what I've got on trader view. There are the gamma levels that have been pulled in from MemphiQ, which I use quite a lot. I've also got Bookmap running on this screen just here, which I can drag across if it becomes necessary. But at the moment, there's not really much going on there. I just use that to keep an eye on where the big orders are. So right now in gold, I'm seeing a large 121 lot sitting at 3996 and another 109 just about 3999. So those are not huge for gold, to be honest. 250, 300 is a big order, whereas it's enough to see if we push up against that. CVD is something that I also track when trading gold. At the moment, that's showing a negative of 484, and it's been going down steadily, but price is kind of staying level. So it's the afternoon, and for gold, basically after about 1 p.m. UK time, which is 6 hours ago, that's when it sort of calms down. I think, and I say that it calms down until the market opens, until the American market comes online, and then it can really move. Obviously, all of the markets move at 8:30, but we know the gold open is a weird time and things like that come into play. But it's just a case of watching and waiting. So if I see anything moving in the next sort of 20 minutes or so, I'll call it out. But right now we're kind of in the middle here. I mean, we're literally right around the middle of the day on a 30-minute chart, and I'm trading the 30 minutes and I'm trading 1 hour. So you can see we are literally right between. So down here is a edgeful order block. So that's a big order block sitting right there. We've got call resistance up here, and we're right in the middle. So sadly, that doesn't leave me a lot to do.
Yeah.
All right.
But, yeah. Back to you.
Little news off the wire in the meantime. I guess Google Gemini AI model is going to help run Siri features in 2026. I think Apple might have popped a little about that, which is strange.
Well, probably, because they're not doing a lot of AI stuff right now.
No, they are not. They have become somewhat of the contrarian member of the Mag 7 at the moment. Google, however, is. Google's up over 2% today.
Mm-hmm.
Coach Jay came out with a new phrase last night during At the Buzzer, which I'm a massive fan of At the Buzzer, by the way. He said there's some people out there that are high on AI. And I was like, that's a phrase. I like that a lot. He's questioning whether or not AI, is AI a bubble? I mean, these companies are putting billions into it, and we're not seeing a whole lot come out of it. And so we'll wait and see. But it was just part of the discussion between Coach Jay and Coach Paul and other people around at the time.
They're going to have to start charging for it eventually. Gonna have to charge for it eventually.
Yeah, exactly.
That is something interesting. I've heard it costs like for some of these Sora videos like $60 or something on their end.
Yeah, they lose money for every video made.
So when people talk about AI, having way more demand than we're using now, it's like, well, yeah, it's free, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Uber was great when it was $10 to get from the Loop to like O'Hare. That didn't last forever.
There are some things in AI that are being charged for at the moment. So, for example, Microsoft charges for the use of their AI as part of their Windows Defender, corporate level antivirus and endpoint protection. You pay for it because you have to buy extra licenses in order to use the full features of the AI. So there are little signs that some bits are being charged for, but
trillions of dollars, though, Paul.
Yeah, no, mate. We're not even close.
Where is that coming from?
Yeah, exactly. We're not even close, pal. So yeah, I agree with what everyone was saying last night. It's like, yeah, when is this bubble going to burst? Whenever. I think the Nasdaq will show it first, right? That's basically.
Hey, plug in a question. Is your phone by you by any chance? Like your cell phone or anything?
It is. Yes. Yes. Good point, Dolby. Thank you, mate. I'll disconnect that and I'll take that lead away because the charge lead is right wrapped around the microphone lead, and that's going to give you all sorts of interference. There you go, pal. I'll turn my phone off as well, so
let's see if that helps.
Interference, right?
You're doing like a weird version of the robot we haven't heard before.
If it doesn't work, Paul, we might need to take you off for a few minutes just to get it fixed. But just
I can also reset my.
Well, it sounds like you did just reset your audio. Nasdaq 25,860, bidding to the upside. Nice range over range. Found some good support at 25,824. Trump, what do you think he's talking about, Jack?
Well, we could go in for a little bit.
Oh yeah, I might want to. Let's see what he's saying. Ooh, got an applause. Oh, nice. Wonder if that's the same venue. Huh?
Meanwhile, we did, so in the most recent 30-minute bar I'm looking at here, we did go back and try and get below yesterday's New York session high in the ES, but it's rejected. Oh, here's Trump.
But you had up at a war. This guy, everybody loved him for years. I've known it. And he was the right guy for the peace in the Middle East. 3,000 years. They've never had peace in the Middle East. We're going to have it, too. We're doing well. just keeps going along. And we just had a meeting. It's even more and more so. And so many people in this room are very much into Israel and the Middle East. And it's been amazing what we've been able to do. And you've done such a big part of it, along with a very special young genius named Jared Kushner, who helped you so much. Stand up, Jared.
The Kush.
And he's the father of the Abraham Accords, right?
What's up? Him and his Middle East homies just bought what, EA Sports or Electronic Arts, I think, for a couple billy.
They certainly did.
Arabella, she looks so great. I said, how
just
are
riffing?
in school, Arabella? Grandpa,
Yeah, these cameramen are fighting for their lives right now because he's just calling random people out and they gotta go find them.
We're proud of you, Arabella.
I wonder if they get like a seating chart of potential people.
And hopefully we're gonna get Saudi Arabia very soon, but I'm not saying that.
He's in a pretty chipper mood, Jack, after last night.
We have a lot of people. We have a lot of people that are coming.
Some were saying it was a blue wave.
We took out the nuclear.
Oh, this is his element, Adobe. This is in Miami for a conference. This is
home turf.
They've been wanting to do that for
yeah,
20
I knew he was
years.
cooking. He was doing the dance at the beginning. So.
Oh, okay. YMCA or no?
Princess Rima, thank you very much. Please.
Just a little shimmy.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Say hello to everybody. Okay? Say hello to a great group of people in Saudi Arabia. Thank you. Stephen Miner, Mayor of Miami Beach. Stephen Miner. Where is Stephen? Thank you, Stephen. Thank you. Good job you're doing.
Yeah, this
excellent. Thank
probably
you,
isn't going to move markets at the moment, but
probably not.
Vince Lego. Vince Lego. Thank you.
Lego?
That's a cool last name.
Great job, Vince. The mayor of Doral. I love Doral.
Look at these camera guys. They are struggling, Jack. Good call.
we're at
some producer in the back.
5 in the SPX right now.
I like Doral. We also have commissioners Damian Pardo.
Pushing highs here.
Dominguez, Ralph Rosado.
66.
Miami-Dade Supervisor of Elections, Alina Garcia. The president of FIFA, Gianni Infantino. FIFA. Where's Johnny? Whoa.
Oh, FIFA. Talked about FIFA, the video game, yesterday.
I didn't know he was going to be here. He's big stuff.
Yeah, I don't care what your political ideology is.
Look,
we can all agree
Johnny and I
FIFA
worked the
sucks.
deal originally, and it looked like I wasn't going to be president because it was in this term, right? So when they rigged the election, I said, oh, man, I have to run again because I want to be president when they have the World Cup, right? And look what happens, Johnny. I'm president when we have the World Cup. It wasn't supposed to be that way. But I can only tell you that the tickets are selling at numbers and record like they've never sold ever before. I heard you just told me that they're doing record business, right? The World Cup coming. Think of it. We have the World Cup coming. We have 250 coming, and we have the Olympics. 250 is 250 years of age. And we have UFC at the White House, by the way, on June 14th.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to be at the White House. That's going to be a tough ticket. That's UFC, but we have, think of it, Johnny is there with FIFA, and we have the Olympics. We have it all coming. It's all this thing. I'm glad I'm sort of happy the way things worked out, you know? It's turned out to be as good as it could be. I think we've made more progress than we ever could have made in the second term. I think this is really more progress being made. We also have Formula One CEO Stefano Domenicali. And where's Stefan? Very good. That's big stuff. We have a lot of big people here today. We also have a gentleman who called my election successfully. He said, and Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States. Got a great voice. Brett Baer. Where's Brett Baer? Brett Baer. Where is he? And his son is with him, Paul.
Is he going to talk with Brett Baer at some point? I saw his picture in the thumbnail. And they got some couches behind him.
Paul, did we take your father?
I would say they have some chairs back there for general.
That was easy, right? Get ready. We'll do it again.
I see a chair in the back left, back right.
Great. Also, I want to thank your two great senators, Ashley Moody and Rick Scott. And, you know, I just left them. Believe it or not, I had a meeting with all the senators this morning. I gave them my vision because, frankly, it's always nice to have good vision. And they are two terrific senators, and they're in Washington working hard, and they were going to come. And I said, do me a favor, stay back and work on the things you're working on. They're working on really things. And Ashley is in the election. Rick just won his election. They're two great senators that you have right here in Florida. So that's
Paul, let
really
us
good.
know
And
if
they're
you end
working
up
to
jumping
make
into a
America
trade
great
or
again. So I
something.
said, stay back in Washington. Together with many of the people here today, we've achieved more in 9 months than most administrations achieve in 8 years. It's true. We've really done a lot. We inherited the worst border in history, and within a matter of weeks, we turned it into the strongest border anywhere in the world, and they have some
Oh,
pretty
back on
strong
track. Here we
borders,
go.
but
Done
we
with the
have
shout outs.
literally no people coming through. They do come in. They come in legally. You know, we want people to come in. We want to make it real easy for them, actually, but they come in legally. So you have to know that. We just don't want criminals coming in. We don't want people from prisons. We don't want prisons dumped into our country like Venezuela.
Mental
They emptied their
institutions.
prisons into our
Mhm.
country. We don't want that, right? For months in a row, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. 0. They actually announced it. This is an official 0. Remember when Biden said, I have no control over the border?
And he
Millions of
is.
people pouring through. Not people
He's doing voices and everything today.
Not that we discriminate. You could look at them and say, these are not going to be perfect for our country. They were rough people that they let in. 11,888 murderers. 50% of
We can get down to those like 25,000, 824s, 820s. Could be interested in longs.
The hell out of here. Either out of here or we have to put them in jail because they're so dangerous. Some are so dangerous.
Feel free
we
to
don't
let
wanna
it
bring them out.
fly.
We'll just make sure
Yeah,
they
we're a
never
little-
come back in. But
It's a little pricey right now.
This is what they were putting in our country, and it's a disgrace. On day one, I signed an executive order to designate the drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. We had a big, strong, positive number come out just recently. The drugs coming into our country are way down. I'll tell you where they're really way down is drugs coming in through water. People are saying, no thanks. I don't think I want to ride in that boat today, please. We want you to take these drugs into the United States. You know what? I think I'll take a pass, sir.
Second voice today. Okay.
Drugs coming in by border are not much. Every boat that we hit kills, think of this, if it gets through, kills 25,000 Americans plus, but 25,000 Americans. Every time we hit a boat, we save 25,000 lives. Got to look at it that way. And we're arresting and removing thousands and thousands of dangerous gang members, MS-13, Tren de Aragua, all these gang members are being thrown the hell out of our country. And if you look at Washington, D.C., it's now a safe community. We're in Memphis, and within 2 weeks, all of a sudden, it's like a safe community. It's really made unbelievable progress. And we're blowing up cartel terrorists. We're blowing them up linked to the Maduro regime in Venezuela and others. Look, it's not just Venezuela. But
Friendly crowd in Florida for this. We're still right around 68.50.
Knocker.
We'll talk. The markets move.
Nobody wants that. They emptied their prisons into our country. We're liberating our cities from the scourge of violent crime, making our country safe and beautiful again.
Oh, Paul, you're muted or something. We can't hear you right now. Maybe check your mic or reconnect to vMix. He's gonna reconnect, I think. Okay.
How's that? Is that better?
Hey, what's up? Yeah, way better. What's up, Paul?
No, I was just going to say that gold isn't moving. But there you go. Yeah, it's kind of just grind to a halt here. I was waiting for the 30-minute candle to close. It has closed, and then it's just hanging around where it is. I do want to go long because I know that we're coming up against this 396, but it's you know what, for the sake of 3 micro, I might just do that. So because I think in the next we've made 2 attempts at this 3996 level, and if we break through that, we should get up close to around the 4,000, and that will be a nice little earner for an opening trade in this particular account.
Are you short or long gold right now?
No, I'm not. I'm not in, but I am thinking
No,
about
okay.
going long in a minute. I'm just looking and just watching the orders, as it were, to see if there's any indication as to which way this is going to go. Right now, it's kind of hovering around the top. Yeah, it's been very much in a range all the time, and so from a range bound trade, it looks like a short, right? It's like let's short this back down to VWAP. But then you've got this big order sitting at 3996, which acts like a magnet, and so it's kind of a bit sort of like you know what I mean? It's like it's one of those.
I see what you're saying.
But yeah, it looks like it looks like it should be a short to go back down to VWAP here at 3989. I'm just gonna wait for.
Did you get disconnected? Did I get disconnected? Oh, did Paul get bumped? Did I get bumped?
I'm here.
I see checks. Okay, I see your eyes moving. That's good. All right, and I can hear you. Okay, we lost Paul. It's okay. He was riffing for a bit. Paul's going to become a range trader. We're talking a little bit in the green room. We'd love to get Paul back. Talk about some range trading. Maybe bring Trump back in while we get Paul back. I don't know if chat would like that or not. There we go.
Now you can't get into our military. The waiting list
spurs the conversation, that's for sure.
Because we
Oh,
have
yeah.
spirit in our country. Then all around the world, America's making peace, and we're really making peace through strength because they know they're not going to mess around with us. Nobody's going to mess around with us. You saw what happened. We made a deal with China last week, and we made a deal with Japan last week. We made a deal with Malaysia. They helped us so much. All great economic deals, all great. Great for everybody.
I mean, we never know what he could say.
Wars, including Kosovo and Serbia. The Congo and Rwanda, that was going on for a long time. Pakistan and India. You know, I was in the midst of a trade deal with both of them. And then I read on the front page of a certain newspaper, I said, I don't know, mention the newspaper because it's usually fake news. But I heard they're going to war. 7 planes were shot down. An 8th was really badly wounded, but 8 planes were shot down essentially. And I said, this is war. And they were going at it. And they're 2 nuclear nations. I said, I'm not going to make any trade deals with you guys unless you agree to peace. No way. This has nothing to do. I said, has everything
Third voice?
to do with
Okay.
nuclear powers.
He's
not trading
he's feeling
with
himself
you.
today.
We're not making any deals with you if you're at war with each other. A day later, I get a call. We've made peace. They stopped. I said, thank you. Let's trade. Isn't that great? Tariffs.
Let's trade.
You know what? Tariffs. Without tariffs, that would have never
Less
happened.
talking, more trading. Heard it from the man himself.
Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, and Cambodia and Thailand. All of them were in war.
I didn't think
starting war. Some
until
of the
he
wars were
mentioned that
32
it's been
years
1 year
old.
since the
One was
2024
38
election.
years old.
Time flies.
Amazing. They tried to.
Time does fly, doesn't
I
it?
spoke to him 2 weeks ago, and he said, on the one, he said, we've been trying to settle that war for 10 years. We weren't able to do it. You got to settle. I got some of these things settled.
One of
in
these days, we'll
an
get the
hour.
clip and play back
No
the
help from the United
wager I was
Nations at
trying to
all.
make with MP.
The only thing I got from them was a
Pretty
blank
sure that I
teleprompter.
won.
Remember I went up there?
Which one was that?
Princess?
That would be.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the United States of America,
Oh, he
President
thought
Donald J. Trump. I'm looking at the
Doge was going to cut
teleprompters.
like $2 trillion out of the
All my
budget.
friends,
Like, nah.
including your family, sitting out there.
Told him I would bet him $10,000. That's not the case.
Bad shirts, bad ties, and some in beautiful shirts and ties.
Nice range in the micro Nasdaq.
And they're saying,
Got about a triple top up here around these 870s, getting real close to breaking it.
But I'm looking at the teleprompter. Stone cold blank. They did it on purpose.
Bitcoin getting
And I
a bit of a
think I gave my
rebound.
best speech. That's what I was told.
Right about 5,000.
Oh, 104. All right.
What's our friend?
But it still
our friend
wasn't a
doing?
great feeling. I'm walking up very slowly. You know, I'm 20 feet. I'm trying to walk slowly because I see it's not working. They're dead. They did it on purpose.
Oh,
But
he's
it
up
worked
now.
out okay.
Not a
Oh,
ton.
good for him.
Not great people.
Okay. Only what, a couple million then, Jack?
4 weeks ago. And,
No, a
and
mere
this is
like
very
600
important.
grand.
Oh, that's a rounding error
Talked
for
to
that
the Israel
trader.
peace deal that ended the war in Gaza, and it's a serious end too. You know, I read a lot of people. Oh, it's very tenuous. Jim,
Hey.
Steve, I don't think it's tenuous. Do you? I hope it isn't, because otherwise I'll have to cross it off. I'll have to say I only ended 7. But that was a tough one, right? That was a tough one. But there's nothing tenuous about it. It's a serious end.
Still
Gaza has been a
68.25
disaster
SPX.
for so many years, and I think it's an end. I think you're going to see some tremendous things happening. We just had a meeting.
Nothing going in Nasdaq. You're just maybe
Some great things are happening.
sniffing these highs.
With Israel and peace in the Middle East, it's amazing actually what they've done, and what you two guys have done have been incredible. True. On day 1 of my administration, I signed an executive order to slash federal funding for any school that pushes critical race theory or transgender insanity on our youth.
You're just like recapping the first year.
Banned the chemical and surgical mutilation of our children.
Yeah. I wonder how long they had him slated for here. Obviously,
Think of
he's their
that.
big ticket.
Can you imagine somebody 15 years ago saying we stopped the surgical mutilation of our
Is
children?
this can't all be written down, right? Like he has to be just ripping off the dome right now. Okay.
Now you're saying thank you very much because you know it's true. How about this one? We got men out of women's sports. It's over. It's over.
Does he have like a binder or something, or it's just off the dome?
They had a race
Just
here.
a fountain of talking.
I don't know what the hell, a race, one of these all-day races.
We got very close to intraday highs here. We're looking to break 72.75.
What the hell? How about the weightlifting?
We got to 72.5.
218 pounds.
So about a tick away.
A lot to lift over your head, Rima. I
I don't know if shorts are worthy up here with how bullish things are looking.
Whatever was the record. A man beat the record by 100 pounds. It stood for like 17 years or something. A man beat the record by 100 pounds. He was a failed male weightlifter, but as a female, he did very well.
The volume indicators on the side is the visible profile volume range, so you can see at what price levels there's been large volume.
Comes along,
Mm-hmm.
ping, ping. This is crazy. These people are crazy. And Mandami, whatever the hell his name is in New York. No. He thinks it's wonderful to have men playing in women's sports. The swimming's good too, you know? You know the story? Records are being beaten by numbers that nobody's ever seen, nobody ever thought possible. But a lot of those records are being changed back to where they should be. And I made it the official policy of the United States government that there are only 2 genders, male and female. And we're restoring the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, the beautiful Alaska mountain I renamed. Think of that. They took the name of McKinley. He was a great president. He was assassinated. He was a great president for tariffs. He was the tariff king, and he made our country very rich. And then Teddy Roosevelt spent the money on the Panama Canal and many other things. And everyone thinks that Teddy was a great president. He was. But the one who built all that money was McKinley. So we renamed the mountain back to Mount McKinley. Is that okay? I think so. You know, I'll tell you what, who's happy about that is the great state of Ohio. He was governor of Ohio and became president, did a great job, made the country very rich. He was killed. Mount McKinley was named, and then the name was taken off. And we put it back on. And I renamed the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf.
Oh, we're really playing the hits here.
Oh, yeah. Touching all the bases.
Yeah. Somebody won a bunch of money on Polymarket for like a McKinley reference.
Oh, good for them.
It's been a while since I thought about McKinley. Not much to speak of happening in the ES right now. We're kind of around this 68.25 SPX level. We've been hanging out in this range since, oh boy, like 2 hours or so now. Looking at some of the other markets, 10 years still elevated. We're trading still at like a 4.16 yield. Tesla still leading the Mag 7 Trying to see if there's any big move. Microsoft's still down 1%. Amazon has flipped slightly red. Bitcoin spot trading 104,436.
You ever take that trade, Paul, for that gold one?
Do you know what? I was just looking at it. It took me so long to get rebooted. I've missed that entry, and that gold long would have worked. It's going to go up to 4,000 or close to 4,000, I think, before it reverses again. But sadly now it's a little too late, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But yeah, that would have worked. Yeah, sorry guys, I don't know what happened there. The whole system just stopped working, so I just had to reboot, and then it takes forever to get back. Hello.
You missed absolutely nothing. Trump touched about 7 different subjects in the time you reset.
Right. Okay. Cool. But yeah, what about the ES? Is that moving at all, or any other markets moving? Gold is starting to move.
ES, not really moving. It's like if I were to take a trade here, it would be a much larger level trade.
Sure.
We are getting some consolidation here just above the highs of yesterday. In fact, we're pretty much trading the high. Yesterday's New York session high, 68.49 quarter. And that's pretty much exactly where it rejected when it made its one try to push down here. Hey, I know y'all love videos. We do in fact, have a news clip, and I don't know what it's about. So hopefully something fun and back. Gabe, when you're ready, let's go ahead and hit it.
The median age is now 40 years old. The National Association of Realtors also says the share of first-time buyers in the market has fallen to 21%, a record low. That group of buyers has contracted by 50% since 2007, just before the Great Recession. The NAR says its research reveals 2 evolving snapshots of the housing market. One group of buyers has significant housing equity and can make big down payments in all-cash offers. Meanwhile, the first-time buyer group continues to have difficulty getting into the market. High mortgage rates and home prices continue to be barriers.
Thank you for that, Mr. Gabe. Housing market.
Yeah, cool.
Very interesting. But yeah, as mentioned, we're not moving a whole lot in the ES. News counter. We still have Trump speaking. Not too many
so I'm wondering if the
light pullback in Nasdaq, like 14 points.
Yeah. Is there? How close are we to power hour? I mean, that's coming up soon, isn't it?
15.
Yeah, so are we going to, say in about half an hour, see a whole load of profit taking? Because a lot of people that were long in ES are now going to be up quite a lot. And they may well take their profit, and we could see a dip back down for some of that move, perhaps. I don't know. I'm not sure what the negative, if there's negative CVD on the ES at the moment. I think there is. I haven't got that open, and I don't want to open it right now. But
sure
just a thought. That's something I might look at in about half an hour's time. So when we get sort of 20 minutes into power hour, that's another trade that I could take in this combine, because this combine hasn't really traded much yet. So I'm normally gold only, but when I see the ES going up all day, like it's been going today, there's a high probability of a reversal when everyone takes their profit. It's just a potential. But yeah, sorry, I haven't got more exciting trades for anybody, but it just is what it is. It's right now.
It's not you, Paul. Wow. It's not you. It's most definitely the market.
Some things that, at the bell, we got earnings for Qualcomm, Robinhood, DoorDash, and actually the biggest market cap company that announces after the bell today is AppLovin. Once again, trying to figure out what that is, but AppLovin, $209 billion in market cap. AppLovin, hopefully, we'll be loving those earnings. Am I right? Am I right?
What? Yes, you're right. That's a real. Who named their company that? That is wild.
Has it got anything to do with donuts? We started with donuts at the start of the day. I mean, it's
We were talking about donuts earlier. Do you have a favorite donut?
For me, caramel. I think the ones that have the caramel in the middle. I like those a lot. I don't like the jam so much, and I don't like them to be overfilled. I hate it when you bite into them and they just explode all over you. That's not fun.
No. Chad doesn't like that either.
And what happened to Cinnabons? Is that still a thing? Because I had a Cinnabon when I was in LA, and it back in 2018, and it was massive. That's not really a donut, I know, but it's kind of like a donut. But it's like a whole cake. I was like, this is going to last me 3 days. How can anybody eat this?
Well, it's those U.S. portions, man. You need to have that last your entire trip.
They're still around, but they're facing the twin headwinds of every mall in America closing and Ozempic, both bad for them. In which Novo Nordisk did report. Yeah.
Doesn't it let you eat more donuts?
No, it makes
got a
you,
cat?
It makes you not.
I
want
do.
that.
He's also riffing right now. Pretty rare, rare riff from Gus across the room.
I thought I was going nuts.
I don't
We
know
got
what he wants.
fireworks here in the UK because today is Guy Fawkes Day, which is the day we celebrate when the Houses of Parliament almost got blown to bits. But didn't.
That's weird. That's a celebration, huh? Okay, cool.
It's a celebration today, so if you hear any fireworks in the background, that's what that is. But yeah, weird one.
Well, I believe also I see Gabe in back. We're gonna toss out because the market's still holding this right here. Gabe, how about you enlighten us with some jabs we've acquired throughout the day?
Sweet. Yeah, sounds like a good idea. Shout out to a few traders. We got a couple that wanted to call out for some jabs today. YouTube chat. Shout out to all the bell to bellers. And here is a few. Joe just requested my first payout. Thank you to the Topstep team. Congrats, Joe. Love making it real. Money hitting the bank. Cody, he said, Hogue, I don't know if you remember, but I lost 4 XFAs and I got them back. And I'm $200 a day now for 12 days. Slow and steady. Cool. No more over leveraging. Absolutely, Paul. I love that. Climbing back, obviously, taking it a little bit more seriously and sizing down and looking for base hits. That's a great habit to build. We got Scott just passed my first combine while stocking groceries. Love being able to trade on the phone and work. I'm $1,500 away from passing another. But congrats to the football homie on screen. He was referring to Crude from the 11 a.m. segment. And we got AJ hit max profits on a new 50K eval. Journaled all of my trades today for the first time and feel like it really helped me stay out of bad trades and actually having reasons for the trade and invalidation. Shout out to those that are actually journaling. Maybe Paul can speak on that here shortly once we wrap this up on what journaling maybe has done for him in the past or whether he does. But definitely something to incorporate if you're looking to continue to build awareness about the way you make decisions and how your trades are actually how you're progressing. We also got DJ was down $5,100 to only now being down about 2,100. That was earlier this morning. He's jabbing away. DJ, hope you're able to continue that momentum, and if not, locked it out so you don't dig yourself a deeper hole. But we also got Jibo, $600 today, $1,500 for the week. All micros, feels good, locking it up for the day. And shout out to those that we did not include, that we see you as well. We appreciate you hanging out with us and sharing your experience. But back to you, Jack, Dolby, and Paul.
Cool.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's good.
Gabe.
Love the journaling thing. Yeah, I mean, the only thing I would say on that is journaling isn't about so much for me. It's not about writing down my emotions during the trade because I don't really get that emotional about the trades anymore. And that comes from keeping the size small. If you're sitting there thinking, "Oh, this trade's got to work," well, guess what? You're in too big. You just scale out, get into a small amount, and it doesn't really matter. And you can walk away and go make a cup of tea. Then you're in with the right size. But journaling is more for me about the technicalities around the reasons for entering the trade, getting that nailed. It's like, right, this is this setup. It was in this scenario, in this market, at this time of day. The supporting mechanism was this, and this. There was 3 reasons to take the trade, or there was 1 reason to take. And when you start writing down, well, actually, I can't qualify this. It just felt good. well, then there was nothing right about that trade, whether it worked or it didn't. Right? Just because it felt good is not a reason to take it. You've got to have some good, solid reasoning, and if you can detail that.
Also, take pictures of your setups.
I actually
when they're happening.
Yeah, so what I do, I have OBS because I do some social media stuff for myself, and so with OBS I like to record my trades, and then I can screenshot exactly where I am.
Yeah, it's very useful.
That's my usual thing. Yeah, it's a great tool. OBS is free, so you can record your own screen, and it's great.
You can get rid of the hindsight bias.
Yeah.
Yes, in fact,
100%.
OBS is what I'm using right now to appear on screen.
There you
Great
go.
tool. Great. I think we can recommend things that are free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Trump is finished, from what I've gathered.
Okay.
And it did not move things a whole lot. So take from that what you will. Looking ahead, I mean, it could be an interesting power hour here.
Yeah.
We are just pinned at those previous 3-day lows in the SPX right now, right around the calls. Maybe, let me take a look. And the best thing we got going is that we're at an interesting level.
We are.
Oh, here we are. Here's my screen. This is what I mean, is like there were these 3 daily lows. This is the SPX we're looking at that we checked off of once. We got a little higher here. We did fill this gap in the after hours down here, but since the SPX wasn't open, we don't see that. What an interesting... Despite this hour being a little bit slow, you look at the last couple of days, just wild things are happening. We call this like a Job of the Hut formation or something. An interesting one.
Ooh, a new one.
I can see it. I can see it.
Okay.
That's crazy.
How much time is remaining until market close? Well, for Topstep, the stocks close at 3 o'clock. You got to be out of trades by 3:10. That's Central Time. Beware, there are earnings that'll come out after the bell today. Don't fight the Fed. Don't fight AppLovin. Or the F.
Nope. Well, maybe. I might fight that one. Almost new highs here in the Nasdaq, probably going into power hour.
So I'm going to take a quick short here in gold because we are at this point here. It's going to be a nice small risk, $54 only with 3 micros. And the idea is that we are going to come back down to close to VWAP. So my take profit will be, 3,992. It'll be a small trade if it works out. But 50 ticks for 18 ticks worth of risk. Nice, simple one. If it goes against me, I'm not going to be sweating on it. I'm certainly not going to be, I've got a trade on.
New high Nasdaq.
It should be meaningless. It literally, no trade should make or break anything. It should be real calm stuff. So see if that works out. I'm playing the range game. So we came up to against that 3,998 where there was big orders sitting there. So I've taken a short against that. Hopefully we don't break through that. But if we do, it's going to cost me $50 to find out, and I'm okay with that.
Sounds like
I think
it's great,
solid range trade.
Great feeling about the risk there. So, Paul H., thank you for joining. I know it was a little bit of a crazy time.
Yeah, it's a weird one. Yeah,
no kidding.
That's a weird session.
Yeah, well, that's what we do at 1 o'clock on
weekdays
weekdays here on Topstep TV. We get weird if the market is doing certain things. So, Paul, thanks again for stopping by. Dolby, sometimes a pleasure.
Always a pleasure.
Coming on back, nearly power hour, which means it's time for Mandy is going to be here with Andre and Dolby to close out the day. Mandy has racked up 2.4K in one of her combines, so let's see if she can add to that. I have a feeling deep in my soul, my cockles, that we are actually going to get some movement here in this hour. So stay tuned. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
And it even. Quarter bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller. Quarter, half, the orders, and even.
Click like, click subscribe. This is Topstep TV. Let's go. First reason why Topstep makes you a better trader is we have a support system and community here. You got to have that, or it is a lonely journey by yourself. 2, because we are helping you improve, building things for you within the trading platform itself that helps you become a better trader. 3, simplicity of payout policies, simplicity of the program. 4 would be the resources we have, the funding we have, and all that just makes great things here at Topstep.
Yes, everyone's favorite person in Power Hour. Woman in the middle. We got Mandy in the house. Don't be to the right. Let's get right into it. Mandy, we are grinding higher in the NQ. See, you're up $2,400 at a combine. How have you done it on this trending day?
Great question. Just BTFD by the freaking dip. I got a little bit earlier this morning on a slight little pullback about lunchtime with you guys, and I gave it back up. But then I was like, you know what? Let's just go long, and that put me nice up for the day so far. So I'm gonna see if we can get a little bit more added to this combine. You guys know I'm trying to build to my 5. with a goal to move to live before end of year. High goal, but I totally have my mindset. And you know what? We're going to start off 2026 in a great, awesome spot with Topstep.
Love it. All right, very good. Let's take a look at these prices. I'm going to throw it to Dolby time. Last trade in the NQ, 25,872. ES, these are all right up at the highs. ES trading 68.53. Gold trading 39.97. Print 4,000s. And crude oil trading $59.64. Dolby time, let's break down the NQ. It is up and to the right. So
yeah, sure is, Dre. Sure is. So yeah, what no, total pleasure, because I was talking about this yesterday, or not yesterday, in the last segment. So it was fun talking about it in the last segment. It's gonna be fun talking about it in this segment, which is this level right around 25,880s. We had a really nice range kind of established above that, offered up support a couple times in like late October, had some lower highs off of it, broke down through that range the 3rd, got some lows all the way down at 25,283, formed a nice 4-hour range that we actually ended up breaking out of. That was established between 25,400 and 25,570. And the bigger the time frame of the range, typically the bigger the range breakout. And we got a pretty sizable breakout, a couple hundred points to the upside. But now we're kind of stuck in this battle point here. So I'm really curious to see how we end up behaving. Outside of that, Trey, you'd have to go to smaller time frames. I think someone in chat said we hadn't printed a single red 30-minute green candlestick this session. And we hadn't up until the 1 o'clock candle. That was our first red 1-hour candlestick that we had all day. So it's been just up and to the right the entire time. And the only ranges really would be smaller ranges on the 15-minute or 5 minutes. So you could get a nice range over range pattern, which we've been doing. So I think the game plan, BTFD, is how far back is this going to go and how are we going to get long? So I'd be looking at those 850s, also the 820s. It's about a 60-point spread there. So we'll have to see how we want to get into this one.
All right, very good. Mandy, we like to play a game around here called Above Below. Have you ever played Above Below in Power Hour?
I think I might have. I think I've had a winner, a lot of close spots. So if we can get another W under the belt today.
All right, so I'm going to ask Mandy, what will the price be? The close, and the close in the NQ, and we're going to throw to the chat, and you're going to vote above or below that price. So, Mandy, last trade in the NQ, 25,860. What do you think the price and the close in the Nasdaq will be?
Let's go 25. I'm going to say it 920s.
920s?
920.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, it's way up there. All right, let's go.
Yeah, it's talking about 60 points higher right now. ES.
For me. It's pretty high, but we'll go. Anything can
we've been there
happen. It's
before.
Power Hour.
Anything can happen. Dre, we're getting bids in between 840 and 820. So the goal is going to be to see if we can get lined up with this sort of this candle wick that we had down here, the 15-minute candle. So kind of between 823 and 850s. We also had a little base of support as well. So let's see if we can come down there and test that range. We've been very, very close the last 2 power hours on hitting some banger trades, Dre. We're talking like 2 ticks.
Who's stingy?
2 different occasions.
Where's Mohammed? Where's Mo?
So stingy.
I like it. I love it. All right, Mandy, how are you reading this right now? What are you looking for? I know you look perhaps close to the upside, but Mandy is a scalper of all scalpers. She likes to get in on the momentum and catch the wave. So what are you seeing right now? Obviously, kind of trading sideways, but let's break it down, Mandy.
I love to use moving averages. So my 35 period average, boom, hits it, bounced right off of it. That could have been a good little start to a scalp. I am kind of in the same sentiment with Dolby, seeing if we can get some pullback. I will wait until about 844, 845 range. I have a multiple touch point on the 15-minute with that. I could also see getting in longs around 820. I have a mark at 825. So I'll let you guys know if I hop into anything. And right now, all of my spaghettis are intermixing, so it's kind of hands off for me right now.
What flavor of spaghetti?
Yeah.
I mean, it's rainbow, but you know,
Rainbow
anything. I mean, it
spaghetti.
is candy season.
Well, Mandy's your chart up there. Yes, sure. Let's get we'll get some questions in the chat. I'm sure about Mandy's chart. So do take a trade by all means, but break down your chart, Mandy. If you can go full screen to one of them, and tell us
Absolutely.
what we're looking at, because
Yeah.
spaghetti is that's making $2,400
Spaghetti's a great
today.
question. Yeah, so I love the moving averages in addition to a moving average with an EMA cross. So anytime I'm moving average and EMA cross, I have them currently set to 7 and 9. The default's 10 to 10. I've been playing around with it. Both have been reading really well, so I haven't quite nailed down which one's my favorite. But the default's 10 to 10. That was pretty accurate for me as well. So anytime a moving average pops on top or a EMA pops on top, there will be what I have changed is white cross. So as you see up here, yellow popped on top. That would indicate a sell. Actually, that could have been a good move there too. I've lately been using an RVGI relative vigor index. Kind of it's an extra confirmation for me. Red on top would indicate sell, green on top would indicate a buy. So I kind of look for a couple multiple
Is that new?
trend directions. Yeah, that is new for me. Just playing with it. I think it's helped me stay out of a few trades, which has been beneficial. But then I also like the triple moving average. Just good target price points. Where do we like to bounce a lot of times? You can see we had like a candle close on a 21 period over here. It also is a really good like trend line, even though it's not straight. It respects it if we have a trending day. So anytime we can get a break below could be a indication for a rotation. Yeah, those are kind of the things I'm looking at. Right now, they're all really converging together, so it's a little bit more tricky for me to want to enter into something. But I will use momentum and probably this RVGI to help me decide if we want to continue with a certain direction.
Okay, that's how you do it. That's how you do it. So Dolby time, we are working one on the bid 40s, 35s, all the way down to 20. Correct? One
correct, and the MNQ. Yeah, so we're trying to play essentially. I think the biggest range or the largest time frame possibility of getting long. I'm a little bit wary of just hopping in off like a 1 minute chart sort of range trade. I'd rather try to take it to like a bigger picture to see where are other participants going to come in and potentially help assist our trade. And I believe that could be around 840s to 820s. If we can just kind of break below these 850s, maybe we can go and find those buyers down there. But buying so close to the high, it just feels like it's too easy to go down and just test these 830s. And like I said, that's about a 30 to 40 point gap. That's a lot of risk that we don't necessarily have to take. So let's see if price can come to us.
Sounds
I like
good.
it.
Yesterday, where are we? Closed on the lows. We closed on the highs today. Let's take a look at the range. I mean, overnight low in the NQ, we're talking 25,282. We are up about almost 600 points from there as we trade 25,862. So sell-off overnight has been retraced. We are off to the race to the upside. ES trading sideways right now. 68.52. All right, man. You got to ask you: did you make all your money to the with longs, or did you catch any shorts?
I did catch a short around lunchtime, but I gave it back because I was hoping for some continue. I had got scalped out of it, and then we bounced like I think another 10 or 20 points. So I was looking for another retest or lower, and it stopped me out. So then I was like break even, and then scalped all the way back up, which was a smart move.
Yeah, I got a question for you. When you are getting short in an uptrending market, you're scalping. So are you just looking to take a quick piece out of that, or did you think you were calling the top?
Not calling the top. I secured 10 out of a 20-point pullback.
Okay.
And then it bounced again, like another 20 points. So I was hoping to just do like a rinse repeat. And it stop me out, but good thing I had a stop loss in place that helped me get green on the day. And being okay to not stick with a certain bias or being like, hey, I called the top, not thinking I am a super amazing, can't mess up trader. I'm a, trying to go for a
that's where I was
perfect
going with
trade record, right?
Yeah, that's where I was going with it. You can make money to counter trend, but you just gotta be quick. Gotta be quick with it.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
realize that
Base hits.
Yep.
As a scalper, that's what I like. Base hits. I mean, we
Absolutely.
saw that demonstrated with Dakota. I mean, it was just base hits all day on his every day, almost on his
Base
equity
hitted
trade,
for
and he just
months.
turned live.
Getting that
Yeah,
live funded
and he
account.
was-
It was all micros
Yep.
the entire time, which is
And who was
very
that?
impressive.
Was it CJ yesterday was talking, or was that this morning?
Mhm.
No, CJ yesterday. Yeah, talking
TJ
about
was
it too.
yesterday. He's the
Yesterday.
$200 a day guy.
Yeah, 50K for a whole year, right? Like if you can just do 200 a day, I mean, I need to be better at just,
I love
I don't
it.
know, maybe this 1300 is a little too much for me, but maybe I need to pull it back and be okay with a $500 a day or whatnot. But
I
I've also
just
learned you
love-
got to learn your yeah, I love it too. You got to learn your personality. Like when my days are bad, I need to cut those days short, keep those stop losses small. And then when I have winning days, usually I can let winning days just keep going and keep trading to a certain point, right? There's a maximum level. I'm not going to trade all day and not hand anything and use your trailing stop. You guys all know I talk about that.
Yeah, what was I gonna say? I love when traders come on who have like a really good sense of delayed gratification. I think it's just incredibly grounding that you have someone who comes on there and it's like, yeah, I'm totally happy making $200, $300 a day. That's my goal. Because it's like all you're ever exposed to as a trader is like, gotta hit 4 figures, gotta hit 5 figures, 6-figure trades, yada yada yada.
Those will come.
They will come. And even CJ said, it's like, it will come when I'm ready. When I have enough of account size, I just got to push the button to add 1 extra contract. And now we go from 200 to 400.
Love
It's
that.
such a beautiful thing to see.
Yes, it is. Size. It's a function of your account size. And right now, markets are trading still a little sideways here. You've got the countdown clock in the lower right-hand corner. 45 minutes till the closing bell.
Gold hit 4K for a second and sold off.
Oh, yes, it
trading
did.
at 97.8 right now.
Oh,
Nice 25-point range here.
Yeah, it's very tight. It's tricky because I feel like sometimes these ranges, when you're so close to highs and it forms a range so close to the high, that it kind of tempts you into maybe buy like the 850s or 860s. And I feel like I've gotten burned so many times because if you just go to like a slightly larger time frame, it's like, yeah, this is pretty dangerous range trade because then you see like you're in the middle of something huge, whereas like on a smaller range, a smaller time frame, you think you're in like the best location possible. And then you go to like a 15-minute chart and it's like you're middle of range and it's like, oh, this trade looks like poo-poo. So trying to keep things high level here, but maybe it does just end up rallying. But there are some interesting levels up there to potentially short though. If we can get back up to maybe 900s could be an interesting short. Be obviously a scalp because it's counter trend.
Yep.
Got a Delta update real quick. ES plus 4,500 and NQ is plus 400. Plus 400. We did see fast markets. We did see about 1,200. 1,200 Delta in the Nasdaq, and we did see that squeeze happen. So it is plus 400 Delta in the NQ. Last trade, 25,000. Yeah, it's nothing really cooking there. And we got Robinhood earnings after the bell. Also got DoorDash. I know Robinhood is major interest to Jack. And lots of speakers tomorrow. We got all the Fed speakers tomorrow. Barr, Williams, Hammock, just to name a few. Chat is fired up, ready for the NASDAQ to pop off. Everything is a bit of a holding pattern right now. Mandy, you kill the volatility. Right. Sometimes you bring it. We'll see what happens.
Sometimes not until, the last 15 minutes, then it gets exciting. Right. But either way, we'll have a good time this next 43 minutes.
a
Always a
great
good time
time.
with you guys.
Why did you laugh when you said the next 43 minutes? When would you?
It was a
long
little
43
longer than
minutes?
I was thinking.
I
I was
what I
thinking like
thought.
33, but
Well,
we'll take it. We'll take it. It'll be good either way.
uh-huh.
33,
Well,
43. Always a pleasure.
Come on down, Nasdaq. Come on down.
Yep.
Open the bid.
I mean,
40
if we
bid.
hold,
We saw a little bit of a
man,
head
I'm
fake
looking
to the
short.
downside when President Trump was speaking. Right around, what we got here, 1 p.m. Central Time, so about an hour and 20 minutes ago. Did see try selling off a little bit. Typically when the president's speaking, maybe more follow through, but no real follow through to the downside there. So
written.
Sure was.
Spraying it to all sides of the field, Dre.
Correct.
He was doing impersonations. He was doing voices.
He was.
FIFA was there. Formula One was
Got
there.
that.
Chat is saying the drop is coming.
He was in a good mood.
Yep.
I don't know what he knows. What's he know, Dre? What's he know that we don't know?
Didn't he say something about all-time highs earlier? He said something about all-time highs this morning.
I think he actually did.
Yeah. Again, this is government shutdown day number 40.
Losing count
or so.
Losing count.
It does look like we will not be getting non-farm payrolls, which is typically the first Friday of the month. That'll be 2 months in a row now. We will not be getting that. We did have ADP. The private payroll came out a little better than expected. It was expected 30,000. It came out plus 42,000. And we saw interest rates 10-year continue to grind higher. And equities not reacting. Not reacting.
850s? Are they trying to sell off a little bit?
I know.
We really need 10 more points before we get to the 840s here. So it feels very slow, though. Very slow.
Right.
It's funny in Nasdaq. It's like, I don't know. Sometimes a 10-point move feels like, it could take forever, and then like an 80-point move could take like 5 minutes.
No time at all. When it goes fast.
Such
question
a shift in personality.
for Mandy. Question for Mandy. What is the scariest trade right now? If you were to take one in the NQ, what's
I'd probably say shorts.
Shorts? Okay. Why?
Counter trend. That's I think the easiest answer.
Mhm.
Why? That would be the hardest trade. I mean, you could also. I mean, that's a fabulous question, right? You're at the high of the day, ish. We're a little bit below that, but both are scary. I think that's why it's a good way to be hands off until we follow our strat and find that entry that we're looking for. Follow our rules. I think that then it's not scary, right? That it gets less scary. I think that's a good way to put it.
Dolby
Every
time.
trade can be
What
Scariest
say
trade?
you? Yes, long or short?
Ooh. I think shorts are probably the scariest trade.
You're getting short the highs.
I mean, it's a cheap trade for sure.
I'm
It's a cheap
messing with
trade.
you. Yeah, I would agree.
But even still, like,
shorts.
what are you looking at? Like 20 points right now? And like, let's say we did. Let's say we got short 865s. We're up 15 points right now.
Chat.
I think
it's here.
There's not a lot of
Equities,
equities.
ES or NQ. What is long or shorts up here? What's the scarier of the two trades? Either way, we're in a holding pattern right now. So the answer, I guess, just wait. We'll see if we can get some momentum here. 25,855 last trade.
MOC, your only hope.
Pretty much. Is this 3 power hours in a row? Well, I guess yesterday the sell-off was pretty decent, right?
Yeah. No, I mean,
think
it was
so.
good. We had great price action yesterday for power hour.
Longs are scarier. Okay.
That's a good question. Long is tough. Wow. Yeah, I agree. Longs are tough here. There's way more room to the downside, and you could still be right in direction, but just the stop would have to be pretty wide. Because if this does want to flush this range, that could be 20, 30 points. And hopefully we get filled on that flush, then it bids back up again. That's kind of what we're anticipating.
Yeah, that's what
They both
happened.
suck.
VWAP,
Yeah.
200 points down.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I got view up at
There's an argument.
25,636, Mandy.
Actually, I had this question the other day. I was gonna ask ChatGPT. Trading with some buddies, we have kind of, or even on like these different candles, right? 638 on my 15-minute, but when I go to my 3-minute, this is just probably me being. It says 680. Why? Like they're both set to the same, I think, session, right? So why the discrepancy?
Click on it. You see on the x-axis the times change when you do that?
Sorry, say that again.
Okay, see, go from your 3
here
minute
you go.
to the click on that, and then click on just go from one time frame to the other, and you'll see on the x-axis along the bottom there where it says the time on your chart. When you drag that, you will see VWAP. It's showing VWAP for that time frame that you have actually on your chart.
Got it. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Well, like, because here it says 638. Oh, I guess that's at the 30, right? At 130, is that what you're saying? Or 115? That makes sense. Maybe. Got it. Okay, that's clarification there. Maybe.
All right.
Okay.
You might be
We'll sell off here. We're going to get some action.
Yeah. Well,
Manny,
just
keep on
buy.
talking. Keep on talking about VWAP.
I know.
It's working.
I'm wanting 45. See what we do at 45. Granted, that's still 3 full minutes away since we didn't close below it, nor did we touch it. So still hands off for me. It might be a long 2 minutes and 45 seconds, but rooting for you to get down to what did you say? 40s and
Anything
or
840 to 820.
Yeah, 840. There you go.
MNQ.
You're getting there.
I think we might.
Nice.
All right, we got one.
Not bad.
And we're in. Long one, MNQ 25,840 in the house account. ES pulled all the way back to 68.50. Gold
Just hang on
just
just
chilling
forever,
right around 4,000.
basically.
All day trade. Bottom of the hour in 5 minutes. Don't short America, says Mass Trader. Talking to you, Dolby. Don't short. House accounts long.
I'm not. We're long.
Yep. Now, Mandy, we do break. Mandy may look for a short to catch the momentum to the downside.
Yeah, we're looking for 900s. That's what we're looking for. Get some new highs. New highs on the day.
Oh, yeah.
New highs on the close. Sorry,
900s
that's the phrase.
I still think I'm long bias. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna go short yet. or at all. I'm still pretty long biased, I think.
The hardest trade is any trade, apparently. Any
Absolutely.
trade is a tricky trade, which means no trades.
Like, as soon as we can hold above 45s, I think I'll get long.
Ooh, okay, nice.
We got quick peek at micro Bitcoin MBT. We saw it break beneath 100,000 yesterday in power hour. Well, don't worry. We are now back up to 104,550, 104,550. So buyers did step back in.
Was dome pretty thin to you, Dre?
Nasdaq
Just average
up.
Nasdaq. A lot of 3s and 5s and 8s and 9s.
Couple ticks wide. Yeah, it all goes in there.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, 37.
Let's see what we can get.
Let's get those 35s.
Almost. We'll wait. Wow, Ethereum's up 7.7% today.
Saw that, right?
Wow.
Really?
I feel like every
Wow.
meme I see of Ethereum is not bullish. So I guess they're happy. They're okay.
You get it?
Long two. Yep.
All right.
Slowly but surely, we are building this up. Should start seeing some bounces around 820s, 825s.
Yep. See that too.
And
Yes.
if not,
like a little
it's
bit.
okay.
68.47. Yes. Hard on the bid, hard on the ask. Gold trading 39.96. This is right around the price where we saw that head fake to the downside when the president was speaking. Buyers stepped in.
Yep.
Points beneath
Long
here. Long 3. 35.
Yep. Long 335. Yep. All right.
Continuing.
We're starting to build a position around the area that we want, which is somewhere between 825s and 830s. We had a big wick.
great,
What is this? 1 o'clock. Let's see. Well, we finally got filled on something, which is a nice change of pace from the last 2 days. So we got the 3. Let's see if we can get new highs on the close.
I was going to say, those high day 25,880.
$880s? Yeah, we'd probably take one off there.
It's session high. I mean, yeah.
Like right to it, it looks like. Yeah.
Yeah. Probably out in 50 seconds.
That's where I think I'll have a better idea of what I want to do here in about 45 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah.
This remaining
new
thrives.
30-minute
Sells the
candle.
last 30 minutes.
Get a new 15-minute candle.
Pretty long 3.
Let's see. Yep, just 3. We're going to keep all 5, though. We're going to see if we can get filled on all of them.
If we don't get filled on all of them, what will we be looking for?
Just
In
pull.
terms of exits.
Pull the remaining 2 and see if we can get, like...
Leave a runner?
Oh, for sure.
Oh.
For sure, leave a runner.
They would keep a runner today. Hold a runner on their longs. Just watch.
I actually did.
It's
You guys, I was
tricky.
in 2 cons at one point. I left a runner. I was
Oh.
actually really impressed with myself.
Well done.
Nice
You know,
job.
marked it in, marked it out, everything, and it paid off actually with the trend today. Yep. So still hands off for me. Still looking to try to get a bounce here at 25s, right where we were at after that little sell off earlier around 1 o'clock. We could even see extension all the way back to 800s. 800s has held really well. We never went below 800s. Once we broke them.
Long 4.
Long 4.
That's another interesting price point for me as well. Okay, so I'd be long if we hold above 25s at a 3-minute close. So that would be in 2 minutes.
Buyer step in here. Yes, we got 68.46. Buyers jump back in there. Anything else moving? Nope. Gold and crude. Finally beneath $60. Shout out to Braden. $59.62 last trade in that crude oil. All right, we'll see if we get some more volatility. Manage these trades. That being said, earlier on today, we heard the hearings in the Supreme Court about the tariffs, right? Tariffs have begun. Let's get a little update on that. This is just the beginning. There is more to come, so let's check this out.
The fate of President Donald Trump's so-called Liberation Day tariffs on the line at the U.S. Supreme Court. And the White House argument facing some skepticism from conservative justices like Amy Coney Barrett.
Can you point to any other place in the code or any other time in history where that phrase, together, regulate importation, has been used to confer tariff-imposing authority?
The Trump White House has leaned on a 1970s-era emergency law to impose duties on dozens of countries because, they argue, the law allows a president to, quote, regulate importation during emergencies. And it's that term that's at the crux of the debate, whether regulate permits tariffs. Liberal Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson countering that the law was designed to put a check on presidential power, not expand it.
It's pretty clear that Congress was trying to constrain the emergency powers of the president.
Small and medium-sized businesses who brought the case argue the law doesn't explicitly use the words tariffs or duties. And affected businesses said Wednesday the costs and the uncertainty have been untenable.
We started in my kitchen and expanded to a food truck, and last year opened a shop inside our local VA hospital. But after years of growth, my business has ground to a halt because tariffs are driving up my costs.
Tariffs trickle down to the people, and they are crushing us.
Trump's top appellate attorney has warned that a ruling against the tariffs will have catastrophic consequences for the U.S. economy. In Washington, I'm Karen Kafa.
Interesting. Okay.
We got our full allocation here, Dre.
Okay.
Nice.
Good. Interesting.
8:30.
Just
Jamie Dimon is making comments. Okay.
Just built an absolute a temple in Manhattan, a $4 billion new HQ for JP Morgan Chase. What's Diamond have to say, JP? Okay, we are along 5 right now. Average price of 30, right?
830s. 830s.
Okay.
Nice. My candle close on the 3-minute was below the 830s. So again, not entering longs, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
I need some indication that we are breaking today's trend. Where's your stop loss at, Dolby?
800.
Nice. Okay. I think if we have a candle below 800s, that could be an indication of longs not being valid. Because, like I said, we never went below 800 once we broke above it. On like a candle close, like a 3-minute. Like maybe we wick.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah. What's the?
We consolidated a lot.
66%
from here to
short.
800.
Yeah, I mean your shorts look good. You're not in a short, but your moving averages have unwound, look pretty good.
Yeah. So if we can find a place to bounce and then go tag any of these moving averages, that would be awesome.
Yeah. Might have a midpoint bounce with a little bit of a 15-minute range at around 12 o'clock. The midpoint of that range is about 814, and we're starting to form a little bit of a 1-minute range above that. So maybe some buyers are coming in there.
Nice shorts.
And
Nice
we'll
track.
see. But so far, so good.
What do we bottom out at there in the NQ? 25,818. Yep, 815s. All right. Did see buyers step back in, took it back up to 25,826. ES saw some buying as well. Gold trading sideways. Dow pushing higher here. Dow closing in on session high. 30 points to go for session highs in the Dow.
No, we
2
got
minutes till MOC.
This trend needs to switch up a little bit here. We've had some good range under range on the 1 minute. So we need to get over our entry, actually. Our average now, 830, is kind of the high of this 1 minute range. So we need to make sure, not that we could do anything about it, but ideally, if we can start forming some strength above there, that'd be great. Otherwise, it's just maintaining its downtrend. But Nasdaq's still up 0.9%. Still pretty bullish.
Whole bit here. Again, 13 minutes till MOC market on close. What's Diamond saying? I'm not seeing the comments.
Here's a question for you, Dolby. Have you ever like scaled out with losers?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've thought about it.
Like, yeah, like you take one off at 808, you know, another one at like 805, or sorry,
Mhm.
probably like 803, and then 8, that'd be 790, like
Yeah.
8,
I've like
something
even
like that. I
theorized
don't know.
about it too. Like, you know, let's say you are in a trade like this and it does get back to break even. Do you then flatten the trade when you get close to your entry because the momentum's been against you? Like that's you know, something I've thought about. My problem is though is that flattening trades for me is net loss. So even if the trade looks totally heinous, typically my trades will be good enough that I should not be over managing them.
That's good.
Like, do
I like
not need to over manage trades.
Yeah.
Just let them play out.
So I know we like scale out of winners. I just had that thought
Mhm.
though, like scaling out of like, I guess I haven't seen that strategy necessarily played out in a live setting like this before on air, or maybe I just haven't been
Mhm.
paying attention. But
Well, I was talking
usually I
with
feel like
Henry
we've had-
too. I
Yeah.
think last week about like rearranging trades. Like so for example, if you're a range trader, like you're always trying to get long like the bottom. But if it like
Mhm.
breaks down and then your long ends up being the top of a range under the previous range, does that mean you just get flat and just reassess and then try to get long back at the bottom again? There might
Yeah.
be a way to do that, right? So if we were to like, you know, rewind the tape here, would we theoretically, you know, take a 2-point loss in a perfect situation, be like, we're getting range under range under range. This is not a winning trade. And then let's see if we can reassess and maybe get long
bait.
somewhere else. You know? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a little bit more, I would say, more advanced. But also, we're not stopped out, so everything's fine.
Trade's
Yeah,
still valid.
I'm long.
Now finding some buyers.
Ooh, you're long?
He's
Okay.
long.
Yeah.
What price did you get?
We held above these like 1450s on that candle close. So I'm gonna put it as a tight. See if we can get just below that wick. How many points am I looking at? I got in at 21. Yeah, 10 points is 831.
2-1.
Be happy with
Okay.
that. Quick 10
For
points.
3-1. Okay. Oh, Kevin Lowe in the chat saying, Dre, Mandy, Dobie, enjoy the rest of your day. I'm out, made money. This last 15 minutes can go 100 points each direction.
Absolutely.
And not touch
It
it.
can.
That's
Okay.
fine, but you make sure you stay tuned. You got thousands of people watching all across the globe. Please click subscribe, click like, click notify as well. We got 10 minutes till MOC.
We still short tilt? Yeah, tilt is still 66% short.
5 minutes just opened.
Okay. I'm kind of liking this even more. Let's go.
We're starting to get some greener candlesticks. We're starting to get a
Mhm.
nice little consolidation here off the 1 minute. We're still
Yeah,
down
my 3-minute
channeling.
green's on top, which is my EMA.
Mhm.
Green's
Okay.
about to pop on top here on my RVGI. Green's on top on the 1 minute. Green's on top on my 1 minute
Mhm.
EMA. So looking really good for about 10 points here.
Nice. And we're almost back to entry.
And you know what? I'm going to trail this because I'm so close to my TP for the day.
Nice.
My target.
Later shorts.
So
Nice try.
push, you can do it. There we go. All right. I hit my 50% on the account. So
What? That was
that's
it, Mandy?
for
That
me.
was fast.
I
That's
know.
the sniper. That's the sniper right there.
Just in and out like that.
That's why. Yeah. And isn't it interesting how we have the same trade idea, but execution is different, but yet we can still both be profitable, which is fantastic.
Mhm.
Like that is what's so cool about trading. So many different ways to get there, so many ways to win. I mean, we could have taken the shorts and still won earlier, right?
Oh, yeah. I'm surprised you didn't grab any shorts, to be honest, man. I thought that
I
unwind
I didn't want to fade.
been
She didn't want to
enough.
fade us. I guarantee that's what it was. Mandy?
No, I should take
Not
it.
necessarily. There just
Okay.
wasn't a good indication. Like it was all mixed signals with my RVGI and my EMA moving averages, and for that reason, hands off. So I'm glad I stick to my strategy. Followed my strategy. Scalp 10 points. I'm happy. Excited to see where it ends up this next, 18 minutes here, especially into
Yeah.
MOC. Excited to see what we do here.
Hopefully we can make it to MOC. We'll see. We got right back up to our entry at 8:30s and just sold off 7 points. So we'll see. So we were talking about, do you get flat after, that kind of situation and then reassess? So we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll hindsight capital it and see if that was the right decision to go to break even on a trade that we had the feeling that it wasn't going to work. I think, the issue is that a lot of us are technical traders. We have our setups and we write rules for the setups. But then when we get into the trade, we'll have emotions take over and we start moving stops, flattening trades, and doing all this stuff that we just don't have good data for other than just like vibes. And like I have vibed myself out of so many profits by thinking I can read momentum once I'm in a trade. It just has no bearing whatsoever on what's going to happen next. Absolutely
Nope,
none.
it doesn't. That's the biggest part, is that emotion aspect. I think strategy is a good part, but it's the mental, emotional capital that makes or breaks traders, whether or not you're going to be successful in this. And I mean, 100%. I have struggled. I still occasionally still do struggle, and it's just learning to recognize it when you do mess up and let that emotion take over. Give up your profits. You got to take a step back. I love, Dakota was talking about like focusing on just one account, right? And just slowly grind that one account. And then we can get our mental capacity back, and if you need to, take a break. There's no harm in taking a break either.
We'll see. It doesn't feel good, but
yep, it's still down a
knows?
little bit there. Picking up
Wow,
here.
here we go.
We might be hosed.
842. That's not.
Might be Dorito.
Again, Dolby though.
You never know. Not stopped out yet.
800s haven't been wicked below yet.
Since
we broke
a little bit more.
Yeah, they hit.
I guess that's a lie.
Yeah, we'll do 7.99s.
Technically wick below it, but after the 3 minute candle printed, we haven't ever touched it.
Yeah.
So I think that is an excellent stop loss, to be honest, because of where that consolidation was earlier at like the 1 o'clock.
And it's still pretty much 1-to-1. We're risking about 300, and all of our TPs are up in the 300s area. I think this first one at 852 is around like 200 of profit. So if we can get back up here, it's just essentially a 1-to-1 trade. So it's not like anything crazy at all.
Yeah.
Oh, we got our 5 minutes till MOC. So let's try it again in the ES. Buyers said, nope, not so fast. You're going to need more than just that. All right. In fast markets, we gave you that look at today's live leaders in board pretty much the same. Oh, what happened to Mariah? Yang up 21,000. Arthur up 16, almost 17. Ashton up 15. Brand that is. Christina up 12,000. Ness up 11,000 bucks. What happened to Mariah C? She was up like 10.
Mariah Carey.
Well,
wow, she's trading.
That was my bad joke. That was my bad joke for.
Oh, that was yours. All right, sorry.
Yeah, well, no, what's ours, Dolby? They're ours. Those sellers did it. That was not successful. All right, market on close.
Let's see. Still lower highs, lower lows. Definitely not getting the technical formations we want on smaller time frame. But anything can happen.
ACH. We did just bounce off of the 15-minute moving average for the 21 period. That's also holding you above the 800 as well.
Yeah, this momentum does not feel ideal. But you never know. You never know. The only time momentum is not ideal. Sorry, the only time momentum is ideal is if you had the perfect entry. And that's it.
Thanks, Hope. Delta has pretty much gone flat. Yes, now minus 600. We were at plus 4,500, so that's been unwound.
Okay.
Nasdaq minus 130. Nothing really cooking there.
Yeah. This feels toast.
Dolby, I'm just like also worried. What if we just like tag right below it, like wick out below it, and then it just like
that?
flies?
All right, we're flat. Minus 326. Let's see if it bids. Let's see if it bids.
Yeah.
A stop run of 800s.
Oh. Maestro in the chat. Took my first payout. Time to treat myself with a deep freeze pizza.
Nice.
Enjoy. Well done.
There you go.
Are we just cheering against this now?
I'm gonna go.
Hope this goes to 0.
Grinding lower here. Gold selling off a little bit. In the ES. Now 68.40 last trade. Nasdaq trading 25,797. We have 2 minutes till MOC.
I don't know if James or somebody's in the who's ever in the green. If you can check chat real quick, that'd be great.
Mm.
Oh, man, selling off.
It is. Darmesh, it wasn't a range. It was a 15-minute range. It just broke to the downside. So we could have justified shorts, and maybe and obviously in hindsight, it would have been a better trade.
Yeah. So there you go. The scariest trade was longs. Those were the longs. Shout out to hindsight.
Yeah, right.
We're here to tell you what you should have done.
And here we are.
I love that saying so much.
800s again.
I know. JD.
Let's see.
We fly.
Just absolute moon from 800s. That's okay. Sometimes you have those weeks, though. You know?
At all. What's MOC? MOC is market on close. That will happen 50 minutes after the hour, 10 minutes till the closing bell. Quick cliff notes what it is. Volatility, perhaps, if the numbers come out big. So essentially there's some orders, there's some trades that are to be executed strictly on last minute of the trading day. We will get those numbers. It's going to be buy side or sell side here in about 30 seconds. Oh, not hindsight when your tilt monitor says short. I guess you're right.
Yeah, but some people like fade and tilt, you know?
Hopefully you're short. Man, hopefully you're short.
Yeah. If you have the conviction, Chad, I obviously take your shorts there. Everyone has a different.
Long for sure. Longs for sure. All right, it's going to go ES. It's going to go ES, NASDAQ, and then the YM. I'm going to say buy side or sell side. And the amount of dollars. Here we go.
What do we got?
That can't be right. Small sell side. Pretty much nothing. There's no way that's right. We're talking 1 million, 8 million, and 1 million sell side. No way.
Wow, really? That's very small.
Let's refresh.
Very small.
All right. Still this. I got to refresh. Sell side S&P 300 mil, Nasdaq 25 mil sell side, and Dow 600 mil buy side. Again, light. Those numbers can and will change. Again, 300 mil sell side ES. Pretty much 4 mil sell side NQ. Brutal. 600 million buy side Dow.
Okay. Not a whole lot.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot at all. Very chill. Very chill.
What we saw yesterday, we saw that, what was it? Sell side really lit up in the last few minutes. That they ramped it up to billions. So those numbers can change at the very last minute. Unreal. 68.40 last trade ES. 5,800.
Got stopped at 798.
Man, longs look good. Possibly from here.
Agree.
Yeah, exactly. After everyone got stopped out, now they are
exactly.
the best. The best.
3-minute candle. I mean, that's a long time. That's still 2 minutes, 20 seconds out. Hold above that. Could see a good little bounce again. But with that, we'd be getting us closer to that second round for MOC. Or we just stay below. Either way. ACH.
I don't know. The moving averages look pretty accurate right now for a short, though.
Yeah.
Buy side growing a little bit. We're up to 200 mil buy side. The Nasdaq. Yes, essentially around 0. Buy side growing a little bit. Feels like they're going to ramp this up in the last few minutes of the trade. So 55 after 5 minutes till the bell. See another injection of liquidity, and the fireworks will really start. Mandy, you said when Dolby's talking about perhaps taking a short, you agreed. What did you see there, Mandy, that said I concur?
Probably RVGI, the red pressure. We're holding between these two supports right here. I would say this is no man's land between 800 and 780s. A candle close below either one of those would probably take you out into the close, the direction we usually head.
Okay.
This thing looks heavy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Still same buy side. It is dollars. Is Nvidia getting selling off a little bit? These are painful. These sell-offs are painful. They're just brutal. Just grinding low. 25,784 in the NQ. Like 50 points lower here. Tricky day.
What a sell-off. Hey, come fail moves, come fast moves. We're talking about
Is
those.
this a fast move, though? I don't know if this is a fast. I mean, this. Yeah, I know.
100
couldn't get over 880s. I was talking about them all
true.
day. Could have just taken that short.
Oh.
Not get above.
Gatekeeping other charts. No, this is all I've got, you guys.
Mandy,
Promise.
what are you gatekeeping? Mandy, what are you gatekeeping?
You got all the secrets.
What?
And also, I'm a scalper. Like, how many more charts does a scalper need? I do need to ask.
We know.
CJ
all makes
Box.
sense now.
Is that Texas Tech? Like, what is that over on your icon in the chat? Because if that is, I think I have a problem with that. I'm anybody who knows me.
Well, hold on here.
Oh, a little collegiate rivalry.
There's some beef. You got some beef.
What's going
I'm
on?
a big BYU fan. If you guys didn't know, massive BYU fan. I went to BYU. Didn't graduate. Yeah, Texas Tech.
I say growing.
Hey, man, it's falling off here. Big game this weekend though. College game day. Headed there. Texas Tech against BYU.
Oh man.
Are you going? You're just watching on TV.
Just watching.
Heads up.
It's at Texas Tech.
Buy this thing.
Let's see. Bounce. Yeah, here we go. Let's go.
Let's go. Come back up to the 800s. 25,007. Growing buy side, Dolby. Growing buy side, getting close to a billion.
Do we like longs then? I mean, they're super cheap. It's easy to establish risk here.
Yeah, Delta growing sell side. Nvidia's
is it selling off?
Yeah, Nvidia heavy sell side. That's what's doing this. And I will see Nvidia's hammered the sell side.
Oh, it's trading 195.
Is it really?
54s.
195.
20 more points.
I don't think we should have been longing this thing anymore.
VWAP. There we go. Where's George?
Get out of here. Got your VWAP? Meh. What time frame?
1 minute.
Yep. See that. Okay. At this point, I think we just sell off even harder.
This is just what was this? What is this grind lower? I know. Come on. Yes, all right.
Market, right? You know?
It is. It is.
It's just like Dre.
Yep, that's the tip of the week. Expect the unexpected, and this did not expect this.
You know, all you can do is just manage your risk. That's all you can do.
Absolutely.
Same way we grinded higher is the same way we're selling off.
Tomorrow.
What a day. Okay. We got a lot of speakers tomorrow. We got
Low
Robinhood after the
1%.
bell.
It's kind of weird that Nvidia's down because Intel's up and so is AMD. So chip makers are good, but chip designers not so much.
Not.
And what is that? AS? No, never mind. It's a different one. Huh. That's
They're
weird.
chips. They're chips too.
Curious
Got
to see if
Robinhood,
we
DoorDash.
hit 56.
Man, you have a question.
That's
What was
my
your
next
price for above below?
target.
Do you remember the price you
Oh,
gave us?
way off. I went the opposite direction.
Yeah.
It's interesting. A lot of people just forget what price they even gave us, which I love.
Oh,
Doom
no,
yesterday.
yeah.
What
That
did
is
they
funny,
say?
isn't it?
I love it. Yeah, I love it. Here we go.
Hey, we're
Selling off
tapping it.
here.
We tapped at 56. What did I say? There we go, right there at that level.
No,
maybe
Mandy, you
bounce
said
here.
25,920. That's what you said.
Yeah, 19.
Yeah,
We are
that
the
is correct.
opposite.
I'm
Wow, look
messing
at
with you.
this.
We
I
are
was looking for
selling
a
off here.
buy.
Just
We are accelerating now.
melting.
720s are the next location. If we
Let's
hold below
go.
these 50s.
I'd be high. Thank you.
Fascinating. Well, seriously, really trying to
This
go
were
for
dead
VWAP there. George, you better taken that short.
Ooh, George. All right, it's 68.26. Last trade in the ES. ES. We're looking about.
The candle.
Maybe you're right. So we're looking about a 25-point sell-off here. My shorts are just absolutely irate right now. Short all day. Now we sell off. We're looking at a sell-off here in the Nasdaq. Nasdaq down about 100.
100 points. Counting, Dre.
Man, this was tricky.
Wow. You
And
gotta,
now we're
you know what's crazy too is that we have a lot of traders who are just like set it and forget it traders, and so there could be some traders who are coming back at 3 o'clock, being like, "Damn, I should have maybe sold this trade, half an hour ago." But this is quite the sell-off here.
It is.
They come and get short. That's the first time they got short. Yep. Unwind this. All right, closing overnight VWAP in the ES. 3 points to go. Looking at this is tricky. Anything else? 68.24. 30 handles. Lower 500 lot on the bid in the ES. 68.24 in the orders.
Yeah, that's crazy. That long would have worked at like any other hour of the day other than
There you
an
go.
hour.
Tag 30s.
Man, what a sell-off. Impressive stuff, NASDAQ. That is impressive stuff.
Yeah, job well done.
NASDAQ not for the faint.
No, never is it? You just got to get him tomorrow. Don't let it take everything today. You got to fight for tomorrow.
Yeah.
For tomorrow, indeed. All right, we got 30 seconds into the close. I like to pull up the the ES ladder. See what kind of size comes in here in the last 30 seconds. 68.27 last trade. Anything on the NQ? Nope, NQ still. Look at us there.
Shorts.
Yeah, it's all over the place.
Didn't seem as scary. That was
cut the entire
Oh, they seem great.
like that would have been the greatest scary trade to take. One of the
short.
greatest.
Yeah, someone in the chat just took it. All right, bids coming in here. We got 1,000 lots coming on the bid and the ask in the ES. 2 seconds to go. Well. Mandy, we did get the price action volatility as well. Thank you so much, Mandy. As always, love when you join us here. Dolby time, good risk management. I like the long. I loved it. Anyways, with that being said, shout out to
any other
all
point in
the
time
bell
would have been legit.
100%. Shout out to all the bellers. Thanks for tuning in. Let's get after it again tomorrow. Run back. Let me see. I'm gonna throw it to my main man James, Dr. Volatility Harden. Things out here into at the buzzer.
Absolutely, Andre. Thank you, Mandy. Thank you, Dolby. Thank you, Andre. Thank you to all our Power Hour fans and crew out there. We appreciate you watching. Can't do the show without you, and we're happy that you're here. And now get ready because the trading action continues. At the Buzzer is up next. That's right, At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. Happens every Monday through Friday at 3:15 p.m. So get up, stretch your legs, grab another water, and then be right back here for At the Buzzer. Don't miss it. Then later tonight, 7:30 p.m., Coach Dakota continues with Slow Markets. If you've never caught an episode of Slow Markets, you are missing out. It is the place to be for that PM trading. Then hang around because you can't sleep. And why would you? Because Aaron Trades is here at 1:30 in the morning Central Time tomorrow morning to take you through that London Open. Then Deanna will be there at 3:30 a.m. Central Time for the Euro trade. So take some uppers, get ready to stay up all night and watch back-to-back TopstepTV programming. It's going to be a great time. But for now, hang around for At the Buzzer. I'm James Harden. You're the chat. Come on, guys. This is TopstepTV. Let's go.